and start thinking out of the box. This is our aim. This is our try how we are moving on. And of course, I guess this is something what I want to appreciate, highlight it as well. The platforms like the Fashion Innovation is definitely also helping to bring the people and connect each other and share our mindsets. I guess this is important and crucial. And we have a long journey ahead of us. And I guess as a collective, we will be definitely successful even in this industry. But sometimes it's also it's helpful when we are bringing people from different industry also in our industry and to jump into that. And I guess this is a huge advantage from our side. We are belonging to a well-known lifestyle company in the world, which has a huge brand equity and the brand awareness. And definitely we want to make it happen that we are entering in this journey. And of course, the whole journey ahead of us will be successful for each and everyone, I guess, with a shared mindset. And therefore, I want to thank you again, of course, for this platform. It's very important. Therefore, I'm very happy, especially to Jordana and the whole team and the whole Fashion Innovation team, to having the chance. Of course, to be honest, it's a short period to express what we are doing, to create an exposure. And I would like to fulfill much more time. And in the same time, I want to thank you as well to the hosts of this platform, because we need more of them, I guess, the whole collection, and we have to talk to each other to make it happen that the whole industry hopefully is stepping forward and moving ahead.
I loved it. It was so good. And I know we were getting a lot of questions in, so we're going to send it to your team after so they can be answered. But first, thank you for the kind words, but it takes you and people like you to come on and to speak and to share and to be able to let the rest of the world be inspired by your message and what you do. And we at Fashion Innovation, like I mentioned before, but every time I hear you speak, I'm like, this is why, this is why, this is why, because you're so inspiring and you really say things in such a humble way with all that you've built. You're so humble, but yet it's such like true facts of what the industry needs to take notice to, and you're doing it. You're not just speaking about it, but you're actually taking action. You're putting those things into play. And yeah, we're super excited to follow your journey, because I know this is just the very beginning of so much that you'll accomplish. And I just really hope that we can continue the conversation, because it doesn't just end here.
Of course, much appreciated. And thanks for the opportunity to join, especially on this platform. I guess we need more of that. And of course, we need the whole collective and the power of the collective. And I believe on that. And we faced a lot of experience so far, and I guess we are happy to move on together. And I'm pretty sure if we are looking back in 5 years, we will say, okay, we had a step forward. Only one step, more steps, I guess.
Yes, 100%. And honestly, collective and collaboration is everything. I'm a huge believer in that. And so, yeah, amazing. Well, I can't wait to speak with you again. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
So that was really incredible. And I love that you touched on the collective, so many times, because it is so important. But also what I really loved is how he talked about the industry, not only the industry, the fashion industry, being a part of the conversation of what happens, but every industry, keeping it open, keeping open doors. For such a long time, this exclusivity of fashion has been such a thing where people are like, how do I get in? How do I become part of this circle? Where now, the circle, it's getting more and more to be an open entryway for anyone with fresh perspectives and ideas. And honestly, people always ask, how did you guys build such a big community so quickly? And it's because we really are genuinely open to hearing feedback, to bringing it to the conversation, to making everyone be a part of the conversation. And I can't emphasize enough how important that is, especially for an industry like fashion. So with that, before I go to the next talk, which I'm going to introduce, I do want to tell everybody just again, definitely look at your screen. You see the donate box, click on it, read more about the organization, the foundation that helped us build the campaign for our new brand. It's an organization, a foundation called JCRE, JCRE, and they do incredible work in taking the funds that are donated to them to allow beauty and talent come out of the favelas in Brazil and give them a chance to thrive. And so we would love any donation is super welcome. And also make sure you scroll all the way to the bottom, just keep scrolling and just look at these brands. You know, today we have a lot of the very big brands. We have some startups, but we put together a roundup of 20 startup rising stars, brands that have been around for a couple of years, some that have been around for a couple of months, but they're so worth checking out because they check all of our boxes when it comes to giving back, sustainability, and so much more that they're doing. So check them out, show them some love, really incredible work. I don't know if you could see, but I'm wearing earrings from one of them. It's called Marco Baga. She's in there. They're all handmade and it's just stunning. So show some love. And with that, we're going to go to the next conversation, the next actually keynote talk, which is going to be so inspiring, titled Fashion is Designing a Circular Economy. And it's going to be with Laura Beaumont, the lead and Make Fashion Circular at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Hi, Laura. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Nice to meet you, see you. I'm Jordana, and yeah, we're so excited. I just wanted to be on screen to welcome you because I know this is going to be a conversation. We've had already a few hours, 12 hours to go, but circular economy is everything when it comes to fashion. And I know you're the expert, and so we're so excited to be inspired by you. And thank you so much for being here.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me. It's fantastic to be here. And yes, you've got quite the marathon day. So
yeah, I'll let you take it from here. And yeah, cannot wait to hear everything you have to say. Thank you again.
Amazing, no problem. Well, I'm just going to share my screen. I've got a few slides, so you don't have to just look at me for the duration. So thank you so much for having me. I'm Laura. I am from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is a charity. We're based in the UK, but working internationally to really accelerate the transition towards a circular economy. And the team at Fashion Innovation have asked me to answer a few questions really about, what is a circular economy for fashion and why is it important? And also to really dive into a little bit around the design element and why this is so crucial as the fashion industry progresses towards it. So going back to basics a little bit, what is a circular economy for fashion and why is it so important? Why are we talking about it? Well, the industry is incredibly wasteful. Less than 1% of the materials that are used to produce our clothing are ever recycled back into new clothing. And what that means is every single second, one garbage truck load of textiles gets landfilled or incinerated every second. So I'm speaking for 15 minutes. If my maths is correct, that's 900 truckloads of textiles that will go to landfill just purely whilst we're having this conversation. As well as being incredibly wasteful, the trend really is not looking so great. Over the last 15 years, clothing production doubled. So we're making more and more, but actually the amount we're using that clothing is decreasing. And between 2000 and 2015, it decreased by around a third. So not only are we suffering from the waste, the way clothes are produced actually requires huge amounts of non-renewable resources, whether that's to create the agricultural chemicals, the pesticides, fertilizers needed to grow cotton crops, for example, or for the energy to power the heating processes of the dyeing factories, hugely energy intensive. And so if we're going down this trajectory, we can see this is not a great route as we tackle the climate crisis. In addition to being wasteful and polluting, there's actually a huge opportunity that is just being missed out on. The resources that are in those clothes actually are still really valuable, and purely because clothes are not used enough or not recycled after use, almost $500 billion of value is just being missed out on, both by the customer and the businesses. So what we talk about is this is a very linear way of operating. It really is in one direction. We're taking the resources to make them into products which are used generally for a very short amount of time before they ultimately end up as waste. The circular economy takes a very different approach and looks at how do we change that into keeping those resources in use and create value at the same time. It's based on 3 principles, and it very much comes right to that very beginning of when you create the economy, when you create the system, it's all about the design. And so by design, a circular economy eliminates waste and pollution. They're a design flaw. Also, in a circular economy, we circulate products and materials to make sure the maximum value is extracted from those. And also, it's really crucial to regenerate natural systems, ensuring that we are leaving the landscape better than we actually found it and when we took those resources in the first place. And particularly when we start to look at things like the climate crisis, currently, if we wanted to address climate change purely through renewable energy would actually only address 55% of our global greenhouse gas emissions. The other 45% is coming from the way we produce our food, the way we make our products. And therefore, it's crucial that as part of our climate efforts, we're addressing the way we create and use products. So a circular economy is a bigger idea than incrementally reducing the harm of our current model. What that means is it's not about finding more efficient ways of doing things or purely looking at how do you reduce the current way of doing things to reduce the harm, although this is a critical part of getting to where we need to go. A circular economy is providing a whole framework to really address waste and pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. So that's the basics of what a circular economy is, but what does that mean for the fashion industry, and what does that look like? At the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we worked with a number of experts to create a clear vision with common definitions around what a circular economy for fashion is. And if you're interested to find more details on this, you can find this on our website. But really what we look for when we aspire to that future goal, a circular fashion industry would ensure that clothes are used more, they're made in a way that they can be made again, and they're made from safe, recycled or renewable inputs. So just to dive a little bit more into what does that really mean when you're creating a product? Ensuring products are used more. Here there is a huge opportunity to ensure that customer needs are met in unique ways. We're seeing circular business models becoming quite a thing at the moment, and actually there's lots of opportunities to increase the use of a product, whether that's by rental, resale, even some more innovative ideas that we've seen of actually, if all the customer wants is to have a beautiful image on their social media, does the item even need to exist? Can it be a digital offering that actually addresses that customer need? There's also a need to make sure that the very design of the products, if they're going to be circulated and used more, they're designed to be durable from the outset so that they can live and be used for much, much, much longer. And also, even if it's just one user, to ensure that it can be used more, it's essential that the durability of that product is captured from the beginning. Just purely offering a rental model or a resale model on its own right is never going to be enough, because it doesn't get to the fundamental core of how the products are designed, where the materials are coming from. So in conjunction, when we talk about made to be made again, it's really from the outset of designing a product, it's about understanding how easily can that be disassembled? Can it actually even be taken apart for recycling? Can the components that have all been compiled together to make this beautiful item actually ever be recycled? And then there's a huge role for both the businesses, but also governments and cities to play in ensuring that actually clothing is hugely distributed to millions or billions of people. And so how do you manage the logistics of getting that back? And doing that will be a really collaborative effort between government, cities and businesses. And really from the very outset, it's essential that the products are being made from safe chemistry, so nothing harmful, nothing carcinogenic is being put into those products. Where possible, to really maximize recycled inputs because the aim of a circular economy is to completely disconnect the input of virgin materials from profit making. And where it's not possible to use recycled inputs, and we understand that that's not always possible, then the virgin inputs should be coming from regenerative sources. So another question that we've discussed it, with the team was saying, well, actually, that's a lot. There's a huge amount to consider there. And it's a very ambitious goal, and it's going to need industry-wide collaboration to achieve it. So where are there some opportunities to actually get started to design for a circular economy? And a project that we set up called the Jeans Redesign took a pair of jeans. We asked the question, what if we applied this vision and these principles to something that is iconic, that a number of different brands have in their portfolios and most customers are familiar with? Because the challenges are the same across the board. And we thought if we can fix it or start to address and understand the challenges for jeans, we can really learn how do we apply those principles to other products. So we set up the Jeans Redesign to really demonstrate that already with today's technology, it can be different, and that it is possible to start to design products that fit within a circular economy. We asked participants, we worked with denim experts to set up a range of criteria that really broke down the vision and asked the participants to make sure their jeans were durable. They were from safe materials. They were designed to be completely recyclable with existing recycling technologies that can be used already today. And as a result, where we are now is actually, we didn't want to leave it at guidelines. We wanted to make sure that these products were tried and tested, and that it opened the conversation between brands, retailers, and their manufacturers to understand how they could collaborate and where the big innovation gaps might be to continue to do this and scale up. So we now have over 90 participants within the Jeans Redesign, representing 25 different countries, some of which have started to make products. And actually a number of the Jeans Redesign jeans were on the market this year. They were there before May this year, totaling around 500,000 pairs. And as you can see, we have a whole host of other denim companies, manufacturers that have signed up to continue this journey with us and continue to learn and explore how do you create a product for circular economy. So just to get a little bit more specific, what are the challenges? What have we found with jeans? Well, currently, the whole top of the jean is very complex. There's a lot of stitching, there's rivets, there's trims, and most recyclers just chop the top off. So that's already wasted. So this was already something we thought we can address. What if we can take off the rivets? What if we can make sure there's only one type of material in there, just cotton, rather than cotton and other different materials, that it is able to be recycled? We also asked them to completely eliminate harmful substances. And so just to show you a little bit about what did that look like, we were really challenging the designers, the production teams to take off what is very iconic about a pair of jeans, the rivet. And we saw some interesting solutions whereby some of the companies moved to bar tacks, some of them used to bar tacks, but also stitching to look like a rivet. And it really challenged the teams to go back and internally, for the first time, have this conversation about how their decisions at the design and production stage were really having implications down the line to ever be able to recycle their product. It had never been a question or a topic that had been widely discussed. Another piece that came out was a number of the organizations had a go at these unscrewable buttons. So just to get really tangible, we're saying, actually, if you can take off the hardware, suddenly something that was previously not very easy to recycle because the whole piece had to be chopped off, if you can quickly take off a button, you can now recycle it. So we did challenge our group to start to think about what innovations were out there. But within the guidelines, they also came across quite some challenges for things that don't yet exist. And so by getting really, really specific on understanding what would fit within a circular economy, their team started to understand that actually some of their current designs or compositions of materials currently wouldn't work. And it gave them the opportunity to explore what some alternatives could be. And so this is just one example of how design can have an impact on the overall ability for a product to fit within a circular economy. Everything we do is designed. Choices are made at the very beginning that will actually impact the ability for that item to continue to be used longer by the users, for it to be recycled after use. So the key learnings that we found really was this was just the tip of the iceberg. The 500,000 pair of jeans from the jeans redesign has been a learning journey and has opened the door for these companies to start to have discussions far more broadly with actors they never used to speak to, so they could start to understand how to tackle these tough challenges together. And I guess really just to wrap up, just to say the pieces that I've talked about, the circular economy is a huge opportunity, and there are many different areas to explore how the opportunity can be captured. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation website has lots of resources that are there that are free if you want to go and find out more about what this is and what we do. Find the jeans redesign content, find the jeans redesign, the actual guidelines themselves, find the vision. So really just to say these resources are there, and that actually brings me to the end of my presentation. So I'll just stop sharing my screen.
No, I just wanted to say a huge thank you. And every time I hear these numbers, these statistics, even though I hear it often, it still makes me like take a breath, and like it's just crazy. And so like Ellen MacArthur, you guys do such incredible work. Like, whoever doesn't know about it, definitely check more out, because we've been huge fans for such a long time, and your work is so important for the industry. And all of this was just incredible, insightful, inspiring, and hopefully people watching maybe who are not doing enough will start to do more. But yeah, and it's all about collaboration. So yeah, thank you so much. This was incredible.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's been great to share it.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon, and let's continue the conversation. All right.
Thanks. Bye.
So that was amazing. And I don't know if all of you are familiar with Ellen MacArthur Foundation, but it is a foundation that is just really inspiring, the work that they do. And they really put out facts, and they do the right research, and they know what needs to be done. And they, put it out in a way to help brands, to collaborate with tech companies, to be able to bring everybody into full circular community where change can be made, exchange of ideas can be had. And that's just, I keep emphasizing the importance of that, and just like everyone being able to be part of the conversation. And with emphasizing that, I do have to say, get in our chat box. I know there's a lot more of you here watching that are not registered to chat and share your ideas, ask questions. Even if you don't have questions, just share ideas. Maybe give us some insights as you're listening that we don't know, that we're missing in the conversation. Because again, that's how the conversation is going to be richer. That's how we're going to learn more. And yeah, we love having people participate in the conversation. So I'm going to go over a few things. And I do want to ask, where is everybody dialing in from? Everyone who's been with us since 8 a.m. today, it's already been 4 hours. We have about 12 more to go. So let's all like shake it off and get comfortable and just like, crack the necks, because there's a lot more to come that you don't want to miss. But I would love to know where everyone is dialing in from. What has been your favorite conversation so far? What do you want to dive into deeper that we've already brought to the stage today that we can bring to our platform in terms of content? What were kind of like the aha moments that maybe you had so far listening to these conversations, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a student, whether you're a media outlet, whatever it is, just tell us, did you have kind of a, I didn't know that. Now that I do, I'm going to make some change, or I'm going to write about something different, or I'm going to take a different turn in what I'm doing or want to do in the industry. So share with us everything that you're feeling, that you're thinking, that you're having the ahas with, because yeah, we'd love, love, love to know and be a part of the journey that you're experiencing today here at the Worldwide Talks. So with that, I am really excited to kind of go through a few things again. The first thing that I will say is the book. I published a book. It was actually published by Mascot Publishing House, and the book is titled It Can Be You. And the book is actually to humanize homelessness amplifying their voices by using the voices of fashion influencers. So a lot of people are like, why did you create this book? Why did you write it? And I believe that social media has such a huge influence on people. And when I see the types of influence sometimes that are had with what people are wearing or where they're eating, I'm like, why not evoke messages that can really make a difference in the world in a huge crisis that is ongoing worldwide, such as homelessness? So I created this book, and I'm super grateful for Susan Rockefeller, who actually came and helped me make the book come to life, as well as Jason Naylor, who's an artist who did the cover of the book. Over 47 influencers from around the world that came on board as ambassadors and shared their stories of triumph in the book, and then being able to raise enough money to give out meals to homeless individuals to then put in the book side-by-side stories to show that it can happen to anybody. And just so you all know, the book is available now for pre-order on Amazon.com as well as BarnesandNoble.com. It can be you. Check it out. 30% of all of the profits will go to Help USA. So I just wanted to share that because it's something near and dear to my heart. And so I'm now going to introduce our next conversation, which is one that I'm very excited about, titled Fashion is Eco and Socially Impactful Beauty. And we have Annie Jackson, the co-founder and COO of Credo Beauty, as well as Kyla Graves, who's the senior beauty editor at InStyle. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you, Jordana?
Doing good. Hi. How are you, Kayla?
Hello. I'm good. I'm in a car. I'm so sorry, but I'm here.
It's okay. It's no problem. I know it's Fashion Week and things are probably hectic everywhere, but
Very
I wanted
hectic.
I really just wanted to thank both of you so much. It's a conversation that I'm very excited about. I know our audience is as well. So without further ado, I just wanted to thank both of you so much for doing this with us because it's so important to inspire, and both of you are extremely inspiring. So I'll let you guys take it over from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Oh my gosh. Well, Annie, how are you doing?
I'm great. It's so good to see you. And
So
I'm so
good to see
sorry
you
you're
as
in
well.
a car, but we understand.
It's all good. We're making it work. We're making do with what we have going on right now. The traffic in New York is absolutely nuts, and I think it's because it's raining again and people are freaked out. So chaos again. But into the conversation now with you, Annie Jackson, the co-founder of Credo Beauty. You are an industry vet. You have worked at places like Sephora, Estee Lauder, Benefit. What made you want to branch out and create Credo?
Well, I think, I joined all of those companies at kind of the same time as it was really a catalyst for Credo, because when I joined Sephora in particular, it was 97. We were about to open our Soho location. It was the days where we would still get excited when we saw someone carrying a shopping bag down the street.
Yeah.
So, that was very entrepreneurial for a very long time. And I think, once it started to become more corporate and things started to slow down and, become a little bit more just kind of, routine, I guess, it was really, it got quite boring, to be totally honest. The every day is changing, and the business challenges that Credo throws at me is really what, inspire me and get me out of bed every day. And the fact that I get to work with 135 plus amazing entrepreneurs and founders that are part of our brand community isn't bad either. They're all very inspiring and great. So it's, I think it's just, you learn along your career path what fuels you. And for me, entrepreneurship and the challenges that it brings is definitely where it's at for me, for sure.
Absolutely. And what made you want to focus on clean beauty in particular? Because I feel like you were way ahead of the curve.
Well, I got so lucky with my co-founder, Shashi Batra, who's someone that I started, we were part of the founding team at Sephora and then went on to work at Estee Lauder together. He was a real visionary, and he saw this freight train coming, long before many people did. And he was really the one behind, seeing this as an opportunity for Credo. Or honestly, we started it thinking we would acquire something and build Credo from there. but really we couldn't find anything that fit what our concept and our ideas were. And so we just said, we've done this before. We don't necessarily have the pockets that LVMH gave Sephora, but we've done this before and we can do it again. And, we just went for it with Credo. And so it's been an incredible experience.
Absolutely. So, of course, there's no real definitive definition of what clean beauty means, what sustainability means. So how do you determine what fits into the scope within Credo Beauty?
Yeah, we've actually gone to great pains to define it. And for us, clean beauty means safety, sourcing, sustainability, and ethics, and being very transparent about those. And so, yes, there's definitely been a lot of buzz about no definition for clean. Honestly, what beauty term does have a clear definition, to be totally honest?
That's a very good point. Yeah.
And I think, this is an incredible way to distinguish people that are creating and formulating products a different way. And that's all it is. And I think what's great is it's not, these brands are better than those brands at all. It's a conversation about a new evolution of beauty and people doing things a different way. And I think it's opened up the conversation in more of the conventional landscape in a really positive way. So, I have a million friends out there in conventional beauty and what you'd term like conventional beauty brands. And we all have discussions all the time about like, where were you able to source that PCR packaging? And, when you formulate using more plants than synthetics, who are you using? And so I think everybody's head is in the same place. These brands just started at a different time. And today we simply know more. And this is the way the world is going, whether you're talking about beauty, cars, clothes, beer, this is where it's headed.
Yeah. And I want to put a pin in that point for a little bit later. But right now I'm really interested to know, what's the process like for you guys when it comes to selecting the brands that you guys want to partner with and sell in your stores or sell online?
Well, it's a lot like any other retail organization. It's just a little bit more complex. And I think the bar has been raised, whether you're talking about Credo or Sephora or Ulta or Detox Market. It's just the landscape has changed for brand founders today. The bar is really high, and it's because it's the consumer demand. The consumer is demanding transparency. The founder be very dynamic and upfront about their values and their point of view and their stand on things. The product has to work. It has to, fill a need. It has to smell great. It has to be at a price point that works for them. It has to not have, certain ingredients in it. So, it's complex. It's not like it was 20 years ago where people were like, oh my gosh, I created this highlighter and isn't it great? That used to be the bar, and it's changed a lot. And so, all of those things are important to Credo. We also have a 27-page long standard. That is our North Star. It's what our brands sign up for. And it's, yes, it's complying with a restricted substance list, but it's also saying, I'm going to follow labeling guidelines. I'm not going to make claims that I can't actually back up. I'm going to put batch codes on my product and expiration dates on it. I'm going to be very transparent about who I'm working with and how I'm sourcing things. So all it says to us is we're walking the walk along with you, Credo, and we're the real deal.
Absolutely. And so that long list that you guys have, is it available for people to come on the site or see or read about more? Like, how do people access that and see exactly what it's like? Because you're so right when you're saying, it's a consumer issue. Like when we're talking about sustainability, people want to know about, waste management. How are ingredients being farmed? Are people getting paid living wages? All of those things. So how do people access that and learn more and read more about it?
Yeah, it's on our website, and it's right under Why Clean Beauty. We outline what our standards are. We also added to our standard our sustainable packaging guidelines. So it's very clear and transparent about what our roadmap is. And we came out with that because clearly to be in clean beauty and have that be why Credo exists, we did feel there was a big delta between the goop in the bottle and the packaging that people were using. And I think, this is a complex issue. And I think, COVID certainly hasn't made sourcing of materials that are more sustainable any easier.
Right.
But we really wanted to focus our energies and our efforts around plastic because that is what's top of mind for customers. We don't have people coming into Credo today saying, is it vegan? Is it organic? That's really never been their main focus. Their main focus has been less plastic, full stop. So, we really felt like, we were kind of, not being true to who we were if we weren't addressing this massive contribution to waste that beauty has had. So we eliminated single use. So that means we said to brands that we've partnered with at Credo, if you have a sheet mask or, an eye mask or anything that is single use, used once and thrown out, it's out of here. And as well as supplies that we order in the store. So that was a big one. Little sample sachets, all of that are gone. And a lot of these are very, archaic and long-standing support pillars to growing a beauty brand. So again, like if you sign that document, it means you are in this for the real reasons and you're actually going through the hard work to do things the right way. So I felt like we had a great reception from our brand community when we made these steps.
Absolutely. And now I want to shift gears a little bit. And I love the last point you brought up and just making sure and holding people accountable. But we are in the era of being canceled, quote unquote, or so you could call it. And a lot of brands are being held up to the light. There's a fire under everyone's butt to make sure that you're all doing the right thing all the time. But does Credo have a plan in place in case a brand you're working with, something slipped through the cracks, human error, and this brand is now in hot water? Do you guys kind of have a plan in place, contingency plan for when those types of things, or if those types of things pop up?
Yeah, they have popped up. I wouldn't say that because, put a plan in place. What's the saying? Plan and God laughs or something like that.
Make a plan and God laughs. Yep.
But we have had that happen. Last year it was a wild ride for everybody. I think when you have 135 people that you're working with that aren't under, they're not ours, they are their own people. And there were some questionable things that happened last year for sure. But, we approach it like we approach our own business, just as human beings. And so we figure out, social media can be brutal, as everybody knows, but also it doesn't always tell like the full story. So we take the time to, understand where our brands are coming from. And if it's warranted, we have discontinued brands for their position on things or the things that they say. If there's more to the story, which there often is, there's it's like one side and then the other side, and the truth is somewhere in the middle. We'll take that into consideration as well. So, these are people that we've been partnered with for a very, very long time now, and we've supported each other through a lot of different things. So if we feel there's not a lot of validity to it, we'll support them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there was something earlier that I said, I want to put a pin in this, and it was basically just about standards and how much the industry is changing, not just in the clean beauty space, but just industry wide and worldwide. Things are changing. People want things to be more sustainable. People are just more, in tune with things like climate change and how our everyday, habits are contributing to that. So do you think we're going to get to a point in the beauty industry in specific where every brand is going to be expected to offer clean formulations and develop truly sustainable practices that they have to be very openly transparent about?
Sadly, I don't think so. I wish I answered that differently.
Oh, no, that makes me so sad.
But I think, you've kind of hinted around at, kind of the clean beauty has become, more mainstream. And with that comes kind of the naysayers and things like that. The naysayers are, if you really stop all the noise and listen to what they're saying, they're mad about people that are greenwashing and not representing their brand in the truest sense that it is. Whether that be putting the recycling loop on their packaging, and their packaging is actually not recyclable. They're putting a windmill on their package, and there's actually no wind powered energy in the production of their product. There's just, it's just trying to trick the consumer. And unfortunately, I think, there's always going to be companies out there where profit is their main driver. And right now, it's expensive. And not a lot of supply in terms of, what the standards that we set forth and the supply are often at odds with one another. Mm-hmm. And so I think, that is hard for a brand founder. And so you're not going to have huge beauty companies say profits be damned. We're going to just, we're going to change our ethos and go after this. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, sadly. But what I do find very promising is, like I was saying, I hear huge beauty companies, especially I think spurred from our collaboration with Ulta, having more discussions about creating milestones that are transparent to either their consumers or their organization about the steps they're going to take to kind of turn that freighter around. And, you know, at the end of the day, these companies are large and they have businesses to run, but if they're making steps that direction, that's really, really positive. It's not going to happen overnight. And even with us, you know, in our packaging milestones, it's going to take years to get there, but, you know, we're just chipping away at it every day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for this conversation and the transparency. We're going to move now to some audience questions, and we actually have one that's about packaging, which you just mentioned. So how are brands going about sustainable packaging with beauty products? This person says that their main concern is packaging. So are you seeing a difference? You had mentioned plastic a little bit earlier, but are you seeing a difference in terms of the materials people are using?
Yeah, so I think what's so exciting about packaging right now, and I'm sure you never hear anyone say that, is the fact that, you know, when we came out with the Credo Clean standard back in 2018, it was like crickets out there in the community, right?
Yeah.
You know, contract manufacturers were like, whatever, it's a niche, it's a passing fancy, it's a trend, it'll go away. Well, guess what? Here we are, we're here to stay. And so they hustled and figured like, oh God, I'm going to lose market share if I don't start creating formulations that brands are looking for. So when we came out with our packaging standards, the packaging community was like, whoa, okay, what are they doing? So that was really, really exciting for us. And so we spent about a year, and we continue to do this. So if there's any packaging suppliers out there that have high PCR content packaging, please get in touch with me. But we spent about a year creating a list. I think it's up to about 13 suppliers right now that we're happy to share with absolutely anybody. We are trying to funnel more business to these packaging suppliers' way. And so I think the problem is definitely not demand. It's of course supply. And so, you know, finding a package that works, making it compatible with your formula, all of those things are complex and really tricky, but we at least have a start. And those are the people that we're funneling you know, referrals to, certainly, because it's hard to navigate and it's hard to find these people.
Absolutely. So true. Another question we have from the audience, is kind of a follow-up from this. So since it will take a long time to switch packaging to being fully sustainable, what are different ways that, you know, we can go about dealing with the waste of the beauty products? What's the best way for us to kind of, I guess, take charge of this?
The first thing you can do, and very first thing you can do, like right this minute, is put on your website how to properly recycle your package. And you know, people get scared to do that. It's hard to do, to say this cap will not be recycled, so just throw it out, but it's the right thing to do. And if that cap that's not recyclable is attached to a glass bottle, that all it needs to do is be rinsed out and put in your blue can, tell people that. People do not know how to recycle their products. And then the next packaging run you have, if you can't get into a high PCR content or a refill format or just better materials, put on the package how to properly recycle your product, put on that secondary box. That's the biggest part right now, is proper recycling. So I think that's the best first step someone can take, like right this very second.
Absolutely. And then we have another question. So you mentioned that entrepreneurship for you is something that makes you really excited and you love it. What was the biggest hurdle you had to overcome when you were originally launching Credo?
Well, certainly just, you know, my best friend and our co-founder passed away. So that was very, very tough. And, you know, to be totally honest, he brought a lot of gravitas to our little duo. And we both had a long history in beauty, but he was revered. And so keeping an organization whole and inspired after something like that is incredibly challenging and scary. And also trying to open more stores and sign on new brands, you know, and have them remain confident in Credo was also very challenging.
Absolutely.
So I think for any brand founder, they're going to face something like that, where its brand awareness is often not in step with your dreams. And so, you know, kind of changing people's minds and convincing them takes work and time, and just be patient. You're going to have really bad days, but a lot of really good days, and then hopefully more good days than bad. And that's really being an entrepreneur is just getting back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great way to end off the conversation. Are there any final words you have for the audience and anyone who's tuned in?
No, I just am so happy to have this platform to share the work that we're doing, and it means a lot to us. And again, you know, we have a really positive story to tell, and I think clean beauty is just about positive steps forward in the industry. Nothing bad.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Annie.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Jordana.
Just wanted to come really quick and say you guys were incredible. Car or no car, this conversation was super inspiring. And I love you're so honest, and it pours through, like how transparent everything you say is, and it's really who you are, and everything you do is like genuine, just based on you. Like hearing you today, I believe everything you said, and I think everybody around the world watching does too, and that's what people want. They want transparency. And I love what you ended with, which I think goes for entrepreneurship or anything, is just get back up. If it's something you love, like things are going to make you fall, but just get back up and keep going. And we learned that so much in the last year and a half with everything the world has gone through. So I appreciate both of you, such bright lights to like inspire today. And I love this conversation. So thank you both so much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Bye,
Take
guys.
care. Bye. Bye-bye.
So that was an incredible conversation. And, you know, it just goes back to show, like, when you're honest, when you're transparent about what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it, and that it's not perfect, and we have hurdles, and there are things like she talked about, packaging for makeup. It's something that is not 1, 2, 3, here's all packaging sustainable, we're perfect. It takes time. It takes like years to kind of get it right and find a right solution. But the fact that someone is taking those strides towards the right direction with what they are finding, instead of saying, I have the answer for it all, to be honest and say, I don't have the answers. It's going to take a few years to get all of this together and to figure out the best way to move forward. But she's already doing the research. She knows that it's the right thing to do. She wants to do it. And so I love that. And I love what she ended with, just saying, you know, get back up. Because we're, you know, even at Fashion Ovation, my husband and I, the last 3 years, putting this together to what it is today, there are a lot of really, really tough days. But then there are incredible days where you champion the things that are happening through all of the efforts that you're putting through. So as entrepreneurship being one of our key pillars, I just say, like, if you have an idea, just go for it. You know, just go for it. Make sure, of course, that you're taken care of in some way, shape, or form to be able to do that in a physical and mental state, but just go for it, because entrepreneurship, it's not for the faint of heart, but it is the best roller coaster ride that you will go on in this thing we call life. So with that, I am super, super excited because we actually have a conversation taking place that I've been waiting for, because talk about superpower hero woman, whatever you want to call her, this woman really, she knows how to inspire. She's built such an incredible company, and we're just so thrilled to have her. So the next title of the conversation is Fashion is Breaking Barriers and Paving Paths. And it's going to be with Mahiam Mosali, who's the founder of Niche Arabia, and Tijana Ibrahimovic, who's the founder of Pop Style TV, who's going to be moderating this incredible conversation. So enjoy.
Hi.
How are you both?
Hi, how are you? Good.
Good. We're very excited. We have people literally from all over the world tuning in, and the RSVPs just keep piling on. I know this conversation is one that we were very excited about. So Tijana, super good to have you here moderating, and Mahiam, like, I am a huge fan. To me, you're like superwoman. Like, I think your cape is hidden underneath your sweater, because what you've built and what you've accomplished is just genius.
That means a lot.
No, really.
I have a strong female team behind me, trust me.
It's all about collaboration, right? And teamwork for sure. But thank you guys so much. I'm super excited to hear this. So I'll let you take this over, Tijana. Thank you, ladies.
Hi guys, welcome to our latest panel, Fashion Breaking Barriers. I will be speaking to the trailblazer of the fashion industry, Mariam Moussali. Welcome, Mariam. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here, really. Well, you know what I mean, virtually. I'm excited.
You are such a recognizable name when it comes to fashion industry internationally. So I'm sure our audience can't wait to hear what you will share with us. You do keep busy. Your portfolio is amazing. And I'd like to start with our talk about Niche Arabia. What made you start your own luxury consultancy firm, and how does consultancy firm works?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's actually really funny because it was very serendipitous. Like it just happened. I was working as a features editor. I started the life and style section for Arab News, which is the English newspaper of the region here. And basically I was, meeting all these designers and realizing that they didn't really know anything about the customer there, or their target, customer in Saudi. And so I wanted to fill that gap. And so really it was just, an opportunity. I saw a void in the market and I was like, I need to bridge that. And I knew that Saudi girl because I was that Saudi girl, at 25. And so I started my company quite young, it's been 11 years now. And it really, again, was about helping brands be more authentic. And I think, in that decade, things haven't changed. We're still striving to find that authenticity and to relay that through our brands. And so that's kind of what we do in a nutshell.
That's amazing. So that's a long time. 11 years is a long time. How did your sort of view change in more than a decade when it comes to running a luxury consultancy firm?
Well, I've changed as a person. I became a wife and a mother. And so that definitely, multitasking became my number one thing for sure. But I think in terms of how the market reacted, I think that's actually what's given Niche its advantage is because of the fact that we haven't changed. We've always maintained that kind of position where in order to really target or reach your consumer, you really need to know about them. You need to be authentic. You need to reach them not just on an emotional level, but really an intellectual one as well. What are they thinking? Why? And with Niche Arabia, that was it. It was like, we want to remain local. We believe in local. And especially, when COVID hit, everyone was there, like, hashtag support local. It was always going back. And I really love that. I don't love COVID. I'm not, saying that was a great thing, but when it comes to, how we made our purchasing decisions, that really kind of brought us back. I think, we were moving so fast with, social media and globalization and, fast fashion, that it was really just interesting to pause and be like, okay, what are my values? And it sounds heavy when you're talking about fashion, but it's true. Am I buying things that, are helping that small designer? Am I buying things because they're, soft cotton, they're not going to cause an allergic reaction with my kid, whatever those priorities are to you. And I like the fact that we were able to do that. And I think with Niche, it's just kind of been that we've always been in that position. We've stayed local. I've had chances to expand my company, and I've always said, no, I want to keep it boutique. I want to keep it bespoke. And I think for that reason, we still have clients coming back.
Absolutely. I do believe that this past almost 2 years have made people educate themselves about different fabrics, materials, sustainability, etc. But you also formed a Saudi Style Council. So tell me about Saudi Style Council and how is it helping activate Saudi's emerging fashion sector?
Well, as everyone knows, Saudi is kind of like this hot topic now. We have this, our crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, who's there, and he's a millennial himself, and he's really driving a lot of these amazing initiatives. And so with that comes this spotlight that I think, Saudi has been ready for, we've been craving. And with that, I wanted to make sure that there was something that I could set up using my connections over the past decade on how to help this very green, very, novice ecosystem, because that's really what it is. They're all eager, we're very creative, but we don't have reference points. We don't know how much a stylist charges because we only have about 10. It's still such a new market. And so I think what I wanted to do was to really create a reference point and a platform that would allow for opportunities. So, we work with so many amazing magazines that have given us opportunities: Harper's Bazaar, Hia magazine, which is our leading luxury regional magazine, El Arabia. So all these international titles, their Arabian versions, we've been been able to work with them and, connect different creatives. And I think, that's the thing too. It's about letting these creatives like take lead in a way, show their aesthetic, their point of view, not just kind of fulfilling a brief of someone who's in their office in, France and typing on a laptop saying, yes, I think this is what Gen Z Saudi is like. This is, the opposite, where we're going back to them. And, this kind of leads into the other thing with cultural appropriation. I mean, one of the things that we're trying to do too is help give I would say kind of a guide on how to be inspired by Saudi. Because I think, as Arabs, we love it when we see our references on the runway, but it's still, now with everyone, this woke culture that's coming out, people are scared, and I don't want to hinder creativity. I want people to come to Saudi and be inspired by it, because it inspired me when I moved back, 20 years ago. But so with Saudi Style Council, it's one of the things that we're aiming to do is kind of guide them. We don't believe in canceling, we believe in educating. And I think that's something that, we can do hand in hand. You can really try to educate someone while allowing them to be inspired and learn from you.
So we had a small chat before where I actually made a little assumption on modest fashion in Saudi Arabia. So I think that kind of continues the conversation you just mentioned, where, you don't just have an editor in France trying to type something up about how Saudi fashion is. So tell me a little bit about actual Saudi style, and is there?
No, it's funny. I remember we got this brief from a very big brand. I won't mention its name, but they're very big on scarves. And they're like, we're going to do this segment where we have a Saudi girl in her car with the scarf. And I'm like, that works perfect, because, she's out in public driving, whatever. And then we're going to have her inside her house with the scarf. Then we're going to have her in her bedroom with the scarf. I was like, no, wait, that stopped. Like, we wear that outside. And then when we're indoors, it's the private sphere. So, the abaya comes off, the modesty comes down. And so it was interesting. I basically declined working with that client, because I was like, look, you're not listening to it, because it's not authentic. And any, Arab girl watching this will realize that that's not us. And so, yeah, I mean, going back into modest fashion, and one of the biggest things that I always get is, what's the modest fashion scene? And funny enough, in Saudi, we don't really have it yet, because it's only been since 2018 where our crown prince announced that, the abaya is an optional garment. So we've always had this, I guess the best way to go to it is this oversized kimono that we wear, the Arab kimono, and the scarf when we go out. But when you come in, underneath, you're just wearing your regular ready to wear. So the modest fashion scene is something that's quite new now with that optional form of clothing. It's something that we see in a lot of other nations like Turkey or Indonesia, where they have a mixed culture, and where the abaya isn't kind of their uniform. But funny enough, with my book Under the Abaya, I have the street style book, and I was like, oh God, I'm gonna have to change the name of my book, because all these girls are just gonna take off their abayas. And I mean, that's been 3 years, and the abaya industry is still going strong. You're still seeing girls, sporting it. And I think that just goes to show what we've always knew is that, the abaya was always, a garment of pride, national pride. It wasn't a garment of suppression as maybe the West had seen it. So I think that's also another interesting thing that, speaking to more Saudis and more Arabs, you'll get to understand that traditional type of clothing is something we're very proud of.
So what do you believe to be the strongest aspect of Saudi's fashion?
I think the fact that Saudis are very bold, and you have to understand, in a conservative environment, we had to think creatively. We always had to think outside the box. And so you combine that kind of that cultural identity with this creative thinking, and it's like limitless, really. And I really feel that Saudi has this amazing opportunity to lead fashion, not just catch up, because I think a lot of us are like, oh, great, this young country. I mean, we were established in 1932. We're celebrating our 89th birthday only now. And I mean, the speed in which we are just kind of, going forward, pushing forward. I mean, whether it's with sustainability, solar energy, I mean, it's not just fashion, but the whole kind of tech scene as well. And I think, nowadays you can't talk about fashion without talking about technology and manufacturing. And I think that's where I'm really excited, as a citizen here, where I'm like, great, because I really feel like this is the time, Pangea kind of stuff is going to come, and it's going to be the status quo. It's not going to be a one-off, where we're really going to kind of show people how to do it correctly, just because we've seen it been done, and we can learn from that. I mean, that's just the key, though. We better learn from everyone else. That's, here's to hoping.
So tell me about your book, Under the Abaya.
Sure.
It is presented as a street style, but it's more about
women.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, being a marketer and PR person, comms, I was like, what goes viral on Instagram? It's fashion, right? With fashion is what we love to see. It's our form of escapism, whatever it is. And so I was like, okay, I can combine fashion with women empowerment and do this so that it works. And so basically I put out a post and I said, listen, I'm looking for street style photos. Send me them. If you're, based out of Saudi, you're Saudi. I got over 1,000 submissions in a week. It was crazy. And this was in 2008, February. And within 2 weeks, I had created this first edition of the book. And all the money goes to putting girls in school. So the first edition, we sent 5 women to for a university for photography. And this year we're launching now our second edition. It has over 350 women, and it has like a little intro to who they are. And I guess the idea really is just to show people, by being super personal, we can be super universal. You can see our universal struggles, our obstacles. We're just like everyone else. Like I said, we're mothers, we're wives, daughters, and everyone is hustling. Everyone wants to achieve. And I think that's what's really exciting about what's happening in Saudi is it's really young. 70% are under the age of 30 in our country. So it's like a bunch of Gen Z and millennials running around. And I think with that comes that excitement and that unapologetic boldness that we want to talk, as you can see from me, we want to get our word out. We're really excited, I guess. Yeah.
I know you're a big advocate of companies hiring Arabs and hiring Saudis.
Yes.
Do you think that that's improving, that there is a higher number of people getting hired from the region?
Exactly. Well, with the, from our, the Ministry of Labor, we've seen that we've, more than doubled our women in the workforce within 4 years. I mean, it's crazy, the numbers, because of these incentives that the government is pushing. It is, important to note there is going to be growing pains. Recently I did a shoot and it was kind of a mess. And it was like, because we were trying to kind of, allow different levels of novices in there. But that's something we need to do. And we need to kind of, learn from it. And how do we improve? And it's only through that experience they're going to get better. So I think, give Saudi another 4 years and we're going to be unstoppable. And I really see that because of, again, this idea of them wanting to share. They're very proud of what they've done. And, again, just to reiterate, it's not that, we woke up 2030, we're like, yes, that's our year and we're going to start doing stuff. I started my company over 11 years ago. So women were doing things. It was still taboo to kind of let it out and, show it. And I think that's what's changed. And that small change has allowed this amazing confidence and this amazing enthusiasm from us to just be like, yes, I'm here. Know my name. I'm not Saud, I'm Maryam Musalli in this, and that's something that has just happened in the past 5 years. I mean, it's crazy how fast these changes have happened, really. I mean, even for me, I sometimes look at like Instagram, I'm like, this can't be Saudi, wait, but it is. And someone living in it and committed to it, I can tell you it's not something token. It's something that I think a lot of these emerging countries can relate to. It's this idea of, one kind of media portraying us in a certain, point because they're on one side. And now with social media and this kind of globalization of communication, we're able to showcase the truth. And I think you're going to see that from, a bunch of different, emerging, developing countries.
And so you do work with the tourism board a little bit as well. Yeah. So I've watched like Saudi open up maybe 2 years ago before COVID, and it just looked so amazing, like a beautiful place to visit. Tell me about it. What do you expect once we get pandemic under control? When Saudi opens back up for tourism?
Well, I mean, again, I think it's one of the things that with the Saudi tourism that I'm working on as well is domestic tourism. I always tell people this. I think we have like 11, and that might even be wrong, 11 provinces in Saudi, and I've probably been to 3. So what COVID did was it kind of like forced us to rediscover our country, which I think was really exciting again, and adding to this this confidence that we have. But what I really see that's interesting is that Saudi's really trying to make its own way and retain its like cultural heritage. So for example, instead of bringing Tomorrowland or Coachella, we have Middle Beast. It's our branded kind of 3-day music festival. Instead of bringing Tribeca Film Festival, we have Red Sea Film Festival. We do have Formula One and those kind of big things, Formula E, no big deal. We kind of brought those into Saudi. But you know, I think really the importance is the ones that are kind of branded locally, and I think that's where we're really going to see the excitement even from tourism to see what are the films like out of Saudi Arabia. You know, we're huge on Netflix. I really think, you know, Money Heist became viral because of Saudis. I'm going to take all the credit there. I think that watch list just made it go because, you know, everyone was on Netflix. But you know, I think that local culture that's really going to attract people. I think Saudi has seen other nations kind of develop sometimes and kind of fast and kind of lose itself. And that's one thing that I've noticed with us is that whether it's, you know, the Ministry of Culture or the General Entertainment Authority, everything is about making sure that it has that cultural identity.
Mm-hmm. It's on my bucket list for sure.
You have to come to Al Ula. You know, Al Ula is like Petra, for any of you guys that don't know it. And it's basically 133 rock dwellings that were made during the Nabatean times. And it just opened up to tourism 2 years ago. So it is like pristine and gorgeous and beautiful. I mean, Kate Moss did an editorial there, I think a year and a half ago. I mean, it's stunning.
I did hear you talk a little bit about cancel culture at some point.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about this new trend, cancel culture?
I mean, you know, it's funny because I always say this. I don't think I would know about Harajuku girls if it wasn't for Gwen Stefani, or I wouldn't know about, you know, that beautiful red kimono that, you know, Madonna wears. Like all of this amazing fashion references that I have is definitely ripped off culture by, you know, a bunch of white women, as they want to say. But I think that, you know, that's what was interesting about those times, is that there were no kind of boundaries. I'm not saying to not reference or not, you know, or steal someone's culture, but I just think that there's a way to do it where we don't hinder, you know, creativity, where I do want to encourage people to come and be inspired by different, you know, for Saudi in my case. And so I think what I don't like about cancel culture is the scare tactics that come into it, that bullying. And, you know, it's almost like we had this whole campaign about, you know, cyberbullying, but then isn't cancel culture sometimes the same? And it really kind of stops people, because for me, if someone is wrong, I will tell them that, but then I will try to tell them why they're wrong and try to, you know, give them, you know, again, those reasons why, and in the hope that they will educate themselves. I mean, that's one of the beauties about social media. It's not a one-way conversation. And I just think that with us, we need to kind of be a bit more tolerant in terms of how we approach people and how we educate them. And that's why with Saudi Style Council, that's what I want to do. I want to team up with the companies like Mansuja. Mansuja is a nonprofit that basically preserves all of the old fashioned from the tribal times. So you have like the old Najdi and Hijazi outfits. And, you know, they have an amazing book out that you guys should all, you know, run and buy.
Do you want to tell us what is Najdi and Haddad?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Najdi is from the central, I'm basically saying central and West Coast, like fashion.
Okay.
So from the tribes. And so I think, you know, teaming up with companies like that or nonprofits like that, and really making them a resource for designers or any type of brand that wants to, you know, reach out and learn the right way. I mean, now I'm consulting for a client out of Tuscany, and I was telling them, like, you know, you want to be inspired by us here. Why don't we get some of the women that do their, you know, the weaving and stuff, and actually employ them to do that traditional weaving for you. So now the adornments and the embellishments are actually made by those hands. And so it's like giving back to the community. I think, again, there's just ways. It wasn't like, you know, oh, how dare you, you know, steal that pattern from us. It was like, okay, let's improve on this. And I think that's, you know, that's again what's really important during this time. I don't know. I just feel like it's very bullying. I've seen it. You know, I'm always on Business of Fashion, kind of like just watching with my like tea, what's going down. But it does make for good entertainment.
And what about beauty? What do you think West will adopt from Saudi when it comes to some of the beauty tips and beauty habits?
I think if you watch the Kardashians, you can say they already have. I mean, that makeup is our makeup. Like, it's not from RuPaul. It's not from, you know, the Drag Race. It's actually from us, where we have basically done the thick kuhl, the big eyelashes. You know, I'll never forget when I first started with Niche. I did this event in Riyadh, and you know, I was there and I had my scarf on my head, and this girl was like, I can't believe you don't even have your hairs. And I was like, what do you mean my hair? Like, my hair is covered. No one can see it. She was like, we can tell. And then she's like, even your eyelashes. I was like, excuse me. Like, I was being bullied because I didn't have, you know, all this makeup done. And so I think that, you know, for Saudi, our beauty sense has really gone, you know, has really inspired a lot. I mean, if you look, Huda Beauty is from our region. She's based out of Dubai, originally Iraqi. We are really into that. I mean, from before. So beauty has been something, and that industry has been one of our top performing, I would say. And I think that when it comes to inclusivity, it's interesting because in Saudi, we have every shade, when it comes to a Saudi person, we're a melting pot. And so I think for us, even that inclusivity is kind of something that comes natural to us. We're, again, so diverse. We're such a big country when it comes to the different population.
We also had a question from the audience, which you sort of did cover a little bit, but I will ask you, and if there's anything you want to add, please do. How do designers go about culturally inspired design thoughtfully and respectfully?
I think, it's always great to reach out and talk to people. And now with social media, just reach out to your favorite influencers. I'm sure they're happy to help you. And I mean, I think, again, it's about knowing your setting, your context. Like, you don't want to put a girl in a mini skirt in the middle of a very conservative place. It's just the way you wouldn't put a girl in a mini skirt in the Vatican. Know what the context is. And if you don't know that, reach out to people. And you can always reach out to Nish, of course, and we're happy to help. We're Saudi Style Council, I guess, now. So, I mean, the idea is that I would just say talk to as many people as you can that actually are living there, so that you don't, run into those taboos.
And so you've done so much. What is something you haven't done yet that you're planning to in the near future related to your career?
I'm going to announce it. This is an exclusive for you guys. But my plan, my husband's laughing because he's like, yeah, right. I was like, I'm going to retire in 2 years and I want to launch the first, I love that first, but the first digital Saudi influencer avatar. I know that's a lot of words, but basically I'm like very into like Black Mirror, and I really feel like the next influencer is going to be someone that's digital, and I will just control her like Ryan Seacrest and that's it. And I'll just produce her, and that's my plan.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Miriam. This was such a wonderful conversation, and can't wait to see the avatar.
Oh my God, you guys, this was so amazing. And what I was saying before, I was already complimenting you on how much you inspire all of us. But now I didn't know half of what you were doing. Like, I started hearing like the book. Literally everybody in the audience are like, where do I buy the book? We've been like researching on Google. And the fact that like, you're so giving and you give back so much with everything that you do. And I love what you said about just asking when it comes to being thoughtful with like the culture. And I remember when I just recently like did an event with Saudi, it was the first time I had no idea what to wear. And I remember like I took a picture and I guess it showed more of the body than it could in a picture. And someone ran over and they took my phone and they're like, no, you don't post this. And I'm like, next time is just asking, right? To know.
Yeah.
But just like,
you.
It's amazing. And your avatar, oh my gosh, please do that.
That's a good idea. Thank you. I just wanted
to idea.
Oh my husband, it's a good idea.
I love it. When you launch it, please let us know so we can tell everybody about it. No, but this is amazing. And Tijana, your enthusiasm is just amazing. And yeah, we're super excited. And I want to buy that book. So if you can let us all know the link, I can share it.
It's underthebio.com. It's really simple. And 100% of the proceeds go to charity. So thank you guys for supporting.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
So nice talking to you. And thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So that was incredible. As much as people inspire us, it still boggles my mind just how much they're doing. And this is what this platform is all about, is bringing these champion voices to really inspire globally. I mean, we've heard so far from India, from Italy, from Saudi Arabia, and the list just goes on and on. We're ending today in Beijing. So for those of you who just got here, we still have a good 10 hours of programming. We've been at this already for quite a few hours. We started at 8 a.m. But the thing is that the inspiration doesn't stop and the day is just going to get better. So stretch, get some food, get a drink, get yourself ready to keep embarking with us on this journey that we're taking all of you on with the Worldwide Talks. And one thing I didn't do, which we did in the very beginning, but I just have to say again, teamwork. Fashion Ovation, our team is just incredible. This could not have been done without them. It literally takes an army to put together a day like this with over 70 speakers around the world. And we just hope that you guys are really enjoying. And if we're missing something where you're like, I wish there was a little bit more of this, tell us. If we're doing everything right by your book, tell us, because this is how we improve your experience. And as we continue with the worldwide talks, we just keep improving, not only to improve it for us as a platform, but to improve it for all of you who are part of our community. And our community is what makes Fashion Ovation Fashion Ovation. So just super excited to continue on and just keep going. And I just want to say one more time, look at the page where you're looking at my screen right now, where you see me speaking. Look at the buttons below, join our community. We launched our hub. Be a part of the hub, subscribe. It's going to be amazing. We're super excited for this launch. So join our community, donate to get incredible beauty from the favelas a chance to thrive, to give them that opportunity. And look at the 20 brands that we hand selected that are rising stars that you really should get to know. Look at their website, show them some love. If you need to buy something, what's a better time to do it than now? And all of these brands give back. They're sustainable, they're inclusive. They literally check all the boxes off of what Fashion Ovation stands for. And I just have to say one more thing. Thank you, Anita. This dress I am loving. I'm going to be doing 2 outfit changes for 2 causes that we're also supporting, and I will show you those very soon. And the fabulous jewelry from Marco Baga. I am literally obsessed. I may have to call you and you may have to send me an invoice. But with all of that being said, talking about empowerment, this next conversation is just going to blow you off your seat. It's called Fashion is Building a Successful Business. Who doesn't want that, right? And it's going to be with Cristiana Arcangeli, who's a serial entrepreneur and a CEO of Buden and Shark Tank Brazil, alongside Shelly Zales, who's the founder of the Female Quotient. Hi, Shelly.
Hey, how are you, Jordana?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you.
Every time I see you, you look more beautiful and younger, and you're always just like doing so much. You're just such an inspiration. I have to say that.
Oh my God, keep
talking, just look,
girl, talking. I'm like, yeah.
Hi, Cris. How are you?
Hi, Jordana. How are you? Nice to meet you again.
Such a pleasure to meet you again. And I'm so excited for this conversation. I mean, 2 powerhouses, 2 super women about to embark on this conversation that's going to inspire globally. So thank you both so much for being here. And without further ado, Shelly, I'll let you take it over.
Oh,
thank you very much, Shelly. Nice to meet you.
Oh, so nice to meet you too. So first of all, I love your accent. I could talk to you all day long. Tell everyone.
it's a half Brazilian, half Italian, and then half a little bit of English. So it looks like this way.
Well, it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and the combination is just so incredibly powerful. So first of all, welcome. So tell everybody, first of all, who you are and what you do.
So hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Cris Arcangeli. I'm based in Brazil. I'm Brazilian, a little bit Italian, and I've been working with cosmetics and food and beauty from the inside since many years. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've been building companies and brands and selling and rebuilding again from scratch and starting again and again. And so I have 5 brands and 5 companies I have built and founded during these years, 3 exits. And now I have a company which I have started in 2009, which is at that time was a new category by itself, which is Alimetics, beauty from the inside, with using collagen with food, mixing collagen with food. So the first time collagen came out into food, as a powder you can mix into food, or as a drinks, candies, chocolates. This was Beauty in 2009. So we have got more than 24 innovation prizes during these years. And this category today is very big. It's a category worldwide known and selling around between 10 and $12 billion a year and growing. So, and women have to take collagen because intake collagen is it's a way you can be you forever, because collagen is everything about anti-wrinkle, rejuvenation on skin, muscles. I mean, I think it's the biggest protein all over the body, so it's something everybody needs every day.
Well, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you just are the queen of innovation, it seems, and innovation, imagination, reinvention. I mean, I just could, the whole ION is your middle name, I think, because you just keep adding and, you know, going and going. But the whole concept of collagen and food, mixing it together is pretty remarkable. How did you come up with this idea?
So I'm completely addicted into innovation. You're absolutely right. I like transforming markets, transforming ways people do things. And I'm always looking into new opportunities and new ways of doing acting and on every kind of market, but especially into beauty and well-being. And I went to Japan once and I saw a shot of collagen on a shelf on a pharmacy. It tasted horrible, but it was a shot of intake of collagen. And I said, I work with collagen since so many years because I work with collagen forever, right? Since, I don't know, since Mrs. Lauder in I don't know when. So I said, how can we intake collagen? I have to study this. And I had to drink this shot before entering the plane coming back to Brazil, because it changed the law during these that days. So that he said, no, you cannot take the drink with you. You have to throw it away. I said, no, I'm going to drink it. I need the bottle. I'm going to drink it. So I drank it. It was horrible. It really tasted very bad.
Bottoms up like this.
Yeah. And I said, nobody's going to eat this, because food, after all, it has to taste good. Even if it's good for your health, if it doesn't taste good, it won't go into your habit. So I said, okay, so I'm going to take this to Brazil and I have to decide another way to do it, because this shot is unbearable. And I started studying mixing collagen without the flavor into food. So I started with the beauty drink in 2009, then to beauty candy, and then a beauty bar, then Choco Beauty, and then every kind of different kind of product. And we have 5 new SKUs, the number of SKUs we have. And we have an efficiency test that was done in Europe. It proves the efficiency and 20% reduction of wrinkles in 60 days. So it was really a very, very turning point for anti-aging. And since then, we'll be growing this category worldwide.
That's really remarkable. And so you've brought innovation to market so many times. How do you find fashion and innovation coming together, you know, in the marketplace? I mean, you're so successful doing that. Do you see fashion innovation coming together from other brands?
There are so many options and things I've been looking around, but especially biodegradable textiles and packaging, textiles coming from trees, seaweed, orange, you know, so many things, knitting robots, which are incredible when I saw this the first time. So there are so many technologies, new technologies that can be brought into fashion to make this more sustainable, which is everything about ESG today, right? So this is the new trend. So this is what we have to talk about. But when I saw leather from apples, you know, so many new textiles, which is something which is everything is about technology, and we can bring this into fashion.
So what do you think is trendy versus what's going to stick? What's the sticky?
everything is virtual today. I say if your business doesn't go through the mobile phone, you're dead in the next couple of years. So everything is virtual. The virtual fashion shows, the virtual influencers, the digital clothing, right? There's so many. I saw the other day we were into startup competition, and we had a very intelligent girl that brought us a company of digital clothing, and it looks like it's booming. You know, people are already addicted to this, which for me was a little strange when I saw it for the first time. I said, why do you need a digital clothing? And then you start understanding how this can be fun into social media. And social media is taking a lot of our time, right? A lot of the efforts of a lot of people. So it's fun. It's something, it can grow a lot. So I'll be looking into this digital clothing and see how this is if it's gonna really sustain, or if it's something that is gonna be fashion for some time and then.
So whether it's going to be a COVID moment or you think it's going to stay, exactly. The AR, the VR.
Yes. What do you think?
What about wearables?
What do you think about the digital fashion yourself?
Well, listen, I think it's pretty hot. I mean, I think it's pretty amazing, and it feels so real. And I think it's getting better and better and better. And I think COVID has accelerated it. And I think that because we've become so reliant on it right now, I think the one thing it still hasn't given us is the touch, you know, touching the textiles. I think people still want to touch it. And I think you still want to put it on to see what it looks like. Although I think some of the things that you can put it on, and even virtually, you still can see how you look in it. It's getting so good. I think
but it's more as for fun. Sometimes I think it's fun, you know, you're going to have a good time changing clothing and sharing with your friends, more than something that you really want to wear, you know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think everything right now, I think everything is up for grabs, but I think the concept of sharing, I think, is really important. Where do you think we're going with like 3D printing, you know, and are you thinking about that at all?
I haven't studied very much. I've seen very little about it, but I think 3D is a reality in many markets. I saw a building being built in China in hours. I mean, incredible, building. So everything can be done in 3D.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. And what about social media? How do you think that's evolving, you know, the shopping experience?
I think this is, my feeling is this is a reality, and which will grow every day, because it's very easy, very practical. You can see the person you like, or you can see it being worn, and how, and it's a live marketing, actually, right? And I'm all about live marketing. When you see things, you get more close to them, to the product, or to the fashion, or to the product itself. It doesn't matter what. You can see this in live marketing, and the social media is all about live marketing. So I think that sales through social media will grow a lot. I don't know if it's only Instagram, or we're gonna see other new social medias only directed for fashion, only directed for sales, which I think there's a very big opportunity for that.
And the evolution of retail. I mean, are you seeing like TikTok being a new channel for marketing? And, you know, from your experience, I mean, to me, you are just the queen of, you talking, I want to go into your entrepreneurship as well, but let's just go into retail. You know, we have gone from brick and mortar to now this whole e-tail concept. How have you found your business expanding?
everything is digital now. I've been expanding a lot digital because scaling is something that you shouldn't put too much effort on that. You can grow without too much effort. And the social media and the virtual sales are something you can do without too much effort. So it scales very quickly. And so I've been directing a lot of my sales digital, which is not easy. People think, digital is easy. It's not easy. You have to find the real way of doing it. It can be very big, can be a total flop. It's very difficult to find the right way to do it. It depends a lot of your avatar on the other side. Depends very much on what kind of channel you're using, what kind of product you're going, what pricing. So there's a lot of very sensible points, more sensible than when you go retail, normal retail. But when you find the way, can scale very much. So it pays off to try and work and find a way.
Okay, I want to go into the concept because today we're talking about innovation. So I want you to think back to innovation then to innovation now. So think back to your first business you started, of what innovation meant to you then to what innovation means to you now. Think about your first business. What did innovation mean to you then? And what was successful innovation versus innovation to you now? What does it mean?
I think the first word I would say is time. You had more time to work your MVP and to try out things and really go up behind challenges of new products, new way of using products, and the new way of people living with your products and changing habits, but you had time to do this. Mm. The thing is that today we don't have too much time. People want things quicker and quicker and quicker. They don't give their time to try, to understand, to see the effort, which sometimes you need time to show the effort of a change. So you have to be quicker and more dynamic and quicker. So this gives you a challenge to understand if the product is going to be really a fashion, only something that it's a trend that can disappear in a couple of months or a year, or if it's really something that will stay. That's the big challenge today on the innovation, because things are getting in fashion quick and changing very quickly. So sometimes you invest in a innovation, and this needs investment. So you need to go behind this investment and believe on it and invest and change and invest in. Sometimes you have to invest into molds, into different equipments to build something new. And then it starts, and then sometimes the fashion changes in the middle of the way. So it's very difficult. It's more difficult than it was before. You had more time.
Well, what's really interesting is technology has revolutionized, the innovation process, the fashion business exponentially, and with rapid data analysis, which I think has been our best friend, but also, our greatest accelerator. It's helped a lot in terms of, the entire process as well, because it gives us all that data very quickly. Yes. To make some quick decisions. What do you think is the most exciting tool in your toolkit for the innovation to come? What are you the most excited about?
I really think that if you want to scale your business, you need to be in fashion. You have to be the hit of the day, or it doesn't matter which product we are talking about. So I've been talking a lot about this, making your business fashion, And to do that, first thing is to innovate, of course, to anticipate what is the trend, what's the new trend, what people will need. Sometimes they don't know what they need, but you can anticipate what they will need, right? So to try to anticipate the new trend, this is my goal now, This is what we are passionate about. working on every kind of business and markets, and understand what's going to be the new trend. What's something is on the how do you say, consciente coletivo? How do you say? When you're let me find this word in English because I know it only in Portuguese. When it's on your mind, but you don't know yet, you know, people, it's all over. Everybody's thinking about something, but you don't know yet. So try to understand what everybody's trending. Yes.
Foresight.
Sorry?
Foresight. What everyone's, what's out there.
Yeah, what's out there, but everybody's thinking about that, but they don't know. It's not.
They don't know it yet.
It's unconscious. Yes.
Yeah, they don't know. Who are you watching? Who are you watching? Who are you watching, Chris?
I know I love change. I love exchanging markets. For example, I love to see what is the trend into food and bring it to cosmetics. We see what's the trend into cosmetics and see how this can adapt to food. What is the fashion into fashion clothing, and how can this be this? How can this bring a fashion into beauty? So when you overlook all the markets from above, and you can mix the trends between them, it's when many new opportunities come out.
Living on the edge of everything, so that you can take a little of this to a little of that and mix it all up. Which is
when you see a window of a store, for example.
Yeah.
And as an example, when you see a window of a store and walking on the street, and you see windows of a store, and you see colors and kinds of materials, textiles, fabrics, and this can be easily transported into beauty, transported into food, transported into architecture. You know, you can easily start mixing up these markets. So
give me, Chris, an inspiration you saw recently that you said, wow. What was a wow for you recently? Give me a wow.
I was really touched about this virtual clothing. I think there's a lot of it coming out of that thing. You know, It looks like a game, it looks like something fun, but I think there's a lot about people's mentality and why they want to look something which they don't care, they don't have, or they cannot have. You know, it's a lot about how people are thinking on showing themselves, on thinking about being something on social media that sometimes it's not there, and how this can be transmitted into our real life. You know, talks a lot about how the young people, the 2000.
Well, I have to say that you are a wow, and I am watching you. I think that you are a serial entrepreneur worth watching. I think that you are the queen of innovation, and I want to thank you so much for joining us today. So you are colorful, you are bright, and we all have eyes on you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for the nice words, really. Jordana, nice to be here, really. It was sorry for my English is not that good. Since so many months I don't speak English because we've been stuck into Brazil. I've been trying to go to the United States, but it's closed for Brazil since ever. Oh my God.
Well, I have to tell you, first of all, your English is perfect. It's super charming. I love it. And also both of you, like, I didn't expect anything less. You guys were incredible. And I love the back and forth. And I would love for this conversation to continue. So please, let's continue the conversation, because I think there's so much more that you can inspire with, both of you, especially because entrepreneurship is one of our key pillars. And both of you have created incredible companies. And Chris, with what you do with Shark Tank Brazil and inspiring other entrepreneurs is just like incredible. So, and of course, Shelly, with all of the women founders that you work with. So, I mean, I can just go on and compliment you both till like tonight, but you guys are just amazing. And I really say that from the heart. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what more we can do with you and the communities that we can keep bringing together, because like you said, you haven't been able to travel, and we need to bring the world together in some way. And this is the way to do it. And, you know, we're trying to get every time closer to how can we interact more with each other. Today we have a chat box. Next time, maybe we'll have something else that's innovative. So you guys are just amazing. So really, really from the bottom of our heart, thank you both so much for being here. It was amazing.
Jordana, thank you. Chris, I'm going to follow up with you. You're so fantastic.
Thank you, Shelley. It was really nice to meet you. Thank you for nice words. I really would like to know more about you and your companies and what you've been doing. Let's keep in touch.
Con mucho gusto.
Bye.
Bye, girls.
Ciao, Bella.
Bye.
So that was amazing. And all these women entrepreneurs, who else is feeling that? Who else is feeling that there's so many women leaders on the stage today from all over the world making change, paving paths? Like, that's just so inspiring. You know, I mean, not because I'm a woman or anything, but it's just amazing to see, you know, and I think we've come such a long way. So with that, we now have a really special keynote talk where we are going to hear fashion is a palette of choices, creating the right legal strategy to build and grow your brand. And this is something so important and not emphasized enough and talked about enough, especially when it comes to creating a brand or maintaining a brand. And we're going to hear from Laura Ganoza, who's a partner and co-chair of fashion apparel and beauty team at Foley and Lardner. So here we go. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. You look beautiful. And we're so excited to hear from you because, like I said, this is a topic that doesn't get spoken about enough yet. It's so important for every business. So without further ado, I'll let you take over. Thank you so much, Laura.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you all are. My name is Laura Ganoza. I am a partner with the law firm of Foley and Lardner, and I am also the co-chair of Foley and Lardner's fashion, apparel, and beauty group, which I call Foley Fab. And we have an industry group that caters to the fab industries. I call it our coverage from head to toe. And we help brands in all areas of their practice. And for purposes of today, something that we're going to talk about is it's wonderful to have all the creativity that we've been hearing about today, but it's also very important to have a legal strategy. And much like clothing, legal strategies is not a one size fits all. Instead, it could be tailored to your brand and your company, especially depending on what stage you are in the brand and in your corporate development. But one thing is clear, whether you're a startup company and you're just looking for funding, or you're an established brand who's really looking to grow your business and go to the next level and scale it up, or if you're in an acquisition mode where either you're looking to be acquired as a target of an acquisition or you yourself are looking to grow by acquiring, one thing that is common in all things is that you need to have your fashion house in order. And to do that, I like to think about it as kind of your 3 things that you need to do to make sure that your house is in order at all stages of your development of your company. And I call it the IPOs. And it's not the initial public offering, although that could be the case if you grow to that point. I call it the IPOs of I is your intellectual property, P is your policies and procedures and agreements, and O is your ownership. And I'm going to just go through a few of these just to have these things that you should really keep in mind at each stage as you develop in your corporate development and throughout the life of your business. And the first is really near and dear to my heart, intellectual property. I am a trademark lawyer by trade. I help companies from the very beginning of when they're trying to clear their trademarks all the way up to getting them registered, up through getting enforcement and helping them, whether that's before administrative bodies, the trademark office in the US or abroad, or all the way up through federal court litigation if you're seeking to defend your brand against infringers. And to me, I know I'm biased because I'm a trademark lawyer, but to me, for any fashion brand, this is your bread and butter, your intellectual property, your trademarks. Make sure that those are registered. Make sure that you have all the rights to your intellectual property. For example, your logos. Did you have a third party create your logos? Do you have the right agreements in place that assigned that logo to your company? Make sure all of that is in order to begin with. Same with your copyrights. To the extent that you can register your copyrights and get protection for copyrights, make sure that you do so in a timely manner within 3 months of publication before infringement, so you get the full panoply of remedies that you're entitled to, like statutory damages and attorney's fees. And even though in the US, you don't have as broad copyright protection as you may in other countries, or in Europe, for example, you do still have certain rights that you can protect by copyright, like textiles and fabric designs that you develop. So make sure that all that is tidied up and that you get that protection. Also, we have a lot of innovators in this meeting today. And if you have a product that you develop that you invent, or some kind of feature that's novel, you could even get patent protection. That is more difficult in this area, but it's something that is available to have as part of your arsenal of intellectual property rights. And it's most important to get it all done at the beginning. Make sure that you have the correct assignments from your inventors, from your employees, to make sure the company owns all of these rights. If you have an independent contractor doing these things, as many young companies do at the beginning, make sure you have written agreements to make sure all of that goes into the name of the company. So that's the very first thing, your intellectual property. Then your policies. This is the kind of guts of the operation of your business. Employment agreements with all of your employees. Make sure you have those. Social media policies. Make sure everybody knows what they can and, most importantly, what they can't post, in order to make sure that you don't get in trouble by posting content that belongs to somebody else. Your supply agreements. It's important. We're talking about sustainability and making sure there's transparency in brands. Well, make sure that your agreements with your supply company allows you to have those controls in order to make sure that you are able to trace your products and make sure that when you tell your consumer you're sustainable, you have all of that to back it up. So those are very important to have those all implemented. And then the third, and what is very important, especially when investors are looking, is the O for ownership. Make sure this is the corporate governance of your company, and make sure that is all in place. Make sure you know who owns what. Your capitalization table is in place. Make sure that all of those agreements are signed, that you have the right approvals in place for all of that, and you understand what your rights are and what you're giving up, most importantly, if and when you do get investors. So at the end of the day, it's wonderful to understand that growth is a wonderful thing for a company, but at every step of the way while you're growing, there are legal issues that you should really take care of, and make sure that you take care of it the sooner the better, because it's always more expensive to fix problems than it is to start out with everything that you need from the beginning. So I really appreciate the time to talk to all of you about these very important things, and I hope that you found value in it. And now I'm thrilled to be looking forward to kind of the next generation of emerging brands as we talk on the pitch contest. So thank you, Jordana, so much for having me.
Wow, this was so great. And I loved what you ended with. It's so much cheaper to get ahead of the problem than it is to make the problem and then fix it later. And everything you said was so great because, like I said, it's something every company needs, whether it's a startup to someone who's growing to someone who's already there. There's always things that we need more advice on, especially when it comes to the work that you do. So thank you so much for all of the insight and inspiration with everything you just said. And stay here with me, because now we're going to welcome the other judges that are going to be joining you for this competition. So we're also going to welcome here to the stage Sarah Willisdorf, who's the Managing Director and Partner, Global Head of Luxury at Boston Consulting Group, as well as Julia Lucidi, who's international. She's the International Soft Landing Manager at the Cambridge Innovation Center. And last but not least, it's Frederick Timor, who's the Head of Fashion Innovation at the Swedish Fashion Council. So please join us on stage, and we'll start bringing in all of everybody who's pitching.
I'm fine.
You too. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Jordana.
How are you?
Good, doing great. Happy to be here.
Yeah, we're super excited to have you guys. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear us? Sarah?
I can. I can. My video is not working.
Okay. Well, we see you.
I'm gonna log back in. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go.
Now?
We see you.
Okay, I think I was on twice. Hey.
How are you?
Great. How are you going? Hope it's all going really well.
It's going really well. We have people literally from all over the world, more than ever, very global, and they just keep coming in, and we've have another 10 hours to go. So it's quite the marathon day, but we're so thrilled to have all of you here, because you all inspire, you all do incredible work within the organizations that you work with and the companies that you work with. So we're going to bring in now all of the pitches that are going to be pitching some incredible companies. So we have Eve's Disclosure and Visa, Pickups Moby, Spruce, The Fitting Room Canada, and Threefolds. And hi, everyone. Thank you guys for joining. So what I'm going to ask everyone who is pitching is to shut off your camera and your microphone. And once I call your name, you will put your camera and your mic on, you will pitch. And then once you're done, we'll take it from there, and I'll keep asking people to come on if that works for everybody. So the first person that we have with us is with Eve's Disclosure. I'd love for you to introduce yourself, talk to us about your company, and here we go. Start your 5 minutes.
Okay, I really need to share actually my screen. I need to share my screen. I'm sorry.
We see it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Ooh, pause. Okay, hi, ciao. My name is actually Camilla Bottari, and I'm Italian, and I'm really the founder of this brand. How do we started? I went on a romantic weekend to visit my boyfriend in Sweden from New York City. My luggage never arrived, and I'm in only sweatpants. I then spent 4 hours looking everywhere for a pair of panties. Yeah, that could be seen by my hot date, and at the same time, do not harm my vagina. My research ended with a basic brief. Why that's so? Because I'm an allergy sufferer since a young age. In and out gynecologists shaming my body for unrealistic body expectation. But I've found that I'm not alone. 70% of USA households suffer from allergies. 91% of women are unhappy with their bodies, and 73% of women are confused about what a vulva is. This is insane. With that said, with every problem, there is a business to be made. There is a gap in the market. Women can only choose between sexy and polyester or sustainable and, oh my God, what I'm wearing. Currently, the market shows the Madonna, the one meeting the man's desire, or the Mary, the one accepting granny panties as the only thing really they can actually be wearing. Why that's so? Where is the everyday woman that she really need actually to be feeling sexy and healthy at the same time. Women need sexiness, health, and comfort. Our mission with our brand is on health, conscious, and confident, and comfortable panty brand that promotes knowledge and pleasure as a right for all the women. The vision is to provide the world with health and knowledge. It's a new era. The health is sexy. The rise of our brand. We enter basically the market with the 4 pair of panties, the everyday black panties, with the raw cut edges, antimicrobial finishing, very comfortable, New York City produced, and sexy as hell. We are the first certified panty brand that combine tencel modal, a textile made of actually wood pulp, which combined with the Ionic Plus, which is anti-odor and basically antimicrobial, with the antimicrobial finishing. Because no woman actually will say, but we all really concerned how do we smell down there. Okay, and here we are with our basic target audience. Kate, which is our everyday woman, which is actually 25, she's single, she lives in an apartment, and she has a full-time job. With that said, we found basically the white space in the market with our actually competitor in our research. We found that there is a white space in the sustainable and the average priced. Even if we are by now actually priced at basically $30 by manufacturing New York City, we are on a mission to reduce our price because we really think that health should be available for everybody. And we are basically also on a mission to do high quality and really trendy panties. We are already made 4 models, is 2 cheeky bikini and 2 tongue, high waist, basically and regular. A healthy body is a beautiful body, no matter what size you are. We have been testing the market with our demo product for the past 6 months, and we are really excited to launch in the fall. Okay, then here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is
Thank you so much, Camila. We're going to actually give feedback and questions at the end of all of the pitches, but that was really great. And if you can now turn your camera and your video off and stay on the screen, because next we are going to hear from the second pitch, which will come from Invisa. So please turn your camera on and your microphone off, introduce yourself and your product, please.
What the hell? You can't hear that?
No, there's no volume.
Hold on. I'll open it up again. Shit. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Okay. Technical difficulties. Give me a second. I'm just going to pitch. Shoot. I can't get... Okay. Hello, my name is Robert Indoska, and I'm introducing Invisa, makers of concealed, self-charging, wearable health and fitness trackers. I'm a company majority owned and founded and led by women. Our business is self-charging wearable health and fitness trackers concealed in shoes with footstep power to recharge the battery. Today's issues with trackers in the marketplace, they need frequent recharging. We don't have that problem. Trackers are not accurate. We don't have that problem. Trackers are not hidden. We don't have that problem. And trackers apps do not provide predictive wellness monitoring with feedback with actionable insights. Ours does. Our first product revenue streams will come from business to consumer sales of smart insoles with footstep power and apps. We will then expand into B2B sales and licensing of our wireless sensor platform with footstep power to shoe and insole companies. We'll provide subscription app upgrades for health and sports. We'll actually do advertising via the apps and sports. Why buy our product? Because ours don't need recharging. Ours are hidden. We keep your fashion fashionable. And all of our sensors are highly accurate. We have focused on that. Our go-to-market roadmap is the Invisisole 1.0 and its apps. This is for everybody. This is for you. You are the customer. We want to make you more healthy and fit and a little bit more fashionable too. We do this by providing predictive wellness feedback. We do this by providing highly accurate sensor data to keep you more fit. And we do this by hiding our wearables inside your shoes as insoles. Our Invisisole 2 then incorporates GPS, has all the features of the 1.0, but at the same time, we can find your loved ones lost or incapacitated through the app. So you can find your loved ones, they can find you. We will expand to health-driven, health-based analytics that drive advertising so that you see a way to become more healthy and fit, and also you see an app, advertisements. Therefore, it's a win-win situation for both sides. It's highly ethical this way. Our go-to-market strategy, again, is B2C sales of smart insoles and apps through various channels, such as Kathy Ireland Worldwide, our partner. And then B2B sales, again, of our wireless sensor platform to all these various companies, shoe companies and insole companies down below. We just received today our first letter of intent by two B2B customers from Sweden. I'm not going to pronounce that name. I'm just going to call it GOL. They provide orthotic insoles, custom orthotic insoles, and Stina J, which is high-end women's shoes for women. Our markets are huge because we're selling into the shoe and insole industry. Therefore, our served addressable market is $369 billion US, which is only 60% of the potential worldwide smart shoe market. We will make $310 million in 5 years, which is less than 0.1% of the served addressable market. Smart insoles and smart watches, well, they're just not, they don't have all the functionality that I want, and battery life doesn't last too long, and it gets worse over the year. Our smart insoles, without any steps per day, last 2 weeks, and then over 1,000 steps, just 1,000 steps in a day. Most people get 2,000 steps in a day. You can keep your battery full forever. Our insole price target for Invisisole 1 is $299.99, and our Invisisole target price is $349.99, both with approximately 60 to 65% gross margin. What's the risk? Competition. There's a lot of wearables out there, but our product is like no other. We provide predictive wellness feedback. There's no recharging required, highly accurate data, and they're concealed for your fashion. And then on top of that, we have Kathy Ireland to help get our message out there to increase our sales. Our team is amazing. It's like no other. 250 years of experience, balanced team between men and women. Please check out our website for more details. Also, our advisory board for more details. Our exit plan is acquisition. We just opened up a seed round of $7 million. If you're interested in investing, please contact me. How do we protect your money that you've invested? Through patents, through trademarks, through our vast know-how and our amazing worldwide network. Invisa wants you because you're like no other. Please join our early adopter program that starts today. Our insoles are 30 to 47% off with apps at wholesale price for 12 months. visit our online store, apply the discount code COVID-19SAFE. Thank you. My name is Robert Adoska, CEO of Invisa. This is my contact information. If you'd like to invest, please contact me.
That was great. Thank you so much, Robert. I'm very excited to see what the judges have to say as soon as we finish with all the pitches, but thank you. That was really well done. So if you can just shut your camera and your mic off, and we'll bring you back soon. So the next pitch is from Pickups Moby. If you could please turn on your camera, turn on your mic, and pitch. We would love to hear who you are and about the company, please.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you for having me at this event. I'd like to start off by asking you all a few questions. How many times have you purchased an item and realized that it doesn't fit in your car? How many times have you purchased something online to only receive it days and/or weeks later? And how many times have you rented and/or borrowed a family or friend's vehicle to help with that delivery? My name is Nick Romeo, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Pickups. Today, I'm here to explain how I and the founding team came up with a solution to the problems just mentioned, which led us to develop a company called Pickups, an everything on-demand delivery platform that connects consumers with crowdsourced drivers to deliver goods anytime, anywhere, no matter the quantity and/or size. Please take a moment to sum that up in a minute video.
Have you ever purchased something from a store that's too big for your vehicle? Or had to ask a friend to borrow their truck or rent a van to get it delivered? Have you ever needed a parcel or item delivered the same day? Or received Frank's hot sauce for taco night instead of Tabasco sauce from your grocery store? Welcome to Pickups, your everything on-demand delivery app. There really isn't anything we won't pick up for you. The app is super easy to use. Order and pay for your item or groceries online through your favorite retailer, then upload a receipt or image through the app. Place a pickup request and a local driver will be dispatched on demand to pick up and deliver your item to your home. It's that easy. For larger items, our cool AR feature allows you to match your item with the appropriate size vehicle to ensure that it's delivered safely and promptly. You can even track your order and receive notifications of your delivered item. With a low flat fee for our home essentials, groceries, and more categories, and our competitive rates for home furniture and others, we save you time and money. Head over to the app to discover your new experience in on-demand delivery made simple. Pickups, your everything on-demand delivery app.
So we've developed an algorithm that automatically matches the item size, quantity with the appropriate vehicle. We have the ability to place a delivery request in under 2 minutes, and Pickups leverages this crowdsourced driver pool, utilizing our technology to deliver on demand and in real time. We are currently completing deliveries across all verticals, from grocery to clothing, all the way to home furniture and home improvement, parcels, and documents. We service multiple sectors, from retail, marketplaces, businesses. And this is our validation. This is where customers are using us at a glance in our local market. The retail advantage of using Pickups is our drivers are not shoppers. The customer belongs to the retailer and 100% of their margin stays with them. And not only that, they offer full transparency of the delivery leg to their consumer. Our customers have the ability to place a same day, scheduled, and in 1 hour delivery. They save time and money by shopping from their favorite brand or store, and we're a one-stop shop for all their delivery needs. Our drivers have the opportunity to earn more. They have the freedom to earn on their own time, and they have less liability picking up goods rather than picking up and dropping off people. It is estimated that by 2022, the last mile market to be $51 billion. 55% of people right now buy online and pick up in store, and we've built our financial model around this. 56% of millennials want same-day shipping, and 76% of retailers use store inventory to fulfill online orders, which is causing a surge in last mile fulfillment. When you look at the competitive landscape and the other companies, which you guys all know of these big brands, they're focused on the meal delivery space. And when you go to traditional courier, well, not to throw anyone, but next day in a week, we call it the snail service. Pickups delivers on demand and delivers everything. Our app user interface was built with simplicity in mind, with an AR feature where you get to hover over your object just in case you forgot that measuring tape. Our driver interface was built with the driver in mind. They get to receive a delivery request based on their location, view their live earnings, and also see the milestone that they'd like to achieve for that day in terms of earnings. We had to fast forward 3 years based on our business model because we had a huge demand of partnership requests. And this has led us to develop Pickups Plus, our new enterprise solution that'll have full integration with businesses, retailers. You'll have full analytics of your fulfillment, pending orders, and most importantly, the ability to place one order and 1,000 with automatic route optimization. We are a true hybrid system now, and the next evolution of Pickups is coming in this next quarter. We are proud to announce in less than a year, we have acquired over 5,500 drivers and are one of the only logistics platforms that truly has its own crowdsourced network. We have acquired over 4,000 plus happy customers. We have raised $1 million to date. Our business model works on a 60-40 rev share split, 60% going to the driver and 40% going to the platform. We'd like to show you the opportunity that if we just remained in our local market and captured 2% of the Ontario market, our good scenario is showing 21 plus projected revenue. If we fast forward and take 1% of strategic cities in the US or 3.5% of the rest of Canada, we are at over 200 million. The opportunity speaks for itself. We are a team of 9 people, and the founding team consists of Peter Backett, who has an knack for connecting people and creating opportunities, Simon Kowali, who is our logistics guru, one of the best in our industry, Adit Chaudhry, who is our technology lead and has been instrumental in developing our enhancements and technology, and Noman, who is our AKA numbers guy, who keeps us in check for our trajectory and success. I want to leave you guys with one thing. We are on a mission to harness the power of freedom, leveraging technology to build the largest global logistics marketplace. We are your next unicorn, and we are going to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Nick. That was really well done. We're excited to see what everybody has to say at the end. So if you could just shut off your camera and mic, and we'll be with you soon. Next, we have Spruce. If you'll please unmic and on video, if that's a word, and let us know who you are and about your company, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paige, and my company is Spruce. Before I get into my presentation, I would just like to show you a quick video introducing my company. Nearly 1 million people enter New York City every single day for work. This represents approximately 20% of the entire city's workforce. The problem? People who live in big cities are always on the go and don't always have the luxury of going home in the middle of the day to freshen up. Packing a bag and carrying all of your toiletries and other basic necessities that you know you'll need for the day is a nuisance. Additionally, trying to find a safe and clean space to freshen up is nearly impossible. My name is Paige McConney, and I am the CEO and founder of Spruce. Spruce is a walk-in refresh lounge designed for busy professionals, tourists, and daily commuters like yourself to pass time in between destinations. Now, I know I'm not alone in feeling the frustrations of having been in between destinations with no place to change, sit down, or even just use the restroom. Why are there no affordable destinations that answer these needs? Well, here are a few issues. Since there are a lack of designated places to pass time in between destinations, we'll often find ourselves stopping into a coffee shop or a hotel or a bar just to pass the time. We'll end up purchasing something we don't actually want so we can stay inside the venue. Most venues, especially post-COVID, won't allow you to use their facilities without being a paying customer. Additionally, members-only clubs who might offer the similar amenities are very exclusive and often very expensive. We heard you, and we've come up with a solution. We'll offer a 15-minute bathroom pass for those quick in and out visits, a 60-minute pass for $19.99, and a $200 monthly unlimited pass, which will give you unlimited access to any and all Spruce locations. This will give you access to reservable showers, charging stations, a Spruce Up station for those quick touch-ups, complimentary water, tea, and coffee, customizable toiletry packages, 24-item hour storage, beer and wine, and We will be partnering with small businesses, female-owned and minority-owned businesses who create self-care and wellness products. Oftentimes, I've gone into hotels and gyms and felt excluded by the products that they offer. It just doesn't work for my skin. But I assure you, when you come into Spruce, you'll feel thought of. We're targeting socially active professionals between the ages of 22 and 45 who love to travel, prioritize health, beauty, and wellness, and like to have fun. Our target demographic values personal care products, services, and experiences. Spruce is going to provide all three. They're also the generation that is willing to pay for convenience and immediate gratification. A few of our competitors. One is Eden. Their first location was located in Hudson Yards, and they offered workspaces, phone booths, nap pods, and meditation areas. Post-COVID, they more transformed into a workspace. On Soleil, they just finished up their 3-month pop-up location in a Refinery Hotel. Very much like Spruce, they provide a chic, modern lounge for on-the-go professionals, and it gives you a place to refresh, recharge, and relax. Soho House, while this is, I would consider to be an indirect competitor, it's a very exclusive members-only club. You have to work in a creative field. You must know a few people who are in good standing to be considered for an application, and as you can see, it can be very pricey. I currently have a live crowdfunding campaign that launched on August 11th with I Fund Women. My goal is $300,000, and this will fund my mobile unit, pop-up locations, hiring, app development, and website creation. I come with over 10 years of experiential agency experience, including project staff, talent management, concept creation, development, and program execution for some of the world's largest brands. Over the next 36 plus months, I have an ambitious business roadmap, but in addition to increasing my social media following, networking, and promoting my crowdfunding campaign, after I reach my crowdfunding goal, I'll start the production of my custom mobile vehicles and pop-ups. After testing different East Coast markets in Boston, Chicago, Miami, and Atlanta, I'll enter my seed stage funding round for additional Spruce locations. Once I've secured funding, I'll open additional locations, launch Spruce Mobile for rent, and long-term goal is franchise. Thank you guys so much for listening, and here we go.
Thank you so much, Paige. That was great. Great job. If you could just shut off your mic and your video, and we'll get back to you at the end of all of this. So that would be great. And then next we have, let's see here. So next we have the Fitting Room Canada. If you could unmic and yeah, put your video on, and we're excited to hear you. Are you there? There you are. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Hi there, guys. My name is Kirill, and I'm the CEO of The Fitting Room. We're building the world's first two-sided custom fit clothing marketplace that infuses the best elements of brick and mortar with the best elements of online shopping. Customers are able to create an accurate 3D avatar of themselves with just their smartphone, and then visualize in 3D how custom fit garments actually drape on their true-to-life avatar in real time using real-world physics. For brands, we're creating the world's first intelligent demand PLM that empowers any brand to seamlessly transition from a mass production model to a scalable version of the made-to-order production model. Our technology is purposely built to solve some of fashion industry's biggest problems, not the least of which is the 40% overproduction. That's right, 40% of all garments that are manufactured are never purchased, and 84% of them are either incinerated or end up in the landfill. Moreover, about 50% of all online apparel purchases are returned. Not only is this operationally inefficient, not sustainable, but it screams a clear signal that traditional mass sizing simply does not fit for the average consumer, and there's more data to back that up. Now, how does our system work? It's pretty simple. Simply scan your avatar with your smartphone, shop on our marketplace, customize your look, and ultimately try on your custom fit garment on your true-to-life avatar. To get started, simply download our native application, follow our simple onboarding, put on some skin-tight clothing, put in your height. From there, all you have to do is put your phone on a tabletop, take a few steps back, and then spin around in a 360-degree motion. From there, our algorithm does the rest. All in, including the avatar generation time, the whole process takes less than 5 minutes. As it currently stands, we already have a 97% accuracy for our avatar reconstruction. To put that in perspective, that's far more accurate than being measured by a professional tailor. And moreover, we've actually just had another technological breakthrough that's going to allow us to achieve 98.5% accuracy by the end of the year. Once you've created your avatar, simply go into our website. We're currently running a private beta with a special test female collection. Simply log in. I'm currently logged into Tina's website, Tina's account, one of my female co-founders, and then click on the item that you like. Let's say you selected this dress. Very shortly, we'll be adding a customization feature that's going to allow you to change different elements about the item, maybe change its length, add some sleeves, etc. Whenever you're ready, simply press the try on button, and we're actually going to change the base pattern of the garment to fit your unique body shape. As you can see, we've already achieved a very high level of photorealism. To do so, we actually take the physical fabrics and we actually scan them through 2 hardware machines. The first one obtains its physics properties. How does it stretch? How does it bend, etc. The second machine obtains its texture properties. How does light actually refract from this particular fabric so we can create a high resolution rendering? What obviously you're seeing right now is a 3D rendering still, but we're actually in the process of upgrading our system to be a 3D rendering scene. What this can actually allow us to do, firstly, is actually match the skin tone of the end consumer to that of the avatar. And secondly, it's going to allow the end consumer to actually play around with the 3D object and look at the garment from many different angles. We're in the process of upgrading the photorealism of the scene. And as soon as it's as photorealistic as our 3D stills, we'll be integrating it into the website. You can expect it to be integrated in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Here's the made to fit algorithm actually working. This particular dress was made just for Tina, using the algorithm, and as you can see, it fits her perfectly. Now, we've also created a very easy workflow for the designers. All the designer has to do is to upload a 2D pattern or a 3D asset. From there, we'll showcase their garments on the marketplace. Once a customer finds something that they like, using the made-to-fit algorithm, we actually produce a final production-ready pattern that we actually send off to the manufacturer. This can be one of their partner manufacturers or one of ours. For us, it doesn't matter. Our system works with anybody's system. All in, the whole process for the end consumer takes less than 2 weeks. Now, the market opportunity is absolutely ginormous. Our version of the made-to-order production model works for any high-end, bridge, or mid-tier brands. Think the $80 price point. So brands like Aritzia and above. What this means is that our SAM in just the regions below is $276.5 billion and will grow to $522 billion by the year 2030. Our business model is simple. We simply take a 10% commission fee for allowing the brands to use our technology as well as our marketplace platform. Now, when we look at the competitive landscape, I think a corporate VC that we spoke with recently said it best. What's really unique about our system is not just the individual technological components, but it's how they fit into one singular end-to-end solution. It's this end-to-end solution that can actually empower any brand to seamlessly transition to a scalable version of the made-to-order production model. Now, none of this would be possible without my amazing team. I myself bring the business acumen. Advait is our technology who is a published researcher in computer vision and distributed systems. Tina is our fashion expert, having spent more than 10 years working with various brands. To round out the team, we have 3 amazing PhDs and postdocs in computer vision, as well as other wonderful fashion industry professionals. Now, if you're an end consumer and you'd love to join our private beta, simply go to thefittingroom.tech and request early access. If you're a brand or an investor and you can see the limitless potential of the technology that we have, we'd love to speak with you, so reach out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kirill. That was really well done. And we'll see you at the end when everyone gives their feedback. And so if you could just shut off your camera and your mic, and we'll see you soon. And last, but certainly not least, we have threefold. So if you could please unmic and put your video on and introduce yourself and your company, that would be great.
Absolutely. All right, can everyone see? Awesome, great. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Jessica Kelly, and I'm the founder and CEO of Threefold. Before I get into explaining how we're helping fashion industry be better, I am going to take you back 10 years. I have worked in this fashion industry for a decade. I've worked with hundreds of brands, big and small, top brands in the industry, and I started to feel a disconnect that I'm sure many of you have felt as well, between all of the hustle and work I was doing and the deeper meaning and impact that was having. At the same time, some things were coming out in our industry about the hidden human exploitation and pollution issues that were going on in our supply chain. And I began to figure out what I could do to make a difference, but also kind of wondering why more change wasn't being made faster. I mean, obviously, these things are really terrible problems. And it's actually because the solution is quite unclear. You see, most production professionals at apparel brands don't actually know the standards that go into sustainability or in factories to ask the right questions and make the right decisions. And they're working about 80 hours a week, so they don't really have the time to learn. Similarly, garment factories tend to have pretty poor websites, and they're struggling to really stay in business. They're super busy with a very low profit margin. So they're essentially hiding in plain sight. So how are we getting these brands to find these factories? Threefold is the solution. Threefold is a tech platform providing apparel brands with access to an ethical supply chain and sustainability training so they can grow for people, planet, and profit. Now, how it works is a production director at an apparel brand will sign on. They get access to our full database of ethically certified factories. They can message the factory. They can request pricing. They can see all of the capabilities the factory has, including a two-sided review system so they can see other peer reviews from past production projects. And most importantly, once they go into production with the factory, they stay on the same page like a project management, a simplified PLM, if you will. So the factory and the brands can both see the design details, the messaging back and forth, as well as updates on what they're supposed to do next and any deadlines they're missing. So it's keeping track of that progress and letting them know what to do at each step of the way. And what's most interesting actually is that the size of the market that's biggest in their spend and their impact for sustainability right now are the mid-price brands under 100 million in revenues. This is a $200 billion market. And what they're doing is setting their strategy and their goals. And the very first thing they do after they've done that is they attack their supply chain. Where can we be better? Where is that going to make that biggest difference? And the problem there lies that the supply chain has traditionally been very clunky, very archaic. But as we have all been forced to go digital in the last year and a half, it is rapidly innovating right now. And we are seeing that expected to be over $37 billion by 2027. And everyone in this space is really about under 6 years old. That's a very new space, and Threefold stands out for a few key reasons. We are the only platform that is offering unlimited access to our entire database of fully vetted factories based on standards. So you're only seeing what you want to work with. Our factories are all overseas, where 97% of the supply chain currently exists. And then we have that project management tool. So we're really alleviating a lot of those headaches and stress that both sides experience on the production side. And then we are one of the only platforms that's identified education as a key component in both of our customer problems. Is how do we make the best decisions in such overwhelming information? Our business model is a two-sided marketplace. So brands access the platform with an annual membership, and factories are charged on commission with new production business that comes their way. We find this to be easier for factories to join risk-free and be listed on our platform, which only gives our brands more options. From there, we have training, which is a la carte, so they can elect to get as much training or as little training as they need. And this has really helped us to grow our revenue and grow our brand awareness. We've been fortunate to be working and have sponsorships with a lot of incredible leading companies, both in and outside of fashion. We've gotten great press, as you saw on my main page, in Forbes, Business Insider, Women's Wear Daily. And we now have 30 factories on the platform from Guatemala to Sri Lanka and 20 brands. The platform itself just launched in June. So we are really excited for the potential that we have to go from here. Speaking of, we are already in works with getting Theory and Helmut Lang on the platform. We have other brands interested. We just partnered with Liberty Fairs to start working with their brands in their trade show. And we are in the final rounds for a fashion tech accelerator in Milan. So we're very excited for what's to come. And we have a really key team that's making this happen. Everyone on our board of advisors and our team comes from top industry leaders, companies in the industry. And our team of 4 engineers in Bangladesh has worked with me for 3 years building this platform. And because they're in Bangladesh, it does allow us to keep really low cost while we are in these early stages of growing, especially. So as we are looking to scale up, we are solidifying those strategic partners and really making that a big part of our strategy, since this is a very referral heavy side of the industry. So that's trade shows, certifications, and then like-minded communities like Shopify that are going to have those brands. We're doing training, seminars, and everything like that, getting those referrals in the door. And as we expand, we're going to be going into textiles too, so that we can start allowing brands to expand more of their supply chain and making better sourcing decisions. We're currently fundraising $500,000 in pre-seed so that we can hire our team full-time and go into a specific development push to get those textile mills built and onboarded onto the platform, as well as launch a sustainability resource center so that we can give regular training to our brand members, as well as fill the gaps with all the unsexy things you have to figure out as a brand in sustainability: low carbon emission shipping, sustainable packaging, all of these things that you may not know where and what to buy and what to look for. So this kind of tech connectivity and the impact it's already having is happening right now on the platform. We are putting brands in touch and in production with factories who are employing women in areas where there is zero job opportunity. They are creating cleaner communities, and it is happening right now. So I would invite all of you to join us in this mission. We are very excited to build a fashion industry for people, planet, and profit. Thank you.
Really great job. And I'm so excited all of these shining stars that are on the stage. It's just amazing. So we're actually now going to have, if everybody can turn your cameras on, we're actually going to have each of the judges, some give feedback and questions to 1, some to 2. We'll start with Sarah Wollersdorf. If you would like to go, we'd love to hear feedback and any questions that you have.
Great. And so I think I'm giving feedback on Eve's disclosure. So thank you for the presentation. It was great. I love that I love the concept. I also love that you started with like a consumer friction that you'd obviously felt yourself. I had a couple of questions. So one, I was actually curious, Eve's disclosure as a name. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, so, okay. So we're referring as basically Eve as basically the first woman, and so Eve, she sold basically herself to polyester, so is the apple, and then basically after basically all the journey to the apple, polyester, and so on, she decided basically to go back to the leaf, to the organic and also botanic origin, and also basically to divulge and to educate women basically about all of the section and why choose actually sustainable rather than polyester, which is
that's the disclosure part. Okay, got it. And then, sorry, a second question. I think you mentioned that current price, I know you guys are working on the price, was 30, was it 35? What was the price? Was it 35?
$30.
Okay. And is it, what's the margin? What's the current margin and future plan for margin?
With actually the future plan, so we did actually a demo production. With the demo production, yeah, the price is really high. We hope basically to get off with 15 on actually $20 in basically the next year or so.
And do you have an idea of what margin you'll be expecting on that price?
What does it mean exactly?
The margin, sorry, the difference between the cost of manufacturing and the price you're selling?
Basically the double. If I will actually do act by myself or basically in retail will be different, obviously.
Okay, great. And then, sorry, last quick question. Have you already had consumer product testing? Are there people testing?
They already bought it. Yeah, they already bought it. They're already happy. I needed to change only basically a few things and to basically improve others. But I mean, basically the product, it's okay, it's working. We had positive feedback and everybody said, oh my God, it's really as you do not really wear anything. So
Great.
It's really good.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I know we don't have much time, so I'll get to the next person.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And at the end, we're going to be able to announce tomorrow, after everybody kind of gets together and figures out who is the winner. We'll announce it tomorrow in a newsletter. But thank you so much for being here. And yeah, so inspirational. And I know you can inspire all of these people on stage. So I appreciate you, Sarah. Next, we have Frederic. He's going to be speaking to Invisa.
Yeah, thank you a lot for your presentation. And it's pronunciated Gå och löp labbet. And I do understand that that's hard to pronounce it.
Yes, I call it GOL.
Yeah, I understand that. So thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions built into one, and I think you can answer them in one go. One is, do you design your own PCBs? What type of connectivity do you use, and what type of sensors in your hardware?
So all of our sensors, to answer the last one first, are 100% consumer off-the-shelf products. We haven't developed any of them ourselves. So our first product will be 100% consumer off-the-shelf. These are pulse ox sensors from Maxim, IR temperature sensors from Melexis in Belgium. Melexis is the fourth largest automotive and IC manufacturer in the world. Analog Devices, ST Micro from Italy, again, all consumer off the shelf. And what was the first part of the question?
If you design your own PCBs.
Yes, so we design our own PCBs with our own internal electronics team, headed by my COO and chief engineer, who I can't mention his name at this moment because of his current employment situation. But he has a PhD in electrical engineering, 35 years experience. And then we have a director of electronics who's got, I believe, over 30 years experience working for many, many companies. And then his wife, Gigi, I shouldn't have said her name, but she's an electrical engineer, and she does all the layouts, and they do all the ordering. She's originally from Vietnam, and everybody is a founder in the company.
Okay, I have two, if you can just answer this very quickly. Do you have built-in GPS, or you use the phone, and what's the production cost of the PCB? And who do you use as a producer, if you can?
I'm not going to say who we use to produce the PCBs, because we use various ones. It's a flexible PCB made with polyimide, so it's a very flexible carbon-based PCB platform, very, very thin. I think it's a half 0.5 millimeters or 0.8 millimeters thick. This is one unit that goes into the insole, so we can put it in ourselves, or we can provide it to others to put it into their shoes and insoles. The production facility that we're using for the polyurethane, though, I will say who that is, and that's Polylabs from Maine. So when we develop and design the PCB ourselves, we have it manufactured here in the United States, and then we ship it to Maine. They put it into the polyurethane process and mold it in a high production facility. Maine used to be a very high manufacturing state, especially for shoes, and everything's made in the USA.
Okay.
And I think you asked me one other question, actually, and I didn't answer it, was what's the connectivity? And it's Bluetooth low energy. So it's intermittent, and we choose that to lower the power consumption, but also for people who are EMF sensitive, we want to make sure that people that's taken into account.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think we're out of time now.
Thank you so much. So yeah, just thank you for your time. And I know that we have a lot more that we can talk about, but everyone will connect, and we'll be able to do a lot more after this to be able to get the winner tomorrow. So next we have Julia, who's going to be asking a question to Pickups and Disperse. Julia?
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. So I wanted to first give some feedback to Nick. Nick, you did an excellent presentation. I was really impressed by your energy. You started with some really great reflective questions that really put us kind of in your customer's shoes and feeling that pain point. So really, really great job. In my opinion, the video wasn't even necessary. I think you just do a really good job explaining what the solution is. and the energy that you bring and kind of the thought-provoking questions to me were way more powerful than kind of listening to a video. So I just wanted to really give you a thumbs up for just how you communicated and the energy that you brought to the presentation. I was also really impressed by the market opportunity that you pointed out, not only in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, but also in the United States. I'd be very curious to hear what your US entry strategy would be looking like.
Yeah, so right now we went in the last year. Thank you for the feedback, by the way, and it's noted, and I'll take that into consideration. So right now we're focused in our local market. We went from MVP to live in the market. And now that we've built our business model, not only from a support and infrastructure perspective, but also from a marketing and sales perspective, we are looking at scaling probably within the next year coming into the US. So we're just perfecting Toronto and probably even sooner. We have 2 cities in mind. One of them is, I'm not going to mention, but it's on the East Coast and the other one's on the West Coast. Right now we're just perfecting our growth strategy in terms of bringing in the key people that can help us with scalability, because I don't know if you guys are aware, but when you're building a crowdsourced platform, you're leveraging the public, and that is support heavy. So for us, we have to ensure that we're meeting the regulations as we come into the local market. And this is why we've picked the US versus moving into Europe. But we've just given you a hint of our kind of 3-step process of coming in US, and then we're going into Europe.
Great. That's a segue to my next question, which is, what were some of the biggest learnings that you've had from like your initial product and how it's evolved? And how do you see it actually optimizing, growing to become better from possibly the learnings you've had in the past and maybe challenges that you foresee coming up in the future?
Yeah, for sure. Great question. I think that when you're looking at building technologies, industries are changing very, very rapidly and fast. So you have to be adaptable and have the ability to pivot. So when we first came out, we built an app that was consumer centric. And then we realized that there was a huge demand in just retail and partnership where we weren't built for it. So it was key for us, and I think a learning lesson for other people looking to get into any type of building out technology is that what you're building is not going to be the end all, and you're going to be constantly enhancing, and you've got to be prepared to fail, even when you're building out the next big thing. So one of our major lessons was, the demographic that you think you have sometimes can be a lot bigger, and fast growth is not always a recipe for sustained success. So I think you have to, crawl, walk, and then run. And that was a big eye opener for us.
And I noticed that you mentioned there was kind of like these 2 main audiences, one being kind of the person who uses Instacart kind of for my personal use, and then kind of this like partnerships, corporate needs. Which one do you see growing more? And actually, how many users do you have for each category?
You know what? Listen, for the app side, the numbers you've seen, we had to really be conservative, because then we would get a lot of people saying you're unrealistic. But on the app side, the consumers are population. So that's a big market, but that's very marketing heavy. So there's a lot of upfront costs to build that. On the partnership side, though, that's where the volume is, and that's where the sustainability is. So it's twofold. So we see a huge opportunity on the retail side. But listen, we're helping the retailer, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to run into a situation where you bought a home furniture, or let's say you bought a piece of clothing that you wanted it that evening. It's really hybrid. So they're both big. Our back 5 is the user. Our front 3 is the partnerships.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate it. Loved learning about your business. I'm going to now head over to Paige. Paige, thank you so much for your presentation. You were super well spoken. I loved the concept, and the space rendering to me was really, really helpful. I'm under the impression it was a rendering, right?
It was, yes, correct.
Okay, awesome. So I love that you're going for crowdfunding. That's really, really, really exciting. And I think it gives like a velocity and kind of flexibility to your business. How much are you aiming for, and what are you going to do with money?
$300,000 is my goal. And that will be to fund a mobile unit and 2 pop-up locations. Additionally, app creation and website creation.
Okay, awesome. And what does your team look like that's supporting you? Are you a 1-person show, or How's it
right now? I am a one-person show. Eventually, I would like to transition over to working with a partner. But again, I have over 10 years of experience in experiential, and I've worked with a lot of big brands from concept creation all the way through ideation. So I have a good sense of how to get it off the ground, but I know that I will absolutely need help. And that time is coming, so.
It seems that with the volatility of real estate, a pop-up could be a really interesting solution for that. I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you've selected the cities. You mentioned Miami, Atlanta, Boston. So Boston is super connected. There's a lot of transportation. You can walk by foot a lot. Whereas Miami and Atlanta are super poorly connected cities. You have to have a car. Right. So, I mean, what goes into kind of the logic of selecting a city? I feel like the mobility aspect is really big, perhaps also the real estate pricing. So dive into that a little bit deeper for me.
Sure. Well, I'm currently living in New York City. And my thought in creating Spruce, a place to pop in between destinations. So I was targeting cities that have bustling nightlives for where the population, my target audience, 22 to 45, socially active professionals, people who are always on the go and might not necessarily be close enough to home. So a place like Miami that you mentioned, where you do need a car, this would be a perfect place to throw a pop-up. Say you're in downtown Miami, but you live a little bit further uptown, you're at work or you're in between meetings and you just need a place to change for your next meeting or just even use the restroom. And especially what I've seen post-COVID or living in the COVID era, a lot of times you'll go into a place and they've now put codes on the doors. So you have to be a paying customer just to even use facilities. But who wants to get ready in a dirty, unkempt bathroom? Something that inspired me was a newspaper article in the New York Times that I read, which was the most frequented makeup counter in New York City is the Port Authority bathroom. And I've gotten ready in the Port Authority bathroom many times because it's spacious, but still a public bathroom. So again, to answer your question, definitely places that have bustling nightlives and, where my target audience lives.
Awesome. So I've been cut off with my time and questions, so I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much, Paige.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the answers, Julia. Thank you for your rockstar questions. So next we're going to go to Laura, who's going to be asking the Fitting Room Canada as well as Threefold a few questions. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, so we're limited in time, so I'll try to be quick here. So my first question is to you, Krilly, for the fitting room. So one thing I really, really enjoyed is that you said that the avatars would have different shades of color eventually, because I think it's really important for body inclusivity and just inclusivity in general to be able to show all of that. Is that something that you're also going to do with the images of the avatars themselves? Because I noticed that you had a model who doesn't look like me. She could probably fit into anything and look amazing. But I was wondering if, you were giving any thought to having more kind of body inclusivity as well in these pitches.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was just Tina, one of my co-founders, and I guess I just wanted to show off one of our co-founders. But absolutely, as part of our greater vision, especially as we move towards more of sort of like a public-facing company rather than just being in private beta, that's definitely a really big part of our vision. The whole concept of making everything that's made to fit with our algorithm is for garments to be able to fit to people of any body shape and any size. And so that's definitely a bigger part of, especially of our marketing vision. Absolutely.
Wonderful. And what was your price point again?
Yeah, so we ran a lot of different pricing models. What we figured out is that you can actually produce garments custom fit to somebody and hit the same or better margins for about any brands that are currently retailing at about $80 or above. The way we're actually able to accomplish that is that there's two really big cost factors to mass production brands. It's the overproduction and it's the returns. Those two variables make up about 30 to 40% of top line revenue for the average brand. So what that means is that our cost per unit production can be higher, and we can be using air freight shipping to get the garment to the end consumer faster, but we can still provide the actual brand with the same or better margins. So that's what we believe for any brands that mid-tier and above, switching over to a more sustainable, more inclusive model that actually fits their customer is definitely the answer.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. And so Jessica, for Threefold, a couple questions for you. Again, you're doing something super innovative, something that people are looking for to make sure that they're proud of the clothes and the apparel that they wear because they know that it was sustainably made. So what are you doing to be able to provide information to the actual brand about the kind of transparency of the whole process? Is that part of your plan to give them reports so that they could report it out to their customer? How are you managing that part of it? Oh, I think you're on mute, Jessica.
Thanks. That's definitely in our future roadmap for sure. So right now we have, so every factory's profile, there is the certification available. So you can always click that and read, what it is. A lot of, if not all of these certifications are in public databases as well. So if you really want to dig deeper beyond the certification, which is present, you can. We also provide a kind of like a guide for what the difference is between all the certifications, because again, most people don't actually know what they are and what they're looking for. But beyond that, we are starting to get measures from our factories on what impact is made per like the size of the order. And as we begin to gather more of that data, we want to start using that as almost like a KPI, like annual report or quarterly report that we send out, because I think that'll also be a huge driver for brands that are really struggling to communicate this kind of massive scale can of worms, if you will, to their customers. This can give them a little bit more material to work with and be better for even more of their teams than just the production team, but the PR and the marketing team as well.
Right. And the communication is going to be key. And maybe just talk just briefly about the education. Are you looking to educate consumers, or are you educating brands, or both?
Yeah, we're really strictly B2B. So our education currently is focused on emerging brands. So we have a few things. Our courses are on crowdfunding, press, wholesale, production, which is our biggest selling course, and branding and marketing. But then we have a training program, and applications are open for that right now, actually, where so twice a year we take brands through a 4-month training program, and we basically soup to nuts, go through all our courses, get them on the platform so they can get producing. And I bring in industry expert friends of mine as well to talk about how to run Facebook ads. What is a trade show? How do you make it worth your time? All of these things. And so that's currently the training we already have. As we begin to expand with the Sustainability Resource Training Center, we're going to have training on there that's specifically around sustainability. So how do you, reduce your plastic use? Here's creative ways to reduce your plastic use and things like that. And that's where we'll start expanding more as we grow. And especially as we get more established brands onto the platform, the training for deeper sustainability is going to be more of a need than basic launch brand training.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Thank you all. I was very excited to hear from all of you. Sorry we didn't have more time.
Thank you all so much. But even though the time stopped digitally on screen, we are going to get other questions that the judges have sent to all of the founders before they deliberate and make a decision. And then, like I said, it will be announced tomorrow on our thank you newsletter, which will go out to all of the attendees and all of the speakers, and everyone will know. But we will also speak about every single one of you and the wonderful things that you're doing. This is not about a winner and everybody else is not. Everybody's a winner here because everybody has incredible companies that you are building, have launched, are working on. It's just, for us just to choose one person. But again, we're going to support all of you because you're all amazing. So thank you all so much. All the founders, all the judges, really appreciate. And I know you all inspired globally today, and we're really excited to continue the conversation. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Everyone.
Thank you. So that was amazing. Like I said, there's no winner. Everybody's a winner. They started something that's making a difference, it's making an impact, or doing amazing things. So everybody wins in our eyes, but we will send a one person that the judges chose that is the best to kind of move forward and they feel is most ready to scale. So with that, we're a little bit delayed, but it's just a few minutes and this is how digital works, so it's okay. But we're really excited for this next conversation. We just spoke about new companies that are coming to disrupt the way that things are being done, a lot of them. So this conversation is perfect now, which is titled Fashion is Disrupting the Industry for the Good, with Anja Kronberg, who's the founder and editor-in-chief of Vestage, and Joshua Williams, who is an assistant professor at Parsons School of Design. You don't want to miss it. Here it goes. Hi, Josh.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Hi, Anja. How are you?
Hi. All good. Thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm good. No fire alarms this time.
Yeah.
That's my joke we have. But I will say we're so excited for this conversation. I know it's going to be nothing short of it's extremely inspiring globally to our audience and to us and to everybody who is at Fashion Innovation. So thank you both so much. And without further ado, Josh, I'll let you take this over, and I cannot wait to get inspired and learn more.
All right. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of Worldwide Talks this year. It's such a pleasure and really looking forward and very excited to have this conversation with Anja Aronofsky-Kronberg. And I really want to get right directly into this conversation, but just real quick, I'm an assistant professor at Parsons School of Design. I also am the president of Fashion Consort, a high-level strategy company where we really look and help to train and bridge the gap between what's happening in education and what's happening in the industry, which will be a large part of our conversation today. So I want to go directly now to Anja. And Anja, if you don't mind just telling us a little bit about yourself and leading into how you started Vestoy and what Vestoy is, because it's a rather unique organization.
Sure. So let's see. Vestoy, basically, when I graduated, I studied design history at the Royal College of Art in London, and my first job was in the industry. I was working in communications at Acne Studios and editing a magazine that they had at the time, Acne Paper. And I think those two experiences, coming from design history and theory and then going into the industry, really made it sort of painfully clear to me, I suppose, that there was a real gap between what we were learning in fashion studies, all the research that's going on in academia about fashion and dress history and the social and cultural aspects of, why we wear what we wear, basically, and then what is happening in industry. And so when I started Vestoy, which is, I call it a platform for critical thinking on fashion, I publish an annual magazine. That's the, I think, most significant output to date. I mean, Vestoy has been around now for about 10 years, but obviously, as any self-respecting publisher, there's also a website. And I also do performances, live events, not me personally, but as the sort of director. But basically, all these different outputs, the idea is to encourage critical thinking on fashion, really, and to bridge academia and the industry, theory and practice in fashion, because I guess to a large extent, I mean, I hope Vestoy has gone some way towards, narrowing that gap between those two, ivory towers. But really still, at least in my opinion, there's so much left to be done. I mean, to make academia more approachable. And I think for people in the industry, of which I count myself as well, like to not, I don't know, to not be afraid maybe of criticizing fashion, or criticizing, but at least thinking more critically. I mean, criticizing becomes a part of that, but taking the time to reflect around, why we wear what we wear.
Yeah. So often I hear, and I think it's real. I think that a lot of employers feel like perhaps universities, colleges specific to the fashion industry, whether it's design or business or anything in between, isn't always preparing students to have the skills that they need to be in the industry. And I think that's valid. On the other hand, though, I think there's a lot of conversation, a lot of thought that goes into a lot of these programs about that key piece you just mentioned, which is criticality. How do you come into an industry that is in so many ways smoke and mirrors and is sort of on the cover, right? The cover is almost more important than what happens behind the scenes, at least to the average consumer. And I think that's how many students come into fashion school. They've seen maybe Project Runway on TV, or they've been reading Vogue or whatever it might be. And so the university is really, at least there's a lot of conversation about critical theory, history, the connection to social and cultural. So the question really for you is why do you think that there is and continues to be a bit of a disconnect between that goal that happens on the academic side versus on the industry side, where oftentimes you just sort of jump right in and all of a sudden you're a buyer and a merchandiser and you have goals to meet and you're not able to potentially take that critical thought and integrate it into your practice?
Oh my gosh. I think there's so many, I think there are a lot of factors at play. I mean, I think the pace that so often gets criticized in the fashion industry certainly plays a big part, because when you're rushing, when you're trying to meet your next deadline, when you're worried about I don't know, like the daily grind or what have you, that's not the most ideal situation to also think more objectively or with distance about your own practice or the system that you're a part of. But I think that there are other things at work also. I mean, you were talking about how those first points of contact that a lot of us have had with the fashion world, the Vogues of the reality telly shows that exist now, whatever those may be. Like, I think that, I think even when you work in the industry, there's a certain aspect of, I don't know how to put this properly. It's like some of those kind of stereotypes that we grew up with, they are hard to scrub off. And I think even for people who work in fashion, we often don't necessarily think that we work in an industry that really matters, if you like matters in a social, in a cultural, hell, in a political way. We know that it matters economically, but I don't know if we are necessarily, I'd say like this, it's almost like in the industry, we often, we're often working to the pace where everything becomes sort of life or death almost. I got to get that. If you're, let's say, a designer or a PR, I got to get this, outfit to this famous person at this time, or I'm going to lose my job. Everything becomes super high stress and becomes, the stakes become very, very high.
Right.
On the other hand, as the flip side of that, you comes like, it's, as I hear so often, it's only fashion. It's not, it's not brain surgery or rocket science or whatever people say in those, like, we minimize what we do. And so on the one hand, we're like, we inflate what we do within this very narrow circle of the industry. And on the other hand, we minimize what we do. And so I think between those two extremes, all the nuance tends to get lost, and all, at least the parts of the industry that I find so incredibly fascinating, exactly this push and pull between the individual and the system, the many, many very well-educated, either from the academy or just educated because people are smart, intelligent, who work in fashion. We do think about what we do. But we're not necessarily given the space to do so in any sort of organized way. So a lot of those conversations, they happen I don't know, around a glass of wine or in stolen moments or what have you. And then I think on the other hand, you have academia, which, I mean, the academic study of fashion isn't very, very old. I mean, it's only properly became, you know, part of the academy in the 80s, not so long if you compare to, I don't know, even cultural studies or let alone art history or other parts of, how do you say, like art and culture, you know, that also have a theoretical discipline. So I think a lot of the scholars that that came to fashion, they came or have come from economics, sociology, anthropology, philosophy. I mean, they weren't trained as fashion scholars necessarily. That's something, I mean, now you can study critical theory, fashion history, I mean, all these different ways of I don't know, engaging with fashion more critically, but that's, I think, only in the last 10 years or so that the non-design aspect of fashion has completely bloomed in academia. And so this is highly subjective, but in my experience, sometimes older scholars in fashion, maybe they don't have, maybe they don't love clothes, maybe they don't love fashion, maybe they're a little bit intimidated by it, maybe they don't know people who work in the industry, maybe, I mean, these are very personal things, right. But the personal also influences the system in that sense. And so I think if you know, there is, you know, it's weird, it's like, I think if you love clothes, if you're seduced by the industry, if you're drawn to the glamour, you know, those things, I think, make you a better scholar. You know, too much distance can also build walls.
Right.
And I think you have to be curious and interested. I mean, only then can you begin to build these bridges between the two.
That's an interesting thought. I think there's often a disconnect between the industry and academia because there is also a fear that perhaps academia is too theoretical or that people haven't been in practice. So therefore, they don't quite know what's going on in sort of the current environment of fashion. And fashion is moving very quickly. Obviously, that's one of the exciting things about it. I know as sort of I was the former director of the fashion management program at Parsons, is that, you know, I always say to the students that, and most of them are coming either from the fashion industry or they're coming from economics or biology or other areas, wanting to bring that experience and knowledge into the fashion space, which I find very exciting because I think the fashion industry certainly can benefit from having these perspectives from the outsiders. The good news, of course, is these students are also coming in with a passion for the fashion industry and wanting to be part of that. But my question here for you is so I think that this exists. I know for a fact I have, for example, this year there's 150 students who are doing really deep research in areas of marketing, areas of gender and sexuality as it relates to fashion. What does actually authenticity or integrity mean in branding and marketing, and really sort of getting down into the brass and tacks. And it's a very intersectional research, meaning that they might be looking at psychology or economics or the sciences for the frameworks for their research. But at the very end of it, notwithstanding how great some of this research is, and I think this goes for a lot of my colleagues as well, is that oftentimes it sort of ends there. It doesn't go to the industry. It doesn't benefit the industry in the way that it could. Why do you think there is a fear among the industry? And I'll sort of make this a double question. And why do you think there's a fear of the academic world and research that even if it is sort of practice-based? And how do you think Vastoy sort of sits in the middle there to kind of help mitigate that fear or sort of facilitate that conversation that's so lacking?
Well, I mean, I can only speculate really, but I think that I think jargon may be a part of that. I mean, as academics, we're taught to write in a pretty formulaic way. I mean, there is a sort of, you know, like any professional field has its own jargon, but I think the academic jargon can be forbidding to people who are not academics. I mean, most academic work. I mean, even I remember as a student writing my thesis, you know, we get taught to follow a certain a formula. I can't think of, you know, another word to use here, but so if, you know, if students get schooled in writing for other scholars, and that's part of, you know, how your work is graded and how, you know, you achieve a certain I guess prestige as an academic, then you're automatically already excluding anyone who is outside of that circle. And so I think that maybe, I mean, Vestoy sits there in between, because actually I think the in between is where we are still lacking, you know. There is fantastic research going on in the academy, you know. The industry is, you know, is sort of is its own beast, you know, but the in between, that intelligent writing about or thinking about fashion that is, you know, to use those buzzwords that we all, you know and probably hate by now anyway.
Right.
You know, that's inclusive. That is, you know, language that is inclusive. I mean, Vestoy, the other thing, and this I think is to answer that second part of your question, I thought really carefully about what Vestoy should look like when I began, you know, because I was looking at the academic publications produced on fashion that are very dry. You know, this goes for books or journals. There's usually a very small, if any, budget for visuals. The graphic is very basic. Again, it's like they're meant to be read by other scholars, usually, you know, as PDFs on the computer, whatever. And then you have your glossy magazines on the other hand, and that again, what lies in between, you know, there wasn't much. And so I know you can't see, you know, this is not very ideal, but Vestoy, just to give a sense, it's like it's the publication is, it's a little book, you know, it's something you're supposed to be able to put in your bag. It's not heavy, it's not a coffee table anything, you know, but at the same time, the paper has been chosen with care. There are plenty, you know, there's a visual interpretation of, you know, the one I'm holding up now is themed on authenticity. You know, each one has its own theme. So there's a visual reflection and examination or interpretation of the topic just as much as there is one in writing. And so the image and the text always need to work side by side or be juxtaposed to each other or work together even. Like, and I think that those, for me, have been ways of reaching an audience. I mean, in this case, whether there are people, you know, whether the reader is someone who works in the industry or just someone who's generally interested in fashion and culture, but tired of the glossies and who wouldn't go to the drier academic texts. So I think you have to, again, you got to think of your reader. You have to think of what appeals to them. You know, when you speak, you can't imagine that you're talking to yourself. You have to, you have to think, what might the reader want? What might they need? You know, I think, I don't know, maybe too often we somehow get caught up in trying to scramble to say everything that we want to say because we want to say it. You know, I know a lot of kind of vanity projects that exist in fashion because, and probably in academia too, you know, because of that, I have this thing to say. But what you have to think more carefully about, I think, and I suppose this goes to the more entrepreneurial aspect of, you know, of our fashion talk, is like, what's lacking, you know, what isn't out there, you know, what might the reader want, what appeals to them.
Yeah. I can't believe this, but we only have 2 minutes to go. I just got a note here, but because we could talk for hours. I know that, Anya. So real quick, and I guess this will be a quick answer as well. What do you think, if you had to say sort of on the fly, what's one thing that you think the fashion industry could benefit from today the research that's happening, and that could even be from what you're thinking about at Vistoy and what you're putting out currently.
I think that we all benefit from introspection. I mean, we have to question what we do, otherwise we just sort of mindlessly chug along. And I think that this I'm really missing in fashion still. I mean, this is what I want and hope Vistoy to become even more as time goes on. Really, truly, a space, a platform to think about fashion that's divorced from selling the next product, following the seasons. Just a space to reflect, to think in a more philosophical way, let's say, about fashion. I don't, and I really, it boggles my mind somehow that big companies who speak so much about innovation and the importance of innovation, even now, I hear more and more talk about the importance of education. Well, that's the space that still needs to be created, but that space then has to be free. And I think that's what's difficult, because a lot of times we're still stuck in the industry of, trying to immediately, be able to tally our returns or to see how, what's done today is going to benefit sales tomorrow. But I think with research, I mean, I wonder if it's the same for you, but I mean, research takes time, and research has to be done freely. With research, that's the luxury and the freedom that researchers have at the best of times. So to me, it doesn't seem like an anomaly that at some point this, our dear friends in business will also cotton on to this, because that's, I think, will benefit us not just as an industry, but as human beings.
Yeah. I think it's a misnomer that the academia, especially in fashion, are only academics, that they don't know what's happening in the industry. And I think just in terms of you talking about where you came from and how you started Vistoy, clearly coming from the industry, clearly understanding the need to talk about this in a different way through not only the written word, but also visually, and really knowing who that reader is. And I would invite everyone to really reach out to those around you who are researching and studying in this area. I think there's a lot of interesting things happening. We have to wrap up now, but I want just to give you real quick an opportunity to let viewers know how to learn more about Vistoy and how to engage in this research that's happening.
Well, very well. Well, www.vistoy.com. That's how it goes.
Wonderful. Well, it's been such a pleasure. And again, thank you to Fashion Innovation for having us today. I really do think that it's important to connect these areas of the industry and academia, and I hope that people are inspired to do so. So thank you, Jordana, for having us.
Of course. No, thank you both. And I'm sure people will be inspired, especially after your conversation. It was way too short for all of the insight that was happening. So I definitely would love to continue this conversation between the two of you and do like a round two or some way for us to keep inspiring the audience. But you guys were amazing. So thank you both so much for being here and being a part of this global day. And yeah, I can't wait to continue conversation with the two of you.
Thank you, Jordana.
Jordana and Joshua, thank you so much. You are such a pro. Oh my God.
Goodbye, all.
More soon. Bye.
Bye. So that was amazing. And I know now we're 3 minutes behind, so we're catching up, but all for good. We have another incredible conversation leading after or going after that one that just took place, which was so great, especially when we speak about disruption. It's a word a lot of people don't use, but the ones that do use it, they really do disrupt. So it's pretty cool. So the next topic is fashion is print on demand towards sustainability, with Brian Rainey, the CEO of Guten, and Christopher Fraser, who's the associate editor at As If magazine. So here we go. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Jordan. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Very good.
Good. We'll just wait for Christopher. We can't see you, but we see you. You're here. Christopher? There you are. Hi, Christopher. Nice to meet you. I'm Jordana.
Hi, Jordana. Nice to meet you.
You too. I just wanted to say before you guys get started, I am very excited for this conversation. Guten is a company that we at Fashion Innovation super admire. Anytime I hear anything sustainable manufacturing or on demand, Guten is the first thing that comes to mind, I think forever and always, because really the work you do and how much you've expanded and how much you continue to do towards sustainability is amazing. And I'm
Christopher,
sure
if we just want to have Jordana instead of me, I'd be totally okay with that.
no, but both of you, I cannot wait. Let's go. We have the whole world watching, so we're really excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very flattering introduction, Jordana. I'm fashion editor and stylist Chris Fraser, and as Jordana was mentioning, over the course of my career, I've had the privilege of covering a myriad of very important issues in the fashion industry, ranging from sustainability, the intersection of fashion and politics, and diversity and inclusion. And of course, being here, sustainability is obviously a very important topic near and dear to my heart, and something I've reported on extensively for the past several years. And I am here with Mr. Brian Rainey, the CEO of Guten, an accountant turned fashion sustainability executive. Brian, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Christopher. Thank you.
So Brian's company, Guten, is famous for what is called a print on demand. That might be a new term to quite a few of you. It certainly was to me, and I've been covering this word for several years. So Brian, could you give us a textbook definition of how would you describe what you do?
Sure. Print on demand or on-demand manufacturing really changes the method of manufacturing from a pre-production method, so producing items in advance and selling them out of inventory, to actually shifting to sell the item first and then produce it after the item is sold.
So was there this gap you saw in the industry as something that was needed, or a problem you felt that needed fixing that led you to create this company?
Yeah, the company actually came out of a previous incarnation of the company, which was focused on photography, right? Since everyone's cell phone had a camera on it and the sort of boom in pictures, that kind of opportunity to print those pictures out and get the tactile experience was there. That company ultimately failed, but when we stepped back and looked at it, we saw a microcosm of what we're going to talk about today. You had this massive sort of manufacturing shift and technology shift that was enabling these short print runs across not just photography, but merchandising, fashion, hard goods, and really no way to access it. You've got thousands of specialty contract manufacturers, and you've got literally millions of creators, and you couldn't bridge that gap. So Guten was created to sort of become the technology platform between best-in-class on-demand manufacturers who are really bringing a different level of quality that sort of matches that quality expectation that a content creator who's connecting with their audience is doing, and allowing a content creator, a fashion designer, a merchandiser to focus on that connection. How are you creating something that your end consumer wants to buy, rather than dealing with production headaches, rather than dealing with inventory, rather than having to figure out working capital or how you're going to ship the sort of logistics? That's where it is. And you know, sort of put an idea on how big we think the opportunity is and how big a change this is. Guten, the name itself comes after Johannes Gutenberg, whose printing press sort of enabled anyone with an idea ultimately to get it published, rather than, you know, a set of, you know, people who had a scribe who was able to bring it down and, you know, had their own sort of ability. That really democratized sort of thought. What we really want to do is we want to enable anybody with an idea, anybody who can create that connection with an end consumer that says, I have an idea of what I want to deliver, and I'm going to be able to do it anywhere in the world through best-in-class manufacturing capability.
So talk to me about some issues you've seen with overproduction in fashion. and how your company works to help resolve these problems.
Yeah, people ask me all the time, if you could wave a magic wand, what you do. I laugh all the time, Christopher. We talked about this before we got on the panel, that the fashion industry has this argument amongst itself of, are we the sort of cause of the second highest amount of carbon in the world, or the fifth highest carbon emissions in the world? And I try to point out both of those are bad. These are not, that's one is not better
it's like
than the
my
other.
stage 4 cancer is worse than your stage 1 cancer argument.
That's exactly right.
Cancer.
We need to do something better than this. And where that comes from in a lot of different ways, there's certainly some unsustainable practices, but one of them is overproduction. And so what you see season after season after season is, on average, you've got a 40% overproduction rate as, increasingly larger amount of brands are chasing a fractional consumer. The consumer is fractionalizing and wanting something that is more personalized and more customized. You've seen this in the rise of fast fashion. You don't have a spring season and a fall season anymore. You have 52 different seasons. And, as a designer, you have to guess what's going to be popular. And not only do you have an overproduction problem, therefore, and then what do, right? 80% of fashion's overproduction either gets incinerated or put into a landfill. But you actually also have the other problem on something that becomes incredibly popular. Now you're leaving money on the table because you don't have a flexible sort of production capability. And so the biggest sort of change that I think the industry doesn't understand, and I admit, before starting this company and really investigating this, my idea of a minimum order quantity of one, or a personalized T-shirt, for example, was Cafe Press from 2003, which was something that you would never leave the house in, I hope, or if you did, I would hope you would have friends that would tell you not to have done that. But the technology change over the past 20 years, both in sort of how the inks are absorbed, it is now almost undiscernible between something that was printed with a legacy production capability and a large print run versus something that was printed on demand and at that time. And so that adoption, whether it's dyed fabrics, cut and sew items, or sort of standard merchandising in T-shirts, is so much better now that the industry broadly really needs to understand that there's this gap between about a 5 to 7% digital production that took place last year. If you can wave a magic wand, that should have been about 35%. So not only are you better delivering on behalf of your customers, both on the opportunity for sales when they get big, or those where you maybe swing and miss and don't have that customer connection, but you also have a fundamental underlying economic advantage because you're not pouring an enormous amount of resources into things that ultimately don't sell to a customer and create that overproduction and that waste.
Your company help reduce inventory overflow, because that is a huge problem in the fashion industry. And for those of you who may not know or may not remember, there was about several years ago where there was the hot topic of brands, particularly luxury brands. I'm not calling out anyone by name, but they were found to be burning millions of dollars in clothes.
That is the stat. 80 to 90% of overproduction gets either incinerated or ends up in a landfill. That's just the way it is. And the reason for that, Christopher, is once you finish a good, it's incredibly hard to upcycle it. And I know there is an opportunity to upcycle if you, say, take a dyed piece of fabric and don't ultimately finish it to turn it into another good. But if you take it back 1 or 2 steps, and you take the raw cotton or the raw sort of material and then dye it as you see that come through, or even just shorten that production life cycle, if the ability to restock a shelf moves from 6 weeks or 8 weeks down to a week, then how much smaller is that individual run need to be very, very dynamically reactive to those styles that become very popular? And you don't have to zoom out here. The past 18 months can show you that if you had an enormous amount of business suits over the past 18 months, you have an enormous amount of inventory on your hands right now. And if you were creating athleisure wear, you've done exceptionally well and probably left money on the table. And so that idea of shortening the supply chain becomes incredibly important. It's one of the things that the biggest fast fashion brands have the ability to do, is they can very quickly restock their shelves. How do we allow all designers, how do we allow all of fashion to be able to access that kind of production capability and that kind of logistics network? That's really what we're trying to do. So it's not simply going from, an undyed piece of wool to a finished dress, kind of overnight. you can do things where you're staging kind of sort of steps of production by which one pattern can ultimately be turned into 7 or 8 different types of items. And so if one doesn't sell and another one does, you can ultimately upcycle that before it even reaches the end consumer or ever needs to get to a place where it would need to be incinerated.
So one of my favorite statements that you ever made to me once was, the larger the SKU count, the larger the waste. Or in layman's terms, more mass production, the larger the waste.
Yes. Yes. And that is the issue. And the example that I always use is, 40 years ago, you had ABC, NBC, and CBS, right? And then we went to basic cable, and then we went to digital cable, and now we have millions of YouTube channels. And that is because the end consumer is fractionalizing. This idea, when I went to high school, what everyone wore was what the cool thing was, and you wanted to wear that, right? It was much easier for a brand if they found what was cool. That's what everybody wanted to buy. That's not what the end consumer wants today. The end consumer wants to be individual. The end consumer wants to be personalized, and they'll pay for that, right? The end consumer is willing to pay for that personalization. But with that comes the need for the industry to be much more nimble and to rethink the way their supply chain works. You and I, Christopher, talked about this idea of, brands think about what do we add coming into next year, right? And that keeps this inherent legacy manufacturing capabilities because you're just looking to add on. What fashion brands really need to start doing, what merchandisers really need to start to look at is to question, why are we doing things the way we're doing? Is there a better way that we can start replacing some of these items? And it's not a one size fits all. It's really not. There are some staple items, right? The black hooded sweatshirt is really never going to go out of stock. And if New Yorkers have anything to say about it, black hoodies are always going to be popular. So those can still be done in bulk, but having a really dynamic supply chain that has some multiple capabilities to produce personalized items in one place and bulk items in another place, and really be able to sort of track that, that's what becomes incredibly important. To put a fine point on that, the last 3 Nike flagship stores in New York, Paris, and Shanghai are built entirely around personalization, right? That you can do your own colorway on site within a Nike store based on a core Air Force One model. That is that idea of hybrid on-demand production, which is we're going to give you a base and then you can make it yours. That is what the end consumer is demanding today.
So with fast fashion making up such a large part of fashion consumer consumption, how can we start to shift consumer psychology to realize that is not sustainable, and things like print on demand and customization are what is necessary for us to properly reduce the carbon emissions in fashion, stop the greenwashing, and still be able to wear clothes without worrying we're not going to have a planet in like 80 years?
Right. I mean, I think there's a few different places for that, right? And you've seen some brands that have absolutely done that, right? You've seen some brands that have come out and said, we're making sustainable fashion and we're sourcing this ethically and we're making sure that problematic fibers from around the world are not being sourced, or we're doing things more locally, or we're thinking about it that way. And so, that's already there, and that's really kind of inherent in the marketing. But, there was a New York Times story a week or two ago about the cotton tote disaster, right? That the best intentions was to reduce the amount of plastic bags. And so we created cotton totes, right? The ubiquitous New Yorker cotton tote bag. Well, to offset the production costs of that tote bag, you have to use it 20,000 times to offset sort of the inks that go into that. So, this is really a situation where there is no kind of one size fits all answer here. And so consumer behavior and really making sure that we kind of teach the consumer what the cost of producing these items is there. But let's be very honest here. We are at the whim of the consumer, right? And as you and I have talked about, the clearing price for economically sourced fashion is exactly $0 incremental dollars. And so what the industry has to start finding and what the industry has to start demanding is the industry has to start saying, we are going to be the leaders in this. We are going to be the ones that say that we're going to do things that are economically viable. And shortening the supply chain and lowering the amount of inventory that you take on and lowering the amount of working capital that you have to put out there, that is an economic incentive for brands to start doing a better job. And thinking about that idea of a piece of fashion that you incinerate, well, that's an added cost to what you've sold. And at some point, there is a break point by which, there's just not, you incinerate too much to continue to make money that way. So it's an incredibly difficult problem. I by no means am coming in and saying that print on demand is the answer to be able to do this. But I do think that as a fashion house, as a merchandiser, if you're not really thinking about how you can shorten your supply chain, incorporate on-demand manufacturing, look at a multi-manufacturing sort of a strategy to be able to deliver to your customers through different channels, I think you really are doing yourselves, your customers, and the planet, frankly, a disservice.
So there's this concern for some that, people hear that word customization and they think, oh, like you need a lot of disposable income to do that. You need to be in a certain tax bracket for that. But how accessible in price and to your average consumer could something like print on demand be?
It is really effectively no more expensive if you are willing to sort of give the time. The major difference, right? Let's all kind of call out what it is. Amazon has conditioned the consumer to expect an item in 2 days. That is the fact. That is the case, right? But if you are willing to give a 4 or 5 day lead time, that's sort of 1 day to dye a garment, 2 days to be able to sew it, and then 2 days to be able to ship it, you have the ability to fully customize something because ink is ink in this case. And so the ability, and I think what's really, really interesting is brands who effectively incorporate personalization and customization can charge a premium for that. That idea that the consumer is getting something that is unique to them is something the consumer is willing to pay for. Broadly, you're seeing about a 30 to 40% increase, depending on the underlying product, that the consumer is willing to pay ahead of a sort of traditional retail price. So this is not this is a significant sort of profit margin. But the underlying construction cost is no different, right? If I customize a shirt, it's still a shirt. If I cut and sew an item and dye it slightly differently, it is still the same sort of underlying process. And so that capability, not just on the cost side, but you can drive incremental revenues by being able to do that. What becomes really important is that messaging, right? Because this is personal to you, because we are making this for you, you're not going to get it tomorrow. And that's okay, right? We've got a subset of items that we have off the shelf ready to go and that are there. But if you want something that's unique to you, give it 2 or 3 more days and you're going to get something that is personalized for you and can drive incremental revenue to the underlying brand, creative house, or fashion house that's able to deliver that.
All right, we have a couple minutes left, so I want to start taking some questions from the audience. The first one we have is, what do you feel is keeping brands that are not yet manufacturing on demand from doing so?
Yeah, there's a big time knowledge gap, right? There's a reason that I try to be out in the market as much as possible to sort of, get on my high horse and tell people, this is not, on demand from 10 years ago. As I already said, there's a big piece of inertia, right? If it worked last year, why is it not working this year? My challenge to a lot of brands is it's not working right now and you're just not seeing it, right? There's sort of a misalignment between a creative house that's not looking at what that overproduction number is to say, hey, we're trying to get the production number right here. A lot of fashion brands and designers last year actually ended up having a fairly good year because with limited inventory, they couldn't discount and they sold through an enormous amount of items. Well, that should be a sort of opportunity on a go forward basis to be able to do that. I think the one other one is it conceptually is very, very different, right? In the same way that e-commerce marketplaces, the idea that 50% of e-commerce sales go through Amazon, you see brands now having to make a choice. Nike pulled all of their items off of Amazon because they didn't like that sort of power. I mean, that's a totally different way to think about how to deliver this. That's another major challenge. The final one that I say, and I'll wrap it up like this is an industry with absolutely rapid technological change, that in a year, the capabilities of this industry are significantly different than they were a year ago now. And so you really do need to be working with someone who knows exactly what the best machinery is, the best sort of practices to be able to deliver the highest quality as you're implementing on-demand manufacturing.
So another audience question, do you have an idea of how we can scale with print-on-demand model? Because ultimately you would need some scaling if the orders add up to a good total and the consumer is now so used to convenience of instant delivery.
That's exactly right. And I think that's what I was talking about this idea that it's not mutually exclusive, right? I am not coming in and saying print on demand is the future and everything should be print on demand. There is a huge case for analog production. There is still the Gen Z consumer wants to touch and feel an item and then may shop online. And so the idea of finding a partner, Guten, has the capability to say, if you launch an item and you sell 2,000 of those items, we can produce those in a traditional method. And then as you leave that up on your website, as you continue the sales and those come in 1, 2, 3 a day, now you shift that production to an on-demand. So you're capturing the best of both worlds there. That's really what becomes important as a way to sort of think about on-demand as a holistic way to deliver your products, as opposed to the only way to do it or sort of a differentiated way to do it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time today, Brian. We really appreciate it. And print on demand clearly has a big future in the fashion, hopefully, if we are trying to take the steps to continue to make this industry more sustainable.
Christopher, thanks you so much.
Thank you both so much. And we had so many questions. I was trying to type them in as fast as possible from the audience. So the ones we didn't get to, I'm going to send to your team so that way they can respond to those individuals. And Christopher, you were amazing and just like, just leading this whole conversation. And we cannot wait to work more with both of you and continue the conversation. So thank you both so much.
Thanks so much, Jonah. Thank you, Christopher.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
So that was an incredible conversation. And I actually wanted to speak for a quick, brief moment, since we're right on time, we cut up on time, on a topic that's super important because we've been talking about it all day. And I'm just scrolling through here so I can get to the right information because it is a 15-hour day. So sometimes we tend to get a little bit mishmashed into this 70 speakers of just amazing content. I'm wearing a shirt right now and I'm going to have to get up a little bit. So Amazonia. This shirt is actually a collaboration that was formed by Mavi at the Costa Verde. I'll tell you a little bit more about the project, but I did want to show you the shirt. The rainforest, the Amazon rainforest, they're suffering a lot these days for a lot of different reasons. They've always been suffering for, but now even more things going on, especially in Brazil when it comes to preservation. So this beautiful collaboration, I will tell you more about it, but it really is a whole purchase a shirt, plant trees, make the Amazon rainforest what we all see it to be today, and be able to preserve it for generations and generations to come. So I just wanted to give a sneak peek, but you will be hearing from Abby herself in a panel a little bit down the road today. So yeah, we are going to now, it is 3:26. I wish I could talk to you more about this project, but I will just let this panel be over and I'll be able to tell you a little bit more so you can all check it out and purchase your shirt. It's beautiful, it's sustainable, and it's very simple, and I love it. So with that, we're going to go to the next conversation titled Fashion is the Science Behind Textiles. And that conversation is being led by the beautiful and talented Sarah Willisdorf, who was with us for the pitch competition, who's the managing director and partner and global head of luxury at Boston Consulting Group. So here we go. Hi, Mima. Hi, Ingvar. Hi, Andres. And hi, Sarah. Just wanted to quickly say a huge thank you for all of you to participate today at the Worldwide Talks. We have a really great global audience that I've been looking forward to this conversation as well. Lots of people that are watching. So I know that this is going to be nothing short of inspiring, and I cannot wait to hear and get some knowledge from all of you wonderful speakers. So thank you all. Sarah, I'll leave you to it. I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
Great. Thank you, Jordana. So as sustainability rises to the top of our industry's agenda, the question really is how companies can transform to become more sustainable in all ways. Today, we're really fortunate to be joined by 3 innovators and leaders in the world of alternate materials and biomanufacturing. And so I'm going to let each of you introduce yourselves and then we'll get started. So Andres, do you want to start?
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks, Jordana and the Fashion Innovation team. Great to Great to be here at Worldwide Talks. So I'm Andres Forgax. I'm the co-founder of Modern Meadow. And at Modern Meadow, we're a company that's building a new integration between nature, people, and brands, focused on creating the next generation of performance materials. Our mission is to harness nature's building blocks, such as proteins, and using a technology we call biofabrication, we seek to achieve new material functionality and properties so that people can strive and our planet can thrive. And we leverage this integration of biology and material science to create this operating system, which invites collaboration and innovation so that we can create materials for a future that we want to perform.
Great, thank you, and great to see you again. Ingvar, do you want to go next?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here, and yeah, thank you for the fashion innovation team and for these for the team here to set this up. It's a very necessary conversation to have. So my name is Ingvar. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Vitrolabs. So Vitrolabs, we're bringing to market a true replacement for high-quality animal hides that are used in leather products. So we cultivate real animal hides in the lab from skin cells. We're rebuilding really the supply chain by replacing traditional hides while still slotting into the existing supply chain of brands. So our hides are grown where and when they're needed, with complete transparency, of course, traceability, and a significantly reduced environmental footprint for a product that is, again, better for people, animals, and the planet.
Wonderful. And Mema?
Hi. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Jordana. I'm Mema. I'm a fourth-generation fashion and textile entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder and creative head of Restore. I founded Restore with my brother earlier this year. And at Restore, our goal is to inspire change by creating a circular system that's socially as well as environmentally uplifting.
Wonderful. So I'm going to jump in. And I always like to start with the consumer. I mean, you're all really leading very scientific and companies, like this, but I think starting with the consumer always helps. And so this is a question I'd love to hear thoughts from everyone. The customer's clearly becoming, or the consumer, I guess, is clearly becoming much more aware of sustainability, and maybe one of the bright spots of the pandemic, as we come out of it in different phases, is that it seems to have taught us that there are societal consequences of our individual actions and there's more demand. But are you all noticing an increased demand for sustainable products? And curious to know whether there's some categories where you're seeing it more than others. Andres, I'm going to throw this one to you.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. The consumer is increasingly demanding sustainability in their products and has been for a long time. And so have brands, by the way. I mean, there's a heightened volume, certainly in recent years, but the interest both on the consumer side and the brand side has been longstanding. What I would say is that the sophistication around sustainability is becoming more pronounced. What does sustainability mean? As you know, Sarah, sustainability is a very multidimensional puzzle, and you can't think of it in the absence of performance. So while in the past products were featured that would be more sustainable but less than or inferior in performance, increasingly consumers are not prepared to accept that bargain. Products have to be better, as good if not better. They have to be accessible and scalable, in cost effective, and they have to be sustainable in demonstrable real ways. It cannot just be a narrative, right? It's very easy to have that be a kind of a communication innovation, but it needs to be demonstrably the case. And there's many dimensions to it.
Yeah, agree. Ingvar, what are your thoughts? What are you seeing with consumers?
Yeah, I mean, for all the horrible things that the pandemic, of course, led to, and untold tragedy around the world, it's really accelerated trends by approximately, I would guess 10 years in terms of people's understanding of how food systems work, how supply chains work, and really kind of the downside of the current systems that are in place. So I feel that the consumer has been sophisticated for a long time, as Andres pointed out, but really the last year has opened up the eyes of many more people to what the existing systems are doing to people and the planet. So we've absolutely seen a huge increase in interest and sophistication from customers, asking the right questions, asking the hard questions around what, where materials come from, how they're made, and not just as a blanket term, but really kind of understanding the different aspects of the supply chain. So those questions are being asked. And of course, brands have woken up to that. Some brands have been doing this for a very, very long time and have had that as their kind of core DNA. But I feel that many more brands and many more kind of large corporations are waking up to the fact that the status quo is we can't continue like this.
Yeah, I agree. And Mema, do you want to build on that as well?
I couldn't agree more. I think the consumer is definitely becoming more sophisticated. They're becoming more aware of the greenwashing that exists. I think that's something that's really, really changed. Speaking as a brand, as a fashion brand, like I mentioned, we're fourth generation, and we've seen, for us, it was actually the pandemic when we had the time when we were sitting at home. We realized, honestly, we were in Bombay. So between Miami and Bombay, and sitting in Bombay, which is honestly so polluted, you're seeing the water is blue, the sky is blue, the earth is breathing, you're hearing all of this. And that's when we realized we have to transition the way that we do business. Our business was a volume business, thousands of pieces per style, per color. But we know we have front row seats to negative impact of the industry, and we knew that it was time to transition the way we did business, and which is how Restore was born. So while, like Andrea said, the consumer is becoming more aware, but also brands are doing their bit now, and like rightly so, because honestly, if we didn't do it, regulations are going to come into place. There's no way the planet can sustain this for that much longer.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Although we are seeing regulations still come in, I was seeing new ones even this week. So I think in our research, at least, we often find that while consumers really want sustainability and increasingly want sustainability, they don't always want to pay more for it. And I'd love to get thoughts on, what are some of the innovative textile replacements that are not more expensive than regular textiles. And I know, Ingvar, we've had a discussion before around other categories where perhaps consumers are willing to pay more for more transparency, better quality, better for planet. But maybe start with you with this question.
Yeah. So when, of course, new technologies are coming online, it takes time to kind of build the scale to become to get to price parity with existing products. Of course, I'll speak to the vertical of leather that we're in. Of course, governments are indirectly subsidizing the leather industry by giving out huge farm subsidies. And of course, we're not paying for all the externalities in terms of carbon emissions, CO2 emissions, and other greenhouse gas emissions. So, to take the US, for example, they've been, I think it's averaged over the last 10 years, it's $15 billion a year, so $150 billion over the last 10 years that have been given out in subsidies to animal agriculture, or to the industrial animal agriculture industry. So of course, yes, it is being heavily subsidized in a sense. So I think externalities are not being paid for fully, which is of course, when new products come to market, because customers and consumers aren't used to paying the real cost of what those things look like. So it will take time, I think, for the technologies to scale up. The analogy that I often use is, of course, the incredible company Impossible Foods that have done an amazing job of bringing plant-based foods to market. And both, from a product standpoint, because their product is fantastic, and from a branding perspective as well. And we've seen that even at the scale that they are now, which is, of course, is a tiny fraction of what the meat market is, they've been selling in supermarkets at around 40% price price premium to traditional meat. So there is a willingness for certain customers to pay a premium. But we also see that, of course, to really transform the market, yes, these technologies will have to come down in cost over time. And I do think that there's a very clear path to that.
Yeah, no, I can see that. Andres, did you want to comment on that one?
Yeah, I mean, Ingvar is absolutely right that a lot of new technologies, when they're still early in their scale up and commercialization, they'll be at a price premium, and you need to get to scale to be able to bring costs down. What I would say is that it's very important for for our innovations and for other innovations that are emerging to be based on first principles. And sustainability and economics are often well aligned. If you're designing a process that is more efficient from a sustainability standpoint, it should translate into better economics at scale. And that's certainly the case for us at Modern Meadow. Like Ingvar, our company on the material side, we design technologies that compete with animal products on the one hand and fossil fuel-based petrochemical products on the other hand. Imagine if you're an alien coming to planet Earth and you see this amazing material called leather, or an amazing material called PVC or polyurethane, and someone has to describe to you how it's made. Right? First, you start with an animal in the field, and you need to raise it for years, and you need to feed it and cart away its manure, and you need to ship that animal hundreds of miles to a slaughterhouse, and then you need to ship its hide, thousands of miles to a facility where it can be further processed. And the same thing on the fossil fuel side. First, you need to start with dead dinosaurs, then you wait, millions of years. I mean, it's just absurd, right? But these are the legacy systems that have been around for a long time and have scaled. So the new technologies that are being developed by companies like Ingvar's, ours, and others need to be based on first principles. And in order to achieve their sustainability goals, they will be more efficient, and they'll also achieve economic goals.
Yeah, no, I think it's great points. And Mema, I know speaking before with your brother as well, specifically around polyester and and how it was cheaper, but with certification that can change. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this topic as well.
So yeah, like you were saying, recycled polyester was cheaper to use than virgin polyester a couple of years ago, but because of the demand and the certifications, it's become more expensive, and that's kind of hindering it. And I completely agree with all of you guys that it does take time to scale technology. I'm just going to add in the consumer perspective. I feel like where as brands, I'm going to speak as a brand, what we can do is just the awareness. Even it's just a small point, like just appealing to the innate human nature, talking about why it's more expensive, right? For us as a brand, production, because we're paying fair wages. We're using the right raw materials. If you just tell someone, honestly, 2 years ago, if I bought something, I didn't even realize the impact that garment, polyester garment, is going to be on this earth for a couple of 100 years after I'm gone. So just literally just that one, someone told me your garment's going to be here for 500 years after you're gone. And that really definitely left an impact on me. So I feel like speaking as a brand and not as a developing technology, I feel like just that raising that awareness can go a really long way.
Yeah, I agree. The education component's huge. And actually what you're touching on now leads, I think, to another topic I did want to touch on with this group. So you're all, innovators in material development and biomanufacturing, but we're also hearing a lot more about circular fashion and circularity, thinking about reuse and upcycling. And I'd love to understand how important that is in your product development processes as you're developing alternate materials. Mem, I may start with you again, given we were already on the topic, sort of.
So for us, the biodegradability of the product was top of mind. So that's something we kept in mind, whether it was the raw materials, the actual fabric, the trims, packaging, everything, it had to be biodegradable. So for us, we use no plastic, no elastic, and even our packaging. So our packaging, the garment tag is a seed tag, and then the courier bag that your garment comes in converts into a nursery bag. So you can literally just plant that and grow, basil or whatever. So yeah, I feel like that was definitely top of mind for end of life. And we've actually, on the day we launched, we took one of our garments and we buried it in the soil, and we're waiting 6 months to see what happens to it.
I love that. Hope you're filming it.
I know, we're excited. We want to see what happens. So yeah, I feel like that was definitely top of mind for us.
I love that. And Andres, I know we've spoken about this topic before as well. What are your thoughts on this and circularity and end of life as well?
Yeah, I mean, we build on biology, and biology is inherently circular. Now, there's a tension between designing products that can last a long time and designing for an end of life, such as biodegradability, right? So our technologies can go both ways. We can make things that are biodegradable, but oftentimes we have to actually make that an inducible property and focus on how the materials can perform and be durable. And in fact, probably one of the most circular things is reusability. If you can make a product that is durable, where at its end of use, someone else can use it, or you can have a long use phase with it, that's probably the most sustainable thing you can do. I mean, after all, family heirlooms are very sustainable, right? So, unfortunately, this is not how much of the fashion industry has evolved, right? It's evolved around shorter life expectancy for products. But I think we have an opportunity by leveraging these new technologies to design a future where the fashion industry can be very thoughtful about the performance phase of products, have products be more durable and performing, have that performance be more holistic, but also think of using principles such as biodegradability at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So switching topics a little, I mean, I think we can all acknowledge, and I think in the discussion today, we're talking about consumers and brand and regulation, and that the industry is moving. I would argue still probably not moving quickly enough, although maybe that's too pessimistic. But winning in the next decades is going to rely on innovation and innovative companies such as all of yours. The one thing I constantly hear is that there's still a financing gap, and there's a gap between sort of early VC dollars and later stage funding, especially for capital intensive businesses that obviously for sure need more capital, but are also more complicated and have longer R&D cycles, etc. How significant are you all finding this funding gap? Do you think it's closing, as sustainability becomes, more important and more companies have ESG agendas? Is it getting easier? Andres, I'd love to throw that one to you.
I think it's getting easier in the sense that there are more companies that are focused on this. The consumer is more aware of this. Brands are really engaging in very active ways and are great innovation partners for startups. And so you are seeing more and more investment dollars also come into this sector, right? I would say it's certainly easier to raise money today than it was 5 years ago, than it was 10 years ago. And also the milestones are better understood, right? A lot of these technologies that are being deployed in this space are technologies that were initially developed in other industries like healthcare, right? Biomedical. And there are very well understood milestones, right? You're a preclinical technology, and then you get into clinical trials. And then even if you're pre-revenue on product, depending on where you are in the development cycle and in the regulatory cycle, the investment ecosystem kind of understands inflection points. And that historically had not been the case for this sector, but it's starting to be more the case. Investors and companies and brands understand that there's technologies that are very speculative and have yet to demonstrate performance at the bench. And then there's once you demonstrate performance at the bench, then there's questions around scalability and the ability to industrialize it. And once you've demonstrated that and you've achieved techno-economic milestones that show that you can scale and show that you can bring costs down, then it's a question about commercial traction. And are you able to really deliver that last mile, which shows that you can actually satisfy the needs of real brands and real consumers with real advantages? And these various valleys of death are being better understood by investors and companies. And as a result, you have more capital and you have more sophisticated capital entering the space.
Yeah. Ingvar, are you seeing the same?
Absolutely. It's both. I mean, what has been important for this whole industry is having brands on board. And more brands are now having either innovation departments or specific kind of budgets set aside to work with innovative companies, because they understand that their customers are asking for a better product, or better, more traceable product, or more sustainable product. So when you have the brands on board, that's a really important step, because again, the big question has always been, and I remember when I started Retrolabs 5.5 years ago, does anybody actually want to buy this? And then, of course, because of course the product didn't exist. And when the brands were speaking about it, well, it was something that maybe they were looking at, but really not something that they were engaging with fully. Now, of course, they've seen that change. And when VCs and other sources of funding can see that the brands, which are going to be the customers when you're doing B2B, when they're on board, then suddenly the conversation has changed. Now, of course, there is early stage capital available. And then, of course, it's very expensive to use venture funding to build out large manufacturing plants or CapEx intensive projects. So, of course, I mean, there are great funding sources in Europe, which are non-dilutive, whether that's venture debt or other types of funding sources that one can use for those capital intensive projects. But really, we've seen that the VCs are now willing to back it all the way as well. So it's the conversation today is a lot easier than it was 3 years ago. And Andres, you were further along 5 years ago, so you can probably speak better to the to the larger pools of funding. Then, for us 5 years ago, when we were starting finding early stage VCs that were interested in it, yes, we had those visionary VCs that just wanted to change the world. And of course, they were early backers, but of course, yeah, larger pools of capital become necessary.
Yeah, which is great. I think that's something we can all be optimistic about. So we've been speaking a lot about brands and the importance of now brands, really getting behind this and being innovative partners with you all. If you had to give any advice, what are the best ways for a brand, clothing, accessories, apparel in general, to give back to generate social impact? If you had to sort of give some advice, and Mema, maybe I'll start with you.
So when we were building Restore, I think one of our core pillars was community. And that community includes not only people who are producing our goods, our team, but also our customers, our stakeholders, everyone involved. So at Restore, 1 in 2 garments is produced at an NGO where we have women from underprivileged communities around Bombay, where we hire trainers, bought machines, sewing machines, and train them. Just sustainability goes beyond the raw materials you use, right? So helping provide sustainable livelihoods, or doing your little bit to do that, is as important. And I think that's something that we definitely are for. For example, for the month of September, we've partnered with an organization that supports underprivileged communities undergoing cancer treatment. So in fact, it was actually a customer who's now become an ambassador for us, a spokesperson for us, and she loved the brand and she runs this organization. So part of our proceeds for this month will go to that organization. And I think that's something we've committed to as a brand, that every 6 to 8 weeks, or whenever the opportunity arises, we're going to partner with just the community in general to do these kind of things. And I think the other thing is being transparent. I feel like that's also something that, it's so important as a sustainable brand, that it just ties everything together.
Love that. So community and transparency. Ingvar, what about if I turn to you?
Yes, as somebody who has had a brand before, had a fashion brand for 10 years, it's the engaging with companies that are doing innovative things is really important, and kind of understanding the landscape. I think it has gotten easier now because, of course, there are fantastic sources out there for that have collected data on and information on companies like ours and like Andres's and multiple other types of companies. So, for example, Material Innovation Initiative and others that really kind of have created those publicly available reports. So really kind of understanding the landscape, understanding, of course, what you want to bring to market as a brand and what your story is, and then really engaging, figuring out what are the most valuable things that you can do to your customers, and really bringing that to the forefront of the DNA of your brand, really.
Andreas, there's a lot of good advice, but can you add any more?
I mean, absolutely. What I would say is this is incredibly important. The role of brands is incredibly important, and we at Modern Meadow have long sought to create an ecosystem where our technologies have been designed so that we can actually integrate with manufacturing partners. We can integrate with various parts of the supply chain. We don't need to build new to the world factories, for example, and where we can actually collaborate with brands in very novel ways. So look, the most powerful thing that brands can do, as expressed by some of the others on this panel, is to make public commitments, right? Public commitments to sustainability goals, even if they don't have full visibility on how to get there. Because you have to kind of say what your North Star is. You have to say where you want to be by 2030, right? And then the next thing that brands can do is really have an experimental mindset and be willing to embrace new technologies and meet them where they are, find out where they are and meet them where they are, recognizing that not everything will be solved, not everything will be necessarily as good or better than the materials or the technologies that have matured already in your supply chain, but it'll rapidly get there. And that's what we found in engaging with the supply chains of brands and engaging with brands themselves. Our technologies have advanced tremendously, and there's only so much development and learning you can do in the lab. A lot of the learning happens at the interface when you're working with brands and manufacturers. So this is an invitation to everybody in the fashion innovation ecosystem here. Come work with us. We are all here looking to build a new ecosystem where new technologies can integrate with supply chains and products to bring benefits to consumers and the planet. So come find us, work with us, because it's going to take all of us putting all of our toys together to figure out a way to make a better future.
Great invitation. I agree. The collaboration element is going to be huge. Now, I have got a couple of questions coming in from the audience, and so let me try and squeeze in a couple before we run out of time. Mema, this one's actually specifically for you. As a brand, do you feel it's your job to educate the consumer on sustainability? What do you think is the biggest challenge in doing so?
I think so what we realized really soon after we launched, because the amount of work we put in, we don't claim to be 100% sustainable, but we're trying to do everything we can. I think it is, at the end of the day, people want to shop fashion, and price, like we've talked about right at the beginning, is a very important factor. I think we still have to go out there and do what we can as a brand. So, for example, like I mentioned before, transparency, right? So we've had the life cycle assessment done. We're net carbon neutral, just making people aware. The challenge, I think, like I said, is one, the price point, and two, people making that shift. Awareness is one thing, but actually taking that action. And I think it's happening. It's actually really refreshing to see the change that's actually coming about. But all of change takes time, and I think we're all going in the right direction.
Great, thank you. And another question to the panel. And I think we've touched on it a little bit, but let me read it. Do you see a lot of mainstream brands looking to switch up their supply chain with alternative materials, such as the ones we're hearing about today? Do you believe these types of alternate materials can become the norm in the industry? So I'm not sure, Andres or Ingvar, one of you want to take that? I know we work a lot with brands.
I mean, absolutely. What I will say is most of the brands you read about work with and are engaging with many innovators. What you will often read in the press, if it's well ahead of products being available, is, I mean, those are very important. They're basically commitments or statements of collaboration. That doesn't necessarily mean that products are available to consumers. So there's often a reason why that communication is being timed when it is. Either a brand wants to be able to signal their innovation bona fides, or the technology innovator wants to be able to speak to their commercial partnerships. But that's happening. And it's happening all over with a lot of brands and a lot of innovators, and most of these relationships are not monogamous. What I will say about us is that philosophically, we've preferred to not talk about what's going to happen until it's imminently happening, right? So because of the attention span that a lot of folks have in this space, we would rather not make an announcement of what's coming in a year, 2 or 3. We would just rather just work to, with our partners and with our collaborators. And then when it is imminent, that's when we would like to make announcements about it. So I wouldn't necessarily read the press as being always literal about what the state of reality is.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I think there's a lot of willingness now within brands and large companies to work on innovative products. And there's a huge amount of resources now being put to work within those companies to figure out solutions to their existing supply chains and how to make them better. And that's something that is really, it's fantastic to see, because these brands, being some of the kind of global leaders in the space, it's really, really amazing to see how much effort they are putting internally. Of course, they don't speak about all of it. Sometimes there might be a press piece here and there, but the work that is going on behind the scenes is absolutely fantastic to see. And the brands that we are engaging with, we've seen they all want to change, and they all see the need to change, and they're all putting a lot of resources to make that happen. So there's a lot to be hopeful for.
That's great. And I think on that note, I know I'm being sort of urged to wrap up. So I hope this was really useful for everyone joining live today, and others that are going to look at this more on demand. Thank you so much, Mema, Ingvar, and Andres, for joining on the panel. And Jordana, thank you for having us all. Really amazing, the energy of this event.
Thank you so much. Honestly, this conversation was one that we were really looking forward to. And Andres, I loved how you made that open invitation. Come work with us. Let's do this together, because honestly, that's the biggest thing that we all need as an industry, is more collaboration, to act more as a collective. And I definitely felt that in this. So I really appreciate all of you. And Sarah, you are a rock star at moderating these talks. So all of you.
I learned so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank
you all so much.
It takes a global village, right? And we're better to collaborate than sustainability. We all
100%. And I hope to continue the conversation with all of you, because I would love to keep inspiring our community with the work that you are all doing. It's just amazing. So really, thank you all.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So that was amazing. And we all need to act as a collective, right? Because really, at the end of the day, that's what it is, collaboration. I know we say that over and over again. And before we go to the next conversation, speaking on collaboration, I do want to stress to all of you once again, scroll down your screen, donate, look up JCRE, Jotacre Foundation. They really do incredible work with collaborating and bringing inspiration and just bringing a chance for beauty and talent in the favelas to get out, to thrive globally. They do incredible work. Every little bit helps, so please donate. And then also join our community. We are launching our hub. We would love for all of you to join. We'd love to make this big so that we can all inspire each other and learn from each other. So definitely click on that button to join a community and find out more. And then last but not least, scroll all the way down and you're going to see the 20 brands that we hand selected so that we give rising stars an opportunity to shine during one of the most sought after, talked about weeks in fashion, which is New York Fashion Week. So we set out these 20 brands that they check all of our boxes off when it comes to all of the amazing things that they are doing. So with that, I am super excited for this next panel. We're talking a lot about purpose, sustainability, giving back, and these brands are really the best entrepreneurs to talk about this. Fashion is marrying style with purpose. So it's being led by Alden Wicker, who's a journalist specializing in fashion sustainability. Here we go. Hi, everyone. Hi, Mabi. You're up, you're twisted.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Alden.
Hi.
Amit. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Jordana. So good to be here.
So good to see you all. I'm really excited for this conversation. We are now on our 8th hour of a 15-hour day. But most of today, I have to say, has really spoken on purpose, giving, sustainability, all of which I know you guys are just going to be rock stars in. So thank you all so much. Super excited to hear this. Alden, I'll let you take it over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordana. I'm so excited to host this panel with several amazing entrepreneurs who are marrying fashion with purpose. And so I am Alden Wicker. I am a journalist who focuses on fashion sustainability, and I'm also working on a book due out in 2023 about fashion, toxic fashion chemistry, and what it might be doing to our health. And I'm excited to talk to these entrepreneurs about how they're improving the fashion industry, each in their own unique way, and with their own interesting story to tell. So I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves in their own words. Maybe we'll start with Jasmine.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Rennie, and I'm the founder of a women's apparel brand called The Grace Maid. We focus on a fashion-forward approach to modesty and make everything ethically here in Los Angeles. I'm super excited to be with you guys today and just talk about a little bit about what I do.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. And Mabi, can you tell us about your brand?
Sure. My name is Mabi. I'm the founder of Da Costa Verde. Da Costa Verde means from the Green Coast in Portuguese, which is my native language. And we are on a mission to create a healthy relationship between fashion, people, and the planet. And we design guilt-free, timeless pieces that we want to empower everyone to do good for themselves and Mother Nature. We were founded last year, 2020, and I'm super excited as well to be here with you all to discuss a little bit more about our purpose.
And Mabi, you mentioned that your native language is Portuguese, so you're from Brazil, correct?
Yes, I am from Brazil.
And you have a special connection with the Amazon?
I do. Yes, Amazon, it's also one of our major inspirations, and that's where we carry our mission of giving back.
Amazing. And Amit, could you please introduce yourself and your brand?
Hi, my name is Amit, and I'm a conscious entrepreneur, and I founded Sector 6 to solve all the issues fashion create. We are a regenerative fashion brand, which means we heal, restore, give back whatever we take from the planet and the people.
Amazing. Thank you, Amit. And yeah, why don't we start there? Can you actually explain to everyone what you mean by regenerative and what that might look like in practice, especially when it comes to your brand, which is really founded on these principles across the supply chain and across different parts of the fashion supply chain?
So fashion basically starts not in a factory or in a mall. It starts on a farm, and the most used fabric is cotton. So we wanted to address the two problem fashion creates. One is human slavery, other is destruction of planet through the dyeing process, use of all kinds of fibers, the manufacturing of fibers, all the manufacturing all along the way. So we divided our regenerative mission into two parts. One is regenerative agriculture based, where we practice regenerative agriculture practices on the farms to produce healthy cotton that's good for the soil, good for the people, where there is no use of chemical. And then the other part is regenerative manufacturing, which is basically applying regenerative principles to the manufacturing unit, where we don't use toxic dyeing process, we don't use human as slaves, or kind of confine them into a small spaces and not pay them enough, things like that. So there is regenerative manufacturing and regenerative agriculture. That's what we focus on to make fashion regenerative.
And that's so interesting because before today's discussion, I hadn't heard the term regenerative applied to manufacturing before. So I think that's a really interesting way to look at it. And actually, Jasmine, I wanted to ask you, so you manufacture locally in Los Angeles, but as it's become clear in the past few years, that doesn't necessarily mean that manufacturing is ethical. We have a lot of where there's actually some legislation moving through California right now to make manufacturing in LA more ethical. So I want to hear about your process of selecting factories and why you chose to manufacture in LA and how you ensure that it's up to your standards and hews to your personal beliefs.
Yeah, so as you said, I think people have this misconception that if something is made in LA, then it has to be ethical, which is unfortunately not true. And the way that we started was kind of unique into where we started working with independent sewing contractors and having them come into our studio, have our own production manager who kind of oversees everything. So that's worked really great for us in the way that we can ensure that the working environment is safe and clean and comfortable. Our office is like blocks away from the studio where I can go in. I go in a couple of times a week and I'm able to see what the conditions are like. And that allows them to also set their own rates so that we don't come in and lowball them and say, hey, we need to make this for 25 cents to meet our margins. No, they can price it according to what they feel is fair for the project or the season. And so that is kind of how we can ensure that as well. We also have an amazing production manager that I mentioned before who just has such a heart for people and kind of cares with the same values that we do. I remember particularly during the pandemic, just a little personal story. There was one of our sewers that didn't have a vehicle at the time, and he would drive them back and forth to make sure that they weren't at risk using public transportation to COVID and all of that. And so it's just really a family vibe and really personal for us. And so it's great that we've been able to do that. However, as we grow and our production quantities become larger and our deadlines become shorter, we are in the season where we have to find larger factories that can kind of handle that capacity that we have and can no longer continue on with this smaller scale business model. And so we're having to consider different things and kind of do the process all over again with vetting and making sure these spaces are safe and that they have the certifications that they need to have. So we are kind of just on this ongoing journey right now.
Yeah, and that's so great that you go into this process with that, because as it's become clear, to some extent, brands do have control over, especially large brands do have control over what goes on at the factory because, you choose what to pay. And I think I would love to hear you, and then we're going to go to Mavi, but I would love to hear you speak about, do you think it's believable when brands say that they had no idea what was going on in their factory, especially given some of the prices that they're willing to pay? and in terms of lowballing or saying, meet it or we'll go somewhere else?
Yeah, honestly, if I'm being 100% honest with you, I think that we should know. I mean, we are the ones that are paying as brands and negotiating, and especially here in Los Angeles, if you have the ability to step in and, speak to people and have feet on the ground, we should know more than I think we are claiming to. And so I think that brands just need to take more of a responsibility and more transparency when it comes to that as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so Mavi, you have a really special relationship with some of your suppliers. Can you speak about the factories that you work with, and also the, on your website, it's really interesting because you talk about tier 1 through tier 4 and where you get that from. So in addition to explaining your relationship with your factories, I'd love for you to talk about the concept of knowing all your tiers down through tier 4 and what that means.
Sure. So I'm going to start explaining about the tiers, and then I jump to the factories, so it's going to make more sense. But we are very similar to the purpose of Grace Made and what Jasmine said. And then just explaining a little bit of the tiers. So the tiers, the supply chain in fashion, we can map into 4 tiers. And then we start through tier 4, which is all the raw materials. So from dividing all those tiers, we can assess our impact. So tier 4 is raw materials, is the farming. It's where everything happened. How is the cotton harvest? Is it organic cotton? Is it conventional cotton? What is the impact that we are having by producing organic cotton instead of conventional cotton? So that tier, we can assess all the impact for raw materials. Then moving to tier 3 is the mills. So we got the cotton, we turn into yarn, and then we're gonna make denim. So how many liters of water we need to use for that denim? What is the impact? How can we use alternative ways for that? So that's how we assess the impact tier 3. Tier 2 is the production, which is like everybody wants closed doors. Everybody, like most of the brands, they can disclose up to tier 3 because it's the comfort zone. But then the tier 2, it's where we talk about labor, we talk about living wages, we talk about environment in the factory, and also the environmental emissions about lighting, waste, energy, all of that. And then the tier 1, it's you have your product ready to go, the emissions and the assessments about packaging, shipping, and so forth. And we decide to build this transparent statement because we want to build a transparent business where we can have our factories' doors open for everybody. And we build this bridge between consumers and who is making our clothes. Because behind every piece of clothing, there is a heart, right? There is a story. There are people like us. And no job is less value than other job. And this is something that I learned with my parents because I grew up inside a factory. My parents used to own a bag factory in Brazil. And that was my reality of factory. Everything was clean. Everything was organized. Employers were working with more than living wages, and they had transportation included. They had lunch included with a nutritionist. So everything for me was the perfect world. And then now navigating into fashion, I start seeing some stuff that was like, whoa. I don't want to contribute to that. I want to go back to my reality, right? My reality as a kid. So that's what is my philosophy. I want to build this transparency, and I want to disclose who is making our clothes. I know that our sustainable statement is still pretty basic, but we are using the tools we have. And as we scale, like Jasmine said, you need to start looking for ways that maybe you can keep those factories that are compliant to you, but how can you increase your production for the demand that you're getting from that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Amit, actually, you actually took a really unique approach to ensuring that the factory that you're using is ethical, and actually starting your own factory. So can you explain why you made that decision and how that went?
Yeah. So as I said, we wanted to hold ourselves accountable to a scorecard of regenerative manufacturing. And regenerative manufacturing means you pay people fair living wage, you provide climate controlled building, you provide full health insurance for the workers and their families, and you give days off, the standard stuff, and also if you ask them to overtime, you pay them double. So these were the basic principles of our regenerative manufacturing. So when we couldn't find a factory, we just decided we'll build our own and prove that it's economically viable to have a setup like this. Because most factories were saying, we can't do this unless you pay us this much. So people just pass their inefficiencies to the workers, And that's what we wanted to show, that you can have an intelligent run factory based on these principles and built with a scalable model. And this is no different than what we have done in other parts of the businesses. Like in organic industry, we were the first pioneers in Asia for organic food. We led the way with organic milk and a bunch of other products. So, we are using the same mindset to change fashion as we did in organic industry.
And do you think owning your own factory allows you to, or allowed you during the pandemic to treat your garment workers with more respect and sort of long-term thinking? Because, as we all saw during the pandemic, there was massive carnage and, garment workers losing their job, being laid off because, orders just stopped coming in. So I'd love to hear about how you balance the needs of your business during the pandemic when I'm assuming orders slowed down, with the needs of your employees and keeping things regenerative, as you call it.
Yeah, fortunately, we are small, so it wasn't a hard decision to keep our workers in India on the payroll and everything else, and so we just kind of used that time to upskill and be more creative and came up with some new different ways of doing things. I mean, it was tough, but manageable.
Yeah, and so Jasmine, I actually wanted to ask you, so part of your brand isn't just about sustainability, it's also about your Christian values, and also but making clothing that is inclusive and accessible to everybody, no matter what their religious values are or what their body type is. So I'd love to hear about, as a Black and Christian fashion entrepreneur, how do you think of diversity in terms of your employees as well as marketing? Like, how do you make it a welcoming brand for all, not just, consumer facing, but internally?
Yeah, so I think diversity was one of the key pillars when I started the brand, not just from the perspective of, being a Black woman, being an Afro-Latina woman, being a Christian, but just in terms of representation. And I remember prior to starting the brand, looking in magazines and not seeing people that looked like me or a lot of other women. So one thing that I was intentional about is every single shoot that we would have, and we still do this, we'll use a different race or ethnicity so that we can continue to represent that. And I think that plays off of two things, not only the diversity, but also thinking as a faith-driven brand, we want to represent all the different types of uniquely and beautifully created people. And so that's what we've kind of done. And then as terms of our customers and the people that we work with, even though the faith portion is my personal conviction and it comes from the story and why I created the brand, by no means do we expect that everyone who buys the brand is going to have the same values or subscribe to the same faith as I do. So we're completely inclusive in that way, where we serve people from different backgrounds, all different types of walks of life and from different belief systems and lifestyles. And so I'm really proud to say that our community is really diverse in that way, and that we really welcome all and never try to shove my personal convictions down anyone's throat, but also be unapologetic about the beliefs that kind of drove the brand to where it is.
That's beautiful. And I love that you brought that into your brand long before it was part of this sort of zeitgeist or conversation in the broader community. So that's absolutely amazing. And Mavi, I wanted to ask you, you come from a country that is incredibly diverse. You have European descent, Indigenous, Black people, all living side by side. So how do you represent that aspect of your home country and your culture when you're marketing your brand?
Mm-hmm. I come from a very diverse country, and I believe that's part of who we are in Brazil. Like I myself, I have background of Africans and Indigenous on my father's family and Europeans on my mom's family. So I felt that being a Brazilian outside Brazil, I had this responsibility of integrating this diversity inside the brand. And one of the ways that I found it could represent well was through the Amazon. So the Amazon, as most of us know, is the most biodiverse place in the world and is home of 30 million people. And 1 million people are indigenous people of this 30 million. And in the Amazon, there is 330 languages spoken. So it's so diverse. And then bringing the Amazon, I feel that I could show how Brazil can be represented well outside Brazil, because everybody wants to know what is happening in the Amazon. And then also another point, we use all Brazilian models. So when you see our Instagram or our marketing content, you see that our cast is very diverse and they are all Brazilian. So you can get a piece of Brazil in each one of us.
That's amazing. And I'm sure you have no shortage of beautiful, diverse women to photograph from your home country. I mean, I wanted to ask you, so your brand is really grounded in not only there's the cultural element of India, as well as sort of the what you're trying to bring to India to solve some of the issues that you see there in terms of extractive agriculture, extractive labor practices. So how do you communicate those core aspects of your brand to an audience that is outside of India and might have only a cursory understanding of the issues that you're trying to address with Sector 6?
Well, it's a big story to tell. So we try to break it into more fun, more pop and culture kind of way by communicating in small short stories in local gatherings in New York and LA, trying to do some pop-ups, so we are just taking kind of micro approach on it for now. And as we build enough momentum, we'll go to a more scalable digital model.
And so what kind of stories have you found really resonate with people when you tell them, like, what makes people's ears perk up, what makes them excited about your brand, and what makes them want to buy a piece so that they could be involved in your story?
Yeah, so it really depends on the age group, but the little bit younger and more environmentally conscious people are kind of surprised to hear all the destructive things that come with fashion, especially with fast fashion, especially the end of life cycle for the product, when they kind of hear how your product ends up at the end of life cycle. And they get excited when we explain them, hey, this is banana peel, and this is rose petals that we picked up from all the temples. When you hear all those stories, they get really excited. Oh, wow. So you can make fiber out of anything. So that's what we try to encourage them to understand, that move away from plastic, polyester and nylon, and go towards regenerative fabrics, which will die in 15 years as a nutrient. So they love that. Other parts, they still can't believe there is human slavery. That fashion, Nike is one of the biggest promoters of slavery still. They like it or not in Asia. So all these brands, when they hear about the damaging impact on human life, again, it's eye-opening for them. But at the same time, we show them that if you support our kind of mission, like you did in organic industry, we will win here and everybody will become mainstream. Like today, everyone buys organic. It's because it was economically viable and people wanted to do it. So same thing here, we try to bring awareness. So younger people care about climate, people, older bit care about their health more, than the climate. That's a secondary issue. So depending on who it is.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And so in terms of regenerative practices and materials, Mavi, I actually found it really interesting I don't know if you know this, but in the latest Miss Universe contest, the national costume of Miss Brazil was cotton. It was all these little cotton fluff balls all over her dress. It was really actually quite gorgeous. And so I wanted to hear about, fashion actually has a huge role to play in either preserving or destroying the Amazon with, leather, cotton, viscose rayon, which comes from trees. So knowing all of this and knowing that, you're in a unique position as a fashion entrepreneur, because most fashion entrepreneurs are concerned about what their choices do for some people over there. But this is your country that you're talking about that you can have an impact on. So what are some of the fabrics or materials that you've chosen while keeping their impact on the Amazon in mind?
So we're trying to find renewable resources, renewable materials. I'm the crazy one for materials, believe or not. Like, I go through all researches and to find innovative materials. We found one that it's made of apple waste, but believe it or not, there's always an impact, right? We avoid leather, even though like some people say that the leather you're going to use is byproduct, but we wanted to go vegan, but we're not using any PVC for sure, which is super pollutant. We are using viscose, but is the viscose certified by Lansing. So when we are using materials that we know that are not as good as the planet, as I also read one of your articles about talking about viscose, and then we prefer go to the certified, because we know there is nonprofit organizations, third parties that audit them and certify them, so we know that generate less impact. Like for cotton, conventional cotton, it's a big no, and we go to organic cotton. Now we found a new source in Brazil, which is on northeast of Brazil, that is the biggest producer of cotton, organic cotton, but they are still not certified. They still in process, but we know that the work that they are doing there, it's helping not only the environment, but especially the farmers, because the way that the cotton is harvested there, it's a non-toxic way with living wages. So basically those are the fabrics we are using. We are partnering now with Santa Constancia, which is one of the biggest also manufacturers in textiles and innovation in Brazil. And we are working with them to do the biodegradable nylon. So we are getting to with them to partner in this new innovation, which goes less chemicals and is biodegradable. So we are sure that it's not going to be sitting for 100 to 500 years, and it's going to decompose in 2 to 3 years.
Amazing. And I think that's really interesting, because I have it on good authority from several textile experts and chemists and scientists that adding in some synthetic fiber can actually make some materials last a little bit longer, which, you know, is a core part of having a sustainable wardrobe, is something that will last a long time. But it's a choice that every designer has to make between all of these different things. So actually, Jasmine, I want to ask you, like, what kind of materials do you like to source and use for your brand, and why do you make that choice?
Yeah, so our sustainability journey has been quite the journey. When I started, actually, I was not focused on sustainability, to be honest. My main pillars were ethical, production, and giving back. Those were my mission-based things. But it wasn't too long after that we realized that sustainability and ethical production kind of goes hand in hand, and the impact that it made on the industry. And so we've been slowly just changing everything as we go along. We started in 2016, so we've been able to make some strides, just adding more organic cottons, hemps, linens, more natural fibers. If it's not natural, we'll do like upcycling for our viscose and that kind of thing. So dead stock fabrics. But again, it's been a learning process, and we're still trying to get it right. And every season we try to incorporate it more and more. So I'm super grateful for our community that has just given us so much grace to kind of learn and get it right. So that's where we're at. And we also have just tried to eliminate waste when it comes to the fabrics as well, by reselling the fabric that we don't use instead of wasting it, or upcycling it into some kind of accessory and that kind of thing. So that's kind of where we're at in our fabric journey.
And Amit, I'd love to hear about your material mix. You mentioned cotton. What other materials do you use, and do you choose to use synthetic or not, and why or why not?
No, we don't use any synthetic. We use all plant-based fiber, mainly coming from banana peels and rose petal silk we have, which feels like silk, but is not made from the worms. And our main fiber is still cotton produced from regenerative agriculture. And when we say regenerative, it's above and beyond organic. Organic basically means you can use certain type of chemicals still, and it does not address the soil health. So regenerative is a standard above organic. So that's our main fiber we use. And all our fiber, like I said, is pure nutrient, and it dies happily into the earth when people are done wearing it.
So I have more questions about that. So the first question I have is, so the rose petal silk, how exactly is that made? Is that, where is it made? And like, how do you turn rose petals into a fabric? I'd love to hear more about that.
So it's not just rose petals. It's rose petal is there as a ingredient, and then it's plant-based fiber of others combined together. And the generic term you want to use is, it's just rose petal based viscose, because viscose is any plant-based fiber, right? So mainly, so it's just made through that, and it's a lot softer than bamboo, so that's why it's desirable. So you can use it on fabrics where you want it to be super soft.
That's amazing. And so we have some questions coming in from the audience now that I want to ask, and I want to put it to all of you. So any of you can jump in with the answer to the question. So the first one is, if you could, what advice would you give to yourself when you first started your brand?
Be patient. Be patient, trust the process, and enjoy the ride. Because once you get there where you want to be, it's gonna be like calmer waters. So enjoy the ride, learn with the process, and take a risk. Don't fear of anything. That's what I would say, like, to myself when I started, and I keep telling myself, because in an entrepreneurship journey, we always have the up and downs. We're gonna have more challenges than victories, and we should celebrate every small victory.
Yeah, I second the be patient. It's a journey. And I think also just don't rush the process. Do things the way that you would like to see them in the beginning, because it's a lot harder to backtrack and try to change things later. So I would say, really think things through, think about what you want to represent, the purpose that you want to put forth, and just take your time with crafting the brand with excellence.
Amit, do you have anything to add?
No, I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Another story we have is question we have is, what's the best first step in taking a brand towards sustainability? It's such a broad term. And actually, Amit, I want to ask you this question because you, Sector 6 is based on this idea of defining sustainability in 6 different ways. So
we actually want to replace sustainability. Sustainable means let's sustain how we live. We can't sustain. It's a concept from 90s. Today's concept should be regenerative, heal, restore, give back. So we are promoting regenerative principles, and we are trying to replace everything sustainable with regenerative. So that's pretty much our idea. So how do you walk towards it? By applying the same economic viable solutions we have. We have tested these solutions. They are scalable. You can apply them and make money with them. All you have to do is eliminate the basic problems in fashion, because there is a brand sitting here in America that's giving an order to an export house. Export house will give the order to an import house, and the import house will pass the same paperwork over to some factory. So there is 4 layers of in between. So if we eliminate a lot of these inefficiencies, there is enough money for all of us to make good money and be regenerative.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting concept, because I don't know if it's coincidence or if it means something that everybody here on the panel today is working locally with the people around them to source their fabrics, to have their things made. And so it seems, I did an interview one time with somebody, and somebody had come up with this really fancy solution to decarbonizing fashion. And somebody just said, hey, look, if brands really cared about this, they would just make things in their own country.
And that's a little harder because, cotton is produced in certain countries. There is certain aspect that will limit you. And also there is art and craft. Like India is known for certain cultural things. You can't change that. Sri Lanka has certain type of workforce. You can't change that. It's not, you can't localize fashion. But what we can do is make it more efficient, more transparent, and more equitable for everybody. Because trying to grow everything in the United States or do everything here when there is already shortage of labor, I don't know what purpose it serves, because we are a big global family now. It's not like, I believe in no borders, So anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it, right? There's making things where they're best made and doing it with people who are the best at doing it, which there's one way to look at it. Fashion so far has been sort of chasing lowest wages, regardless of skill set or fit or even, environmental protection. So if we could move to a world where it was truly a global family, where we say, you're really good at doing this and you're really good at doing your embroidery is done in India, and we get rubber from sustainable plantations in Brazil, that would be amazing.
So okay, look, so we have our main, just to add to that, so the 2 most important pillars of our society are farmers and teachers. One gives us the food to grow and become a human. Other one gives information so we can apply ourselves to the society in the right way. They are the most underpaid members of our society in all across the world. So the day we start paying them what they're worth, not influencers, not anybody else, a farmer can do a catwalk, believe me, So the point is, once we start to pay them well, we'll see a big change, because the new generation of kids who will have the information. They're getting it from different teachers, you know. So I think farmers and teachers is where it's at. We got to change that. That's it.
I love that. I absolutely love that. And you're absolutely right. So we have a couple more minutes to go. And there's one question that came in that actually was for me as the journalist. So somebody asked, as a sustainably focused journalist, do you see a lot of talk when it comes to interviews, but then not a lot of follow-up? And the answer is yes. I've actually changed a lot of the ways I do interviews because I see commitments. There's a ton of commitments. There's a ton of talk. There's a ton of marketing, but I don't open the email unless they're saying we've already started working on it, and this is how. So yeah, tons of greenwashing, as they call it. But there's also some action being taken. And the final thing I'll say about that is that talk is cheap and legislation is where it's at. So yeah, I'm going to end on that note. Thank you, everybody, Amit and Jasmine and Mabi, for coming to this. This has been incredible. And Mabi actually mentioned an article that I wrote on viscose. You can find all of that on ecocult.com. And all the sort of information there, and as well as the newsletter that everyone can sign up for to learn more.
Yeah, it's amazing content. I highly recommend.
Thank you, Mabi.
Of
Thanks,
course.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
everyone so
you.
much. This panel was incredible, and it honestly is such an important panel in today's overall discussion. And I know that right now we're kind of going one after the other with another 7 hours to go, but I know it's been from 8 a.m. to midnight. We're going, but it's super important to bring the world together, especially when it comes to sustainability and really moving forward in the right direction, and especially when we're all kind of dispersed and not able to fly. At least we can come together in this format. So we're really excited about it. And I just wanted to thank all of you, Amit, Jasmine, Mabi, all of them. You did such a great job, like getting everybody involved in the conversation. And I'm excited for everyone also. Check out Mabi's project that we partnered with her on for the Amazon. I know that she sent all of you something, and yeah, I just wanted to give that little shout out. I'm actually wearing the Amazonia shirt.
Me too. I'm wearing the other one.
We really need to, there's a lot of problems right now in Brazil, unfortunately, pertaining to the Amazon rainforest, and they're super important for humanity. So really excited about this project. But thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us, Jordana. It's been a pleasure.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
So that was amazing. And like I said, the Amazon, they need us. They need us to talk more about how important they are, if you don't already know, but I feel like most people do know how important the rainforests are to the world, to humanity. And so, yeah, we're going to send out information about this project to all of you in a newsletter tomorrow. And when I have a few extra minutes in a little bit, I will also be able to share a little bit more. But I don't want to keep this next conversation waiting, because it is an amazing one. Speaking of sustainability, speaking of circularity, resale. Really, really interesting topic. So the next title is Fashion is E-commerce Technology Disrupting the Resale Market. And it's being led by Manosa Gogineri, the reporter at Venture Beats. And I'm very, very excited to have her here.
How's the day going?
Oh, it's going really good. We have such a global audience, and we still have 7 hours to go. We've started at 8 a.m. We're going to midnight, but we're really excited. It's been honestly such an inspiring day. And I know this conversation is one that I've been looking forward to because Fashion Innovation, we're huge fans of Recurate. We've been from the beginning. And I'm also excited for you to be here and lead this conversation because I've seen your work. You're amazing. And Genevieve, really excited to hear all that you have to say. So I know this is going to be amazing. I don't want to take up any more time. I'll come back to say goodbye at the end, but let us be inspired and share knowledge with the audience. Thank you all so much for being here.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Manasa Goganini, and I'm a reporter at VentureBeat. I write about technology, and here with me today to talk about e-commerce tech is Genevieve Rudin, who is the Chief Creative Officer of Brass Clothing. And we also have the Chief Operating Officer of Recurate, Wilson Griffin. And so before we get into their individual companies, I would love to hear more about how you define resale technology and why it's important.
Sure, I can take a first stab at that. First, just super happy to be here. Thank you, Manasa, for facilitating this conversation, and Jenny for joining it and representing one of the earliest Recurate clients, which is Brass Clothing. So for us, I think when we think about resale, obviously from the customer perspective, people have been participating in resale for a really long time. First, it was, swap meets and trading clothes amongst friends, and then it translated into Craigslist and eBay. And then obviously it's really exploded over the past few years with Depop, Poshmark, ThreadUp, you name it, Grailed, etc. And the technology that we've created is really to take that experience of customers buying and selling secondhand and bring it back to the brand who manufactured and made that product initially. Our view of the world is that the brands who are making high quality product, who are generating a lot of loyalty and demand among their customers, they deserve to benefit from the fact that their products are being sold multiple times. And that's really what we've set out to do.
Okay, great. And so going off of that, you were saying that a lot has changed in the past few years. And so could you expand more on what's different about resale tech in the overall market or landscape, say, compared to like 5-10 years ago? Because I'm sure it's just changed so much recently.
Yeah, I'd actually be interested in Jenny's perspective as a brand, and maybe, what made you interested in sort of participating at a brand level in the resale space?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there's part of what makes Recurate and software like Recurate, tech like Recurate so successful is the fact that it makes sense from all angles. It's no doubt that there's no surprise that they've had the success they've had, getting a lot of new brands on board with the platform. From our standpoint, Wilson hit the nail on the head. We saw within our community of customers, our existing customer base, loyal customer base, an interest in buying, selling, and trading what we call pre-loved brass pieces. And we had a front row seat to that activity and actually helped facilitate it within our Facebook group, the Brass Guild, which has been a huge asset for the company nearly since its inception in 2015. It started as a community to bring our customers together, a digital community where they would chat about their life experiences, their professions, what they were wearing to job interviews. It was social and supportive. It was a place to share moments of confidence wearing brass, but it quickly turned also into a place where women could spot fellow brass customers wearing a top that they might have missed out on and even solicit them for a trade. And of course, we had threads going that enabled this exchange, these opportunities to buy, sell, and trade from one another, but it was not at all formalized. And frankly, we did know that our customers were also using platforms like ThreadUp as well, and various others, but preferred the intimacy and the sort of communal, the opportunity to really buy and sell goods to customers that they felt a connection with. And I actually think there's a lot there as well that has has been super critical to the success of our adaptation of the platform. But really, it was a very organic, and it was a very logical transition from something that was happening fluidly and spontaneously within our Facebook group to adapt a platform that made it much more streamlined.
Yeah, awesome. And I know we haven't gone into this in depth, and so Wilson, do we want to go more into the platform and like your vision behind it and how it's kind of changed things the past few years?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe it would be helpful just really quick on my background. I come from a sustainability background at big apparel brands. And, for the past few years, the trend, this just explosive growth of resale has been, hard to ignore. And we figured that it would be only a matter of time until brands like Brass wanted to take that experience and bring it in-house. And really what our goal is to improve the experience for sellers, make it easier for them to sell an item, make it so there's less friction in taking photos and making a posting, to make it a better experience for buyers. So to give them better photography, allow them to buy directly from a brand that they trust. So our customers transact directly on the brand site where they're purchasing that item. We don't have our own storefront or platform. The entire recurate experience happens within the branded environment. And then the third pillar of that is the brands themselves. And we want to create all of this technology and this great experience for buyers and sellers, but to do so in a way where the brand owns the experience, they own the data, they own the customer loyalty that comes with these transactions. They're giving their customers more reason to come back to their brand site and visit, whether that's as a seller, as a buyer, to shop new, to shop used, really just to give their customers more options and more opportunities to interact with the brand. Brass was one of our earliest clients, and they've been such an amazing partner. And really what it comes down to is the fact that they've built this amazing community and they have these really high quality products that last, and their customers already had this behavior. So it was they've been a great partner for us in helping to try to take the best elements of this organic buy, sell, trade behavior that was happening, but also try to up level that a little bit by bringing it right onto the brand site. So it's easier for the Brass team to manage it. All of the transactions are in one place on their e-commerce platform. And that's just one example of sort of how we work with our brands and the experience that we try to cultivate.
That's awesome. And, I'd love to hear from Genevieve a little bit more about Brass. I remember reading that Brass is women-led, which is amazing. And so I'd love to hear more about your mission, like kind of how that connected with wanting to move into resale tech also.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, you're correct. We are an all-female team right now, small but mighty team. Brass was founded in 2015, and our mission is to offer straightforward, comfortable clothes for today's working women. We believe that when you are able to put on product that is high quality, well-made, machine washable, easy care, easy wear, you are best suited to take on the rest of your incredibly demanding, busy life. So we let the woman come first. We design with her in mind. And yes, again, the goal is to offer her the highest possible quality product at the most affordable price point. And I think Wilson really kind of touched on another important thing about why Brass is such a successful brand for a resale platform like the one Recurate offers, is because the women that shop with us already come with that mindset of wanting to buy high quality, hyper valuable product. So in many instances, they are making that first purchase now with the idea towards being able to potentially resell that product in a year. And of course, part of that has to come with the education that we do as a brand to make them aware of the buy, sell, trade functionality. But when you are just out of college trying to get your wardrobe ready for your first job, or just a sustainably minded shopper, the knowledge that you can use a product for as long as it may serve you and then trade it in or sell it, creating new dollars for new product, but ensuring that that item that may no longer be serving you for whatever reason is getting into the hands of another woman who can use it forward from there. So yeah, obviously there's so much to say about this, but it has been incredibly successful for us and dovetails so nicely with the values of the brand at the outset. So no brainer from our perspective.
That's like the definition of sustainable. So that's awesome to hear that. And can you tell me more about Brass's organic resale market? So is that the same one with Recurate or is it separate?
No, it was the organic resale market was really what was occurring naturally within our Facebook group, and why Recurate was such a natural transition for us. So we saw an immediate adaptation from our existing customer bases using the Recurate product once it had been fully fleshed out and established on our website, brassclothing.com. Prior to that, the organic buy, sell, trade networking, if you will, which we basically had a moderator in our Facebook group that would every week say, all right, here's the thread for this week's buy, sell, trade. Have at it, ladies. The problem was that the experience was suboptimal in many ways. You could get messages lost. People didn't know who chimed in first. We now offer, obviously, the ability to print out a shipping label. The whole process is just streamlined in a way that makes it 10 times easier for the seller and the buyer to execute on this amazing, exchange of goods. So we do still operate that organic, the buy, sell, trade in our group because we view that as kind of that we're honor bound to do so because it's what our community has been accustomed to, and for now it's still available to them. But we have seen almost a 100% adaptation, or our customers are pretty much exclusively using the online platform on brassclothing.com now.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on one other thing there, because I think it's really important about sort of what our service offers and how it might be different from existing behavior. For almost every brand, there's some level of resale happening, whether that is hundreds of thousands of items a month on eBay and Poshmark and other places, or if it's people buying and selling locally, or it's something like the Facebook group that Brass had. For the most part, brands don't know who those people are that are buying and selling their products secondhand. And because we are fully integrated into the brand's website, all of these transactions are through the brand. So the brand knows who's the seller, who's the buyer. We found with our existing brands that as many as 50% of pre-loved product purchasers are new to brand, meaning they haven't purchased directly from the brand before. Now, maybe they bought that brand on Poshmark, and maybe they're actually a really loyal customer of that brand on Poshmark. The brand has no idea who they are. They can't market to them. They don't have that customer's information. So by taking this resale behavior onto the brand site, all of a sudden that customer is a part of the brand's community. The brand can market to them directly, and some of those aspirational customers that Genevieve was referring to, maybe people that couldn't afford this brand full price, they're buying it at a lower price, but they're a part of the brand. They're not a Depop customer who's buying Brass. They're a Brass customer. They're buying directly from the brand. And that's really the huge opportunity that we see, is for brands to own this behavior that's already happening, but really make it nicer experience for the buyer and seller, and then to have the whole thing occur in the environment where the brand can own and control and really make sure that everything is functioning smoothly, customers are satisfied, and it can drive the business. I mean, these are real transactions, this is revenue, these are touch points. So it's a way to grow the business without necessarily, just selling more new products.
Okay, awesome. And I actually have a question from the audience. And so someone asked, since brands in the past haven't had a technology like Recurate to go to, and consumers became used to reselling in third-party platforms, what is the best way for the brand to communicate it to the customers and change the way they're used to reselling?
Yeah, it's a great question. You want to go first, Genevieve?
Well, I'm actually, I think Brass is a typical example because we were able to articulate it so clearly to our existing customer base, since they were already accustomed to our organic buy-sell trade that was off our website. So I actually think, Wilson, I'd love to hear your take on that when you aren't working with a brand like Brass that already has a footing in this, but is interesting and eager to corner that part of their secondary market. How do you guys pitch it to them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there's a few things. Number one, sellers are going to go to where they have the best experience. And that's a combination of how easy or hard is it to sell an item, how quickly does that item sell, how much are they paid for that item. So those are all the ways that we try to improve the seller experience. So what that looks like in practice, if a customer bought an item from Brass, they have an account on Brass, they log into their account and purchase history on Brass clothing, they'll see every item they purchased, and each one will have a sell used button next to it. They click that button. Because we're working with the brand, we know what that product is, what size it is, what color it is, when they bought it, what they paid for it. We have access to the original photography, the original brand description. We bring all of that information in on behalf of our sellers, whereas if they were on a Poshmark or Depop, it would be the seller's responsibility to track down all that information. Mm-hmm. So first, we reduce a lot of friction from the seller experience. The other things that we can do on sort of the awareness side, these are sellers that have purchased from the brand before. So one thing we talk about with our brands and we encourage them to do is actually reaching out proactively to previous customers and saying, hey, you bought this beautiful wool jacket last year. We hope you're wearing it all the time and that you love it. If you find out that you're not wearing it as much as you thought you were going to, we know that there's lots of customers that would love to buy that product. We invite you back onto the site to sell that item. And that's something that the third-party marketplaces can't do. For those sites, it's always the seller's responsibility to decide when to sell. We can just keep that engagement a little bit closer by working through our brands to raise that awareness. Last thing I'll say is it also comes down to all of sort of your typical e-commerce marketing to raise awareness, whether that's through social, through email campaigns, all the things that brands need to do to generate customers, to drive traffic. We leverage those same tools to bring those sellers back on to the brand site.
And just to add something to that, we are, obviously this is a question too about sustainability and how do you leverage technology to improve your company's sort of MO, or to add your company's MO about wanting to be a better citizen, better brand in today's world from a sustainability standpoint. Something that obviously every brand is thinking of constantly is inventory management. So as a brand, as Brass specifically, is really interested in not overproducing clothing. We do not like to hold excess amounts of inventory. So of course we have core products that we like to keep in stock regularly, but some things are specifically produced in capsules, limited edition runs. And of course there's marketing behind that. There's marketing ideology behind that as well. But what we're seeing is that very often we utilize a third-party app on the back end of our website to monitor back in stock notifications. So very often we're seeing, a list of 50, 100 women who have signed up for alerts for back in stock notifications. And right there you have your email list cut out for you that you can market the resale platform on your own website. Why don't you go over there and see if you can buy secondhand a Brass pre-loved pant that you're looking for. And we at the same time have an opportunity to email customers who have purchased all of those styles, letting them know, hey, there's actually huge demand for a product that you bought last year, year before. If you love it, great. If you'd like to make room for something new, consider selling it now, because you'll probably have it out the door within a week. So there's the opportunities to create and reinforce this like kind of circular economy for the brand, creating brand loyalty, more touch points, as Wilson said. And it's a little bit of a surprise and delight too. Who knew that black top that you bought 2 years ago is in high demand from customers out there?
Awesome. And one of the questions I was going to ask, an audience member had too. And so question for Genevieve, has your brand always been open about adopting new technologies? We feel that lots of brands are slow to adopt technologies into their supply chain due to fear and lack of knowledge. What are your thoughts on this? And what has your experience been in being an adopter? What would you tell those brands that are hesitant still?
I mean, of course, it really depends what stage your business is in. Brass is still an upstart. We are still building our company, building our business. And the absolute worst thing you can do when you're trying to grow your company is to take any idea off the table. So testing, pivoting, retesting, tweaking, trying new technologies, working with great teams. Obviously, like Recurate, Wilson and Adam have been such incredible partners and an example of an effort we've undertaken that has been hugely successful. But for every great idea, of course, there are ideas that fall flat. The point, though, is that unless you are able to be agile and try everything out, you won't see the potential upside from it. And I guess the last thing on that point is, I think being really thoughtful about what just makes logical sense for your brand. For Brass, adopting a platform like Recurate was a no-brainer simply because it was a direct extension of something that was happening organically within our online community. I think at the end of the day, we're all consumers ourselves. So if you really put yourself in the position of your customer, thinking what makes their life easier and what would be a positive reflection of their brand, of your brand for them, trying anything out that aligns with that is the way to step forward. And I guess the last point is, Katie and I, my business partner, our CEO, we feel really fortunate that we're at this stage in the game of growth because we can try 5 ideas out per week and we only have ourselves to answer to on that. So this is one of the silver linings of being an early stage startup, is obviously getting to leverage all new ideas very quickly.
Yeah, it's really about the specific company, what they have going on, and that's a really good insight. I have 2 very specific audience questions. One of them is Recurate specific to enterprise brands, or do you work with smaller startup or medium-sized brands? I think we've already answered it, but if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, so we work across. So we work with startup brands like a Brass has been an amazing partner. We've also started to launch with some larger brands. We have an amazing portfolio. We work with brands like Mara Hoffman, Laline, Peak Design, Redone. And, we're a young company as well, and we're continuing to partner with more and larger brands. We work with Spider, the outdoor apparel ski brand. And I want to say we have 9 brands that are currently in the pipeline that are in the final stages of implementation, and they'll be launching here hopefully by the end of Q3 over the next few weeks. So we're continuing to add brands at a pretty rapid rate, and you'll start to see larger and larger brands, including some enterprise brands that are going to be launching soon.
Awesome. And then another quick audience question. Is there a sales tax on resale merch?
So yes, taxes for resale products are the same as other products. One advantage of being integrated into the brand system is that all of that is sort of managed through the brand's current workflows. Which is just another sort of advantage of having everything live in one place, as opposed to sort of having a separate resale channel. So that's one of the other things that we can offer our brands through that fully integrated, fully managed approach to your own resale channel.
Okay, awesome. And then my final question, we have like 2 minutes left, is where do you see the future of resale technology? Like what's going to happen next, and what do you see the overall long-term view to be for the fashion industry?
I have a quick answer to that, and I think we can end with Wilson. We think that this platform has the potential to become a huge revenue driver for our business, and we envision it just over the coming months and years capturing an even greater and greater percentage of our total revenue. So we're psyched to see that. We've already seen it month over month over month. Capturing a larger percentage of our monthly sales, and it's awesome to see. So I think the sky's really the limit there, and brands can start to think of it almost as an entirely separate revenue stream that has immense potential.
Okay, awesome. Any final thoughts, Wilson?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing we didn't talk much about is brands compensating these sellers with brand credit, which creates this sort of flywheel. So, a Browse customer, when they sell an item, they'll actually be compensated 100% of that item's sale price in store credit. All of a sudden, that customer has, say, $100 of credit in their account. They're going to come back to Brass and spend $250. And that sort of flywheel of loyalty and customer acquisition and reacquisition is really sort of where we see the future of branded resale going.
Okay, awesome. Well, it's so wonderful to speak with you both. And then I will pass it back to Jordana.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Manazza. You did a great job getting the conversation going. And I love the bounce back between the brand and the technology, because I feel like that's the one thing where sometimes the brands don't understand the technology, or the technology, they don't get the brand's needs. And so putting this together was super useful. I know we got a lot more questions. I just couldn't type them in fast enough. So we'll send it to your teams. But with that being said, I also love, Wilson, that you really created something, what you spoke about at the end with the customer points and loyalty. You created something that is not only beneficial to the brand who's using it, but it really gives back to the community in a really big way. And that circularity portion of it, what that stands for as far as the industry moving forward and what we want it to be, I just really want to applaud you and your team, because it really is really amazing. And yeah, so I really appreciated this conversation. I know you guys inspired, and I cannot wait to continue the conversation with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. So that was amazing. And what I really love about it, I know I say amazing a lot, and sometimes people make fun of me for it, but it is amazing, because when have we seen all of these different people from around the world doing things both on the tech side and the fashion side come together and be in the same conversation and finally start to understand what each of both parties are doing and the pain points and how can they address it, and yet speak to the brands in a way where they understand the pain points that these technologies are going to take away if they start adopting. And adopting is something that a lot of tech companies come to us and they say, I'm a startup and it's really hard. I don't know how to get a brand to trust us, because they didn't really understand it's the technology could actually help them. But I think it really stems down and it boils down to education, and the right education, and education not in the sense of where a technology company goes to a brand and educates them based on what their verbiage is of what that technology does, but education in a way where they can speak to the brand, who usually the founder or the designer of a brand is more on the creative side, and explain to them how technology can actually allow brands and designers to become more creative. It actually gives them a whole new world to play with and get creative with. And so, yeah, I wanted to share those points. And now I'm actually getting really thirsty because I don't have a glass of water next to me, which brings us to our next conversation. I remember one of the speakers that's going to be in this next panel that I'm going to introduce in just 30 seconds is someone that when I spoke to, he was like, I just want to talk about the benefits of water. Simple as that. And I was like, water is something that we drink every day. We take showers, we see it, but we don't really think of it. And how does it pertain to technology? How does it pertain to fashion in a lot of ways? but let's see what this conversation brings to us today. So with that, we're going to see fashion is discovering alternatives to end ocean pollution, and it's being led by Edward Hertzman, who's the Executive VP of Fairchild Media and a founder at Sourcing Journal. Hi, Edward. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good. Tired. We've been here since 8 in the morning, going till almost midnight. Long day, but it's going really well, and we're really excited. All the speakers have been amazing. I'm sure this will be nothing short of, and I'm really looking forward to having you, Edward. You're always so great at getting these conversations, really getting them more and more insightful and sharing knowledge. So thank you for being here. And Lucy and Mark, cannot wait to get this conversation going. So without further ado, I will let you all take it over. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordana. I am Edward Hertzman, founder and president of Sourcing Journal, as well as the executive vice president of Fairchild Media. And today, joining me is Lucy Hughes, founder of Marina Techs, as well as Mark Yagi, executive director of Waterkeeper Alliance. We are going to discuss how fashion is discovering alternative solutions to end ocean pollution. So Mark, I want to start with you. Before we really get into the conversation, let's take a step back. And from a macro perspective, why is fashion such a culprit when it comes to ocean pollution?
Well, thanks, Edward. It's a great question. And, it's really a multifaceted issue. So glad you're saying to cover it at a macro level. Otherwise, we could probably spend this entire worldwide talks talking about it. But, I think to start, we've got to realize that most of the pollution in the ocean, comes from rivers, and it comes from land activity that impacts rivers, that impacts the ocean. So to really get to the answer of your question, we've got to start upstream of the ocean. And I would say we put the impacts of the ocean in 3 buckets, or the impacts in 3 buckets, really being water consumption, water pollution, and climate change. And, first, the fashion industry is a big consumer of water, second only to the ag industry. And using those vast amounts of water for whether it's growing cotton or other uses in the dyeing facilities, et cetera, can really impact both the integrity of a local community's water supply, but also impact rivers and their flow and the amount of pollution in them. So then moving on to waste, you move on to the waste side, and the industry is, basically reported to be responsible for about 20% of global wastewater pollution. That pollution that ultimately ends up in the rivers and goes to the oceans. And on top of that, of course, you've got microplastics that are making their way into our oceans. And I think we're going to talk about those later. So we'll get to that third bucket, which is you've got the industry producing about 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, which, is more than all international flights, shipping industry, all that combined. And so with respect to oceans, you're talking about sea level rise, and climate change is altering the chemistry of our oceans. We're seeing ocean acidification, which is impacting our shellfish. It's impacting our coral reefs, which are an important foundation of our food web. And a big concern, too, that doesn't get a lot of airtime is that warming oceans are reducing the levels of phytoplankton, which are the base of our marine food web, but also produce oxygen for us. 70% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the ocean. So that's a fairly important matter there. But, the list is really long, but I would say, from the macro level, it's the water consumption, it's the water pollution, the climate change, those 3 important buckets that really are the categories of concern for the industry. And they're all incredibly interrelated as well.
So how does your organization, the Waterkeeper Alliance, work with brands to foster actionable change as it pertains to this pollution we're talking about?
Well, we've had the opportunity to work with a number of brands like Levi's and Patagonia and Swarovski and Gant, for example. And I know working with those partners that there are a lot of innovative thinkers who are committed to marrying fashion and sustainability, which is important given the state of the global water and climate crisis. One example I can give is dealing with plastic, and that we've at Waterkeeper Alliance, we worked with Bionic, which is a mission-driven raw materials engineering company. And through this partnership, we work with our local waterkeepers. We've got 350 local clean water advocacy organizations in 47 countries. And we work with these local waterkeeper groups, some of them to create plastic recycling opportunities and to recover plastic debris from local marine and coastal environments. And we built our first ocean plastic recovery facility in a community in Costa Rica that didn't have recycling facilities and suffered from a lot of plastic in the ocean. And once the plastic is collected and processed, Bionic turns it into a wide range of materials like high strength yarn to polymers. And while, overall as a society, we need to reduce how much plastic we're making and how much plastic we use, by adding recycling facilities in these communities and coupling that with education, we can help prevent the plastic that is being made and used from getting into the waterways. And those plastics and the ones that we recover from waterways can be turned into an amazing array of non-single-use products. We made a shoe line with Sperry. All of the shoes were made out of ocean plastic. To making shirts. Shirt I'm wearing today is made out of ocean plastic and oyster shells. Sporting equipment, virtually limitless amount of things that could be made out of this this plastic that we're keeping from going into the ocean. And it can also make a compelling, authentic story for brands. But I also want to mention, we're talking about brands and they're part of the solution. I also just want to say that I think everyone out there watching this and just everyone at large can be a part of making change regarding fashion too. And that's an important thing, is that everybody's got to be part of the solution. As consumers, we can make more sustainable choices. We should think of clothing as, long-term investments, donate our old clothing, buy secondhand clothing, and really educate ourselves on sustainable choices. But I think we all have a role, and not just the brands.
Well, talking about having a role, I don't know if it's serendipitous or moronic, but I realize I'm drinking a plastic Dunkin' Donuts coffee while talking about how to conserve plastic and save the environment. But I'll call myself out instead of someone else doing that. But
I turn that into a shirt.
So anyway, I guess I'm guilty. So Lucy, I know a couple years back you won the James Dyson Award. Congratulations. For your revolutionary material, which makes plastic-like material out of algae and fish. I'm sure to many people, especially not in this industry, or maybe in this industry, that sounds like a science fiction novel. Can you explain this to me a little bit? How is this possible? How do you make this happen?
Yeah, of course. So, many great inventions hold their origins from sci-fi. So, like, you've got the mobile phone, the bionic arm. But my invention was obviously a little bit different to that. And Marinatex is essentially, it's a new material, and it's made from fish waste and red algae, and it's designed as a planet-conscious alternative to single-use plastic films, particularly focused on like packaging applications. So looking at like poly bags for the fashion industry, and also maybe food contact packaging as well. And how it works is essentially it uses like the strength from the proteins of the fish and then the glue from the agar and the algae to combine to make a translucent, flexible film that is made from nature's polymers. So it means when it then goes into nature to biodegrade, it can do so in between 4 to 6 weeks and won't leach any harmful toxins or chemicals when doing so.
So I guess the first question that comes to mind is, okay, that sounds great, but how scalable is an alternative like yours, and how much adoption needs to happen for us to really see noticeable change within the industry?
Yeah, I think it completely depends on adoption, and I think it's really important to note here that I genuinely don't think that there's one silver bullet. And when we talk about like plastic and plastic pollution, the word plastic covers like thousands of different materials. So there's not going to be like one solution that will solve all of plastic. And I can envisage that there's going to be multiple different inventions, multiple different system changes, material changes, product changes that will all kind of patch together to make real change. But I mean, in terms of like what it takes for the adoption to be noticeable, I think that is the kind of real big question, because I think it takes big companies making big moves. So for example, Sky, I think it was last year, which is how do I describe Sky? It's like a media outlet and news outlet in the UK as well as maybe in the US, but they cut out plastic completely in their supply chain and they made it happen. So I think it takes maybe a few people to make big changes, and then making sure that they kind of support the new and innovative materials and products that are coming through.
But if every brand right now said, we want to replace our plastic with your product, I mean, how is it possible? Is that type of adoption even possible? Or there needs to be a lot more R&D and you know, like, for example, we talk about, you know, circularity. There's a lot of investment going into recycled cotton. But yet the biggest problem is there's not enough machines, there's not enough, you know, capacity to actually recycle all the wasted, the cotton waste and then turn it back into yarn and then let brands use it, even if people want it. So is that one of the hurdles in overcoming, you know, getting the adoption? Is there just not enough supply of it?
There is high demand for a product that is ready right now. There is less demand for products that are still in the pipeline. And I think this is where brands are missing a trick, because I think that they have a lot of the support from their consumers that want to see change as well. And I think going back to what Mark said earlier about kind of it being more of a kind of branding piece. So like, can you imagine like a brand really taking on the innovation here and working closely with an innovative company to support them through the really hard stages of getting into the plastic industry? Like, the plastic industry has been around for over 100 years and we're trying to disrupt that. And it's owned by some very powerful people. So we need kind of support from all angles. And if we're truly going to disrupt that, brands need to play a much bigger part, because they have the support from the consumer, they have the cash reserves. The next step is tying it with their manufacturers and tying it with the innovators to make change quickly, because governments aren't making it quick enough. But I believe that we'll be talking about that later.
Mm-hmm. So Mark, Waterkeeper Alliance, your organization's slogan is "We fight for clean water." Can you expand on where that derives from and how you attack the problem and where you're seeing the most improvements?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say that I love what Lucy's doing, and we've been trying to make a plastic-free home, and it's not easy, but we're working on it, and so excited to learn more and excited what she's doing. It's amazing. But yes, to your question, for those who don't know us, Waterkeeper Alliance is a global movement that unites more than 350 locally based clean water advocacy organizations, and unites and focuses citizen action on issues that affect our waterways, from pollution to climate change. And these are more than 1,200 women and men in 47 countries who are united for clean, healthy, and abundant water for all people on the planet. And they do their work by combining citizen action and science and law. And we know that change happens at the local level. It starts at the local level. And these advocates are out there engaging the community. They're out patrolling their local waterway, responding to pollution complaints, identifying pollution problems and climate problems, and working to solve them. And ultimately, we believe everyone has a right to clean water. And so these advocates, they fight for it locally. And at Waterkeeper Alliance, we tie that work together into a global fight for clean water. It's sort of a natural outgrowth of the old saying of think globally, act locally. And it was, all founded upon basically in our roots go back to the 1960s here in New York on the Hudson River, where historically the Hudson had been one of the most biologically diverse rivers in the North Atlantic, but by the 1960s it was virtually dead. People said you could walk along or walk across it and nobody went near it because it smelled so bad. But a group of blue-collar recreational and commercial fishermen banded together and used citizen action, science, and law to go after and take on the biggest polluters in the Hudson Valley. They became Hudson Riverkeeper, and today, because of their commitment to citizen action, science, and law, the Hudson is cleaner than it's been in more than 50 years. It's an icon of ecosystem revitalization. So, the doom and gloom around the global water and climate crisis is really daunting, and it can be incredibly challenging, but it's so inspiring to see the positive change happening all around the world in these local fights. For example, in our Columbia Riverkeeper in Oregon has combined grassroots organizing with legal strategies to stop every single proposed fossil fuel export terminal in the Pacific Northwest that's been proposed. And then switching it completely around, we got to Vietnam. Our Hoang River Waterkeeper out there has this women-led program where they are restoring the mangroves, which is an ecosystem-based adaptation to climate change and to enhance resilience, flood resilience for the urban and coastal communities. Or I can move over to Africa and go to Senegal and see our Barney Coast Waterkeeper, who recently forced the closure of a coal-fired power plant in their community, which is a hugely dirty source of energy and a big cause of climate change. So, the challenges are huge, but there's thousands of these examples happening at the local level all the time. And that's what keeps us inspired. And that's where that fight for clean water comes from.
So I have a question. I'm curious to see if you both answer it the same or differently, but the fashion industry, in particular denim, is very keen on sustainable initiatives, and waterway seems to be one of their major points of attention, at least when I speak to a lot of the denim manufacturers. The numbers of how much water it takes to produce one pair of jeans, not to mention the waste that gets potentially put back into the waterways is really unbelievable when we compare it to other industries and other products. But it does seem, at least if you speak to them, that they are making headway. They are making some progress. Would you agree with that statement or would you disagree? Lucy, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I think Mark's the water king here, but my kind of 2 pennies worth would be that I think that manufacturers at the moment are more fighting fires than they are planting the seeds of kind of real change. So I think, of course, that they should be working on reducing their water consumption and aiming to always leave no trace on the environment. But I think, in my opinion, they should be investing more in innovative companies like the likes of Saltico, who are growing fabrics in saline, or growing plants for fabrics in saline water, so they can relinquish the need for the amount of water that they're using. But yeah, I'll hand over to Mark, who I'm sure will have more to say here.
I know. I think Lucy's right, and I think we know that more and more consumers want to buy from brands that are authentic in their approach to sustainability, and the polling supports it. That demand, like in all other industries, is what's going to drive change. And so if customers are demanding better, then the brands that want to stay relevant are going to have to adapt. I've definitely seen some progress. I've followed Levi's work and their waterless jeans, for example, and I know they've been working for more than a decade to really cut back on the amount of water that they're using in the life cycle of jeans, which, Edward, you mentioned. I think I believe it was somewhere like 3,700, 3,800 liters per pair of jeans in the life cycle, something like that. And, they've been making strides. And the thing that I like about it too is that it's open source. They're sharing their innovative practices with their competitors so that everybody can be reducing the water that's being used. It's not something they're closely guarding. And at the same time, it can reduce energy consumption and costs for their vendors. And you can also return your jeans there for recycling. So, there's some good progress there in that way. I think Patagonia has shown that you can still sell clothing while also making positive impacts in the world. There's others like, I see Allbirds. I really like that they do the carbon calculator and made that open source and are really trying to encourage other brands to use a carbon footprint label on their products too. So there's progress, but I also agree with Lucy that there's some really great innovation out there that really needs to be picked up and run with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I don't want to derail the entire conversation, but I think a lot of this comes down to who should pay for these sustainable initiatives. And what we run into, and we do a lot, we have so much research on this, and we cover so many articles of this in Sourcing Journal, is yes, consumers want it, and maybe it's more of a Gen Z or millennial thing than the baby boomers or whatnot. The brands and retailers want it because they say the consumers want it, and then the factories want it because they want to serve the brands and the retailers. But really, when it comes down to it, no one wants to pay for it. So it's interesting, you know, Lucy, you're saying that the factory should invest in these initiatives. They're saying, you know, they're being forced, the water treatment facilities, they're putting the laser machines in there, all these things, but yet they're not getting an upcharge. Oh, put Refiber in there. We want Reprieve in there. They want all, you know, the brands are requesting this, but no one wants to pay more for it. And if the consumer doesn't pay more for it, we run into this, well, where does the money come from? And I think that's a whole nother conversation, but someone does have to pay for it. You know, I think we're still ways off where sustainability is cost neutral. And this is where I think we all go in circles at the end of the day, because someone's got to, you know, write the check. And, you know, one of the solutions that we like to talk a lot about is so much of waste is tied up in inventory, right? And like, that's the biggest pollutant in this industry is this the inventory that just ends up in landfills or marked down, just gets thrown away. That if we could reduce the amount of inventory we have further, you know, stronger sell-throughs, higher margin sell-throughs, we may have more working capital, which then the brands could, you know, spend more and invest in the factories. But until we get to that point, I think we got bottlenecks every which way in the supply chain. I don't know if you guys want to add to that at all, but, you know, if you guys, who do you think should be fronting this bill?
Lucy, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll have a little go. So, I mean, first of all, some data has shown that consumers are willing to pay more to start with. However, I am aware that it's all about our kind of capitalism is all about chasing margins and making the most kind of the cheapest thing. That's how you get rewarded for profits and stuff. So I'm aware of those pressures. I think that maybe brands should change their strategy and maybe stop putting so much money into advertising and maybe start advertising by doing. So start getting the reputation and putting the money into being a fully sustainable business, which also I think that is what needs to change. I think people think that sustainability is just an expensive luxury. Whereas actually sustainability is a future-proof model, which will mean that you'll be able to keep making profits for a long time. So like at the moment, if we continue with the model that we've got, we will not have any water to grow cotton. So their whole business model of kind of generating cotton will be obsolete. So I think it needs to be shifted from sustainability to future-proof and people seeing the value in that financially and ecologically.
It's difficult because when you have to hit a quarterly number and you have to make profits today, it's hard to say I'm going to rejigger my entire business to worry about 100 years from now. But what's interesting is, you know, Allbirds recently announced they want to go IPO, and so therefore they release a lot of their data. And, you know, I love what they're doing. Don't get me wrong, but they're losing a lot of money. And so they're a sustainable business, but they need cash. They need cash because they want to open stores. They want cash for R&D. But here is a sustainable business that heavily invested in sustainable fibers and sustainable products, and they're not making money. And so the question becomes, you know, and consumer, and it's a full price business model too, right? They're not like at an outlet store or at an off price channel. So it's hard that for even these brands to become profitable, and they have to keep raising capital, whether it's the private markets or the public markets. So it's not an easy solution right now. I think, you know, the CEO of Unilever, he gave a great speech, and I'm probably going to butcher it, but he basically says, because they're seeing a lot of their growth in the sustainable products. And so again, a lot of people are I agree with you 100% that the future, if you don't invest in sustainability, you won't have a future. But he broke down the different categories, and he basically was saying, like, baby boomers don't even know what it is. Millennials like to say they like sustainability, but when it comes to paying for it, they won't do it. Gen Z actually vote and pay with their values, so they really identify it. There's like this Gen C, which irrespective of age, really does care about it. Which could be very interesting when Gen Z moves out of the house and has to start buying their own clothes and not using their parents' credit card. Are they going to buy the $20 T-shirt, or are they going to go back and to H&M? So I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. If we had more time, we'd go into that. But
well, can I add one quick thing to that?
Of course.
I think the issue too that I would add is that we're all paying for the pollution. We're not. I was reading Bill Gates's book about climate change this summer, and one of the things that was frustrating me is each chapter, he's talking about how much we need to reduce and how we make things, how we get around, how we do this. And he was always focusing on the green premium of like what it costs more to do the green route. But the way I would do it is flip it on its head and say, how much more is it costing us for these fossil fuels and all these pollution problems? Because every time there's a pollution incident that gets away, we're all paying through public health impacts, through diseases, through fish kills, through all these other problems that we're paying as a public through externalities, and they're not internalizing their costs. And so we're all paying for the pollution. And that's why sustainable options are going to be a lot better for us all. I'd rather spend my money on the sustainable solution than be paying for their pollution.
100%.
But is society ready as a whole to shift that mindset is the question. We live in the world of social media and instant gratification. So it's tricky, right? So question again for you both. Lucy, we'll start with you and then go over to Mark. There's a lot of talk in the industry about microplastics and microfibers ending up in the ocean. Okay, basically, minute pieces of garments that come off in the wash or with regular wear. Are you aware of this issue, and is there anything that realistically can be done to combat this?
Yeah, it's truly shocking. There's so much plastic leakage that microplastics are already in the water we drink, they're in the air we breathe, and they're also in the food we eat. So a few years ago, the WWF commissioned some research and found that every week we ingest a credit card sized amount of plastic. So enough plastic we're eating each week that is the size of a credit card, which is just shocking. And realistically, what can be done? I think short term is try to avoid man-made fibers as much as possible. Buy products that maybe catch those microplastics. You can buy something called a guppy bag in the UK, which traps the microplastics before it gets out into the wash. You can also buy filters. But yeah, I mean, it's ultimately we have to move away from plastic.
Lucy and Mark, I apologize. I've been doing a really bad job of keeping track of the time, and we're actually into the next session right now. So I have to wrap it up. Lucy, Mark, thank you so much. Jordana, thank you for having us.
No, you guys were amazing. And I just want to say what I think we all need to do as an industry, on your question, Edward, who's paying for it, is are they ready to shift? I think the problem is all of these events, as much as we try to bring the end consumer who's not in this conversation of sustainability and what it means, they're not going to shift because they have no idea what's going on. And we're all trying in different ways to get their attention. But I think we all need to do a better job, because I think it all boils down to education and people understanding it, like how it pertains to their lifestyle. And, I think that would be one of the bigger things. But you guys, the three of you, so inspiring. I didn't expect anything less. And I really appreciated this conversation. It's needed. And I think it's a continuous one. So thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thanks,
all.
Lucy. Thank you, Edward.
Lovely to meet you, Mark. Lovely to meet you, Edward.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Cheers.
Bye. So that was amazing. And I think, I don't know, am I right in the answer that I just gave them? That my thoughts is just like, I feel like the end consumer, we're keeping these events open and free to everybody. We want them to come in and be a part of this conversation. But I still feel with all of what we try to do with making the events free and open, it's still hard for them to learn or know of it, as much as we try to put it out there in different ways. And I think that it really boils down to education. I keep saying that word, but I think if the general consumer who's not in fashion, who's not a part of these conversations, all of a sudden sees something that's 3 times the price, and they don't understand what sustainability means and how it pertains to their lifestyle and what exactly does it do if they spend a little bit more on that piece of clothing. I think once they finally understand those things, I genuinely believe that change will be made. Supply and demand will no longer be an issue. Prices will even be able to come down. But I think education is the one thing that it really starts at that. But yeah, I love that conversation. That was so great. So with that, we are going to go to our next conversation, speaking more on sustainability, more on the importance of reusing your clothes, resale, all of these wonderful things we've been touching on in different aspects. The title is Fashion Using, Reusing, and Reselling. And that's going to be with Anthony Marino, who's the president of ThredUp, joined by Hallie Savage, who's the fashion commerce editor at Harper's Bazaar. Here we go. How are you? Hi, Anthony. How are you?
Hi, good.
Hi, fantastic. Good. I wanted to welcome both of you. I'm Jordana, the co-founder of Fashion Innovation. We've had from 8 a.m. to now, and we're still going till almost midnight. And it's been an incredible day. And I'm just thrilled at this conversation that the two of you are about to have, because yeah, we're huge fans of ThredUp, as I know globally many people are. And Hallie, I've read a lot of your work and you're amazing as well. So letting you take it from here, and I'll be back at the end to say my goodbyes. Thank you both so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, welcome everyone to our session. Fashion is Using, Reusing, and Reselling. I'm Haley LaSavage, a fashion journalist currently covering commerce at Harper's Bazaar. In my line of work, I've seen a lot of increased interest in the world of resale and secondhand shopping, and I'm really excited to dig into this topic further with Anthony Marino. Anthony is currently president at ThredUp, and he's been there for several years. As president, Anthony is responsible for marketplace supply and demand growth. In this role, he's directing the company's consumer-facing initiatives, all about getting more shoppers to think secondhand first. So obviously, he is a foremost expert in resale and can tell us about why it is such a growing and really vitally important part of commerce and fashion today. So Anthony, thank you again for joining us. You're the real expert here, and I'm so excited to discuss all of this with you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Haley. It's great to be here.
Well, I know we only have so many minutes allotted to us this evening, and 25 minutes goes by fast, so let's just dive into it.
Great.
For starters, can you give us an overview of how ThredUp functions and kind of how it differs or stands out from other resale marketplaces that folks in the audience might have heard of or even used in the past couple of years?
Yeah, sure. So the way to think about ThredUp is we're just an amazing thrift store online. So where you can buy brands from Gap to Gucci at up to 90% off retail. All of the items that are listed on our site come from the closets of people across America. So people who have too much stuff in their closets, like just about 70, 80% of us do, maybe more. And if you were home at all during the past 18 months, which many people around the world were, you got to look in those closets and see just how much stuff you had. So how the clothing comes to us is customers order a ThredUp clean out bag from our website. They put all the items they're not wearing in one of our clean out bags. We pick it up, it comes to one of our distribution facilities, and we put those items online for sale. So we quality check them. We photograph them carefully, we attribute them, and we make it so that buyers can shop those items as if they're buying new items. So you could sort by size, by color, by category, however way you want to shop. And it really removes all the friction for both sellers of clothing that have clothing they're no longer wearing, and for people who want to buy clothing, save money, get the brands they love, and do it in a way that's sustainable.
Mm-hmm. And I could say, as someone who's used ThredUp personally, the idea of really kind of leaving the work to you guys and letting the team handle it has been so helpful. And I think it's really interesting to see the bifurcation of, services like yours that allow kind of consumers to pick out what they want to resell and leave it there, versus peer-to-peer, where you have to put in so much more effort of taking photos of your clothes and haggling back and forth with people online. It's really incredible how ThredUp has built all of the infrastructure around its online store. So there's so much that we can dig into here, but I really want to talk about
the aspect you mentioned of people being at home, looking at their closet over the past 18 months and knowing they probably have things to get rid of. I understand that ThredUp went public a couple months ago, which is usually an indicator that the business is growing and things are going really well. So I'd love it if you could give us some insight into how, resale overall, but particularly ThredUp has grown in response to changing consumer trends and what you think are really the main factors driving growth and interest in resale right now.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Haley. So when I joined ThredUp 7 or 8 years ago, as you said, I've been here a long time. The conditions were different now with consumers than they are today. And I remember we would go talk to brands or other retail partners, and they would say, "Who in the world would want to buy used clothing on the internet?" And has that changed? It's a $33 billion market in the U.S. today. It'll double over the next 5 years. And the pandemic really accelerated some of those behaviors that were already in effect. Customers always want to save money. When people were home during the pandemic and being a little bit more thoughtful about their checkbooks, they were looking for value. And so secondhand product is an amazing value. They were also looking at those closets that were filling up, and they were saying, "Hey, how can I get rid of things that I'm no longer wearing that are in great shape?" The incredible thing about so much of the clothing that's on ThredUp, actually all the clothing that's on ThredUp, with a few exceptions, is that it's like new. Very few people wear clothing till it's no longer wearable. They just sort of stop wearing it when they're bored. And so over the pandemic, a focus on value, a focus on their home, how to put things back into use, how to make better use of space. But something that surprised us too was how many people said that after the pandemic, they're more focused on being sustainable now than ever before. And that actually surprised us. You would think that when you've gone through what we've all been through for the past 18 months, you're focused on your family, you're focused on your job, and you're focused on your health. But many consumers came out and said, "I'm more focused on sustainability than I was before. I want to make smarter choices with my money. I want to be more conscious of the environment. I still want to look good. So I still want the brands that you have, and I still want the fit, and I still want the categories and the convenience, but I want to do it in a new and in a smarter way." And it turns out that shopping used is a really powerful solution to that problem. And consumers are really picking it up. And that's been a huge part of what's fueled our growth and the public offering in March, which is super exciting. But there's still a lot more to do. But it's a really exciting market to be in it, and one where consumers really seem to be embracing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sustainability aspect is so interesting. I think there's been a steady drum of people in fashion who have been advocating for more upcycling or really getting more life out of our clothes, and to know that resale can be a really accessible way for folks to be part of that change, no matter, which brands they want to shop or how they like to shop is super interesting. One thing that I'm curious about within this kind of growth and interest in ThredUp is, are there any specific demographics or consumer cohorts that you find are really gravitating toward your platform? I can say that I spend way too much time on TikTok, especially during the pandemic, and my For You page is filled with, Gen Z sorts of creators showing off their secondhand finds. Do you find that, younger demographics are really driving this growth, or is it across generations?
So there's kind of two answers to the question. So there's no doubt that the younger you get, the more shopping secondhand is sort of second nature to you. So somebody who may have been a secondhand skeptic on average is a little bit older, and someone who's sort of like, of course I'm buying thrift, of course I'm buying secondhand is on average a bit younger. And what we see when we look at our business, when we look at our customers in the whole, is that sort of from a geographic perspective, from a demographic perspective, it's extremely broad. So there's millionaires shopping on ThredUp and buying dresses at 70, 80, 90% off. And there are people who are living on tight budgets who are doing the same thing. And I think the power in the secondhand model, and in ThredUp in particular, is that we carry 35,000 brands. So a bargain is in the eye of the beholder. If you're looking for Gucci at a bargain, you can find that. If you're looking at Old Navy at a bargain, you can find that as well. And so our ability to capture a broad range of brands, a broad range of categories at a range of price points really helps us serve customers who have maybe different demographically, but have a mindset that says, I want to buy smarter, I want to be more sustainable, I want to save money, and I want to feel like I'm part of the solution as opposed to part of the fashion waste problem. And so all of those factors are really fueling it.
Mm-hmm. You know, one thing that you mentioned that's interesting in terms of skepticism around thrift and secondhand is the idea of older generations. And a lot of that, I think, also comes from legacy brands or the retail side. I think, you know, when I look back at the first couple of years of my career, I know there were a lot of big headlines around brands being upset that their luxury level products had made their way into resale. But it seems like that's also changing now. I know that ThredUp does a lot of partnerships with brands and retailers, encouraging them to partner with the platform, have customers turn in ThredUp bags for credits to stores. So I'd love it if you could give us a little bit of context around how that side of the business came about and what you're finding are the most compelling arguments that are convincing brands to be directly involved in resale by partnering with ThredUp.
Yeah, sure. So in 2018, we launched ThredUp's resale as a service platform. Mm-hmm. And that's just kind of a fancy way of saying we can power resale experiences for other brands and retailers. We do this for Walmart. So if you go to Walmart and you shop secondhand on Walmart.com, it's ThredUp powering that product. If you go to Madewell, we can do the same thing. And there's, I think, about 20 other brands that we power this for. And you know, 7-8 years ago, there weren't a lot of brands saying, hey, we want to sort of sell used clothing next to new clothing. But now, in the past 2 or 3 years, what's made the difference is that when brands and retailers, whether they're luxury brands or value brands, when they go out and do their consumer research, when they talk to their customers, the majority of their customers say to them, hey, I'm already buying secondhand product. The majority of their customers say to them, I'm not only buying secondhand product, but hey, but to you, my favorite brand or retailer, if you sold that product next to new in your store, I would buy more from you. And so in 2020 alone, 33 million people in the US purchased an item of secondhand apparel for the first time. So the adoption and the volume and the market size is what's making retailers from value retailers or brands to luxury say, well, you know, our customers are already doing this. They're already looking for our brand. How do we participate? You know, how do we develop a strategy around resale that's consistent with our brand DNA, that's accretive to our brand values, because nobody wants to dilute what their brand is about. But I think what brands are starting to see is when they offer that product, different customer segments buy it, younger customer segments buy it, new customers buy it. They tap into a whole multi-billion-dollar market of buyers who love their brands. And those brands who also participate in resale are sort of making a statement that goes something like, our brand and our product is good enough to purchase used. The quality is there. The product is one that you can count on. When you've worn it, you could send it back into ThredUp and you'll get good money for it because somebody else will buy it. So all of these factors, all driven by a consumer who wants this product, who wants the value, wants the sustainability, wants to feel smart, wants the fun of shopping secondhand, because there is like a treasure hunt element to it. We list every day on ThredUp thousands and thousands of fresh items. And so, you know, when you're waiting online or when you're doing whatever you're doing and you're scrolling through, if you didn't see that DVF wrap dress that you were looking for an hour ago, keep scrolling, it'll probably pop up soon. So all of those things are driving retailers and brands to say, how do we participate? How do we design a strategy around resale that's accretive to our brand? And what ThredUp does is we help retailers do that. We provide all the logistics, all the pricing. We help them capture that supply and render it in a way in an online resale experience that's really just perfect for their brand. And you'll be hearing more and more announcements from us about brands who are doing that.
Do you have any specific examples of a brand who maybe was early to partner with ThredUp and has seen, you know, some positive results, whether it's getting people to come back and shop new with them before shopping secondhand, or, you know, a kind of impressive array of inventory coming from secondhand? I know off the top of my head, like you mentioned Madewell, I've shopped Reformation secondhand on ThredUp before. Just, are there any specific examples? It'd be great to hear a little bit more about what this looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Reformation is a brand that was really a pioneer here with us in the early days, and I always like to give them credit because they had a perspective on resale, on circularity, and they knew that their customer really appreciated this sort of more than many. And we did a take back program with them. We resell their items. We developed shops with them, and many more that I can't talk about publicly yet are coming along those lines. But it's all around this idea of tapping into this customer who is a resale shopper, and so the brand's embracing the idea that there isn't a resale shopper, somebody who buys used and somebody who buys new. Like there's a thrifter inside of everyone. And I think that's what brands from Gucci to Gap are seeing. And so they're adopting as more and more as time passes. But Reformation they get the shout out because they were very, very early in this with us.
Mm-hmm. I love the idea of there being a thrifter inside of everyone. I can definitely see that in, people in my own life or working in journalism. In terms of the scope that you have on ThredUp, I mean, you mentioned something like 35,000 brands. Did I get that stat
That's
correct?
right. You heard that right.
All right. All right. I learned something today too. So 35,000 brands, that's a lot of product.
A lot of brands.
I'm wondering, over the time that you've been with ThredUp, have you noticed any interesting trends in terms of, what sorts of products in that vast array of apparel shoppers particularly come to you for? Or I guess I'm wondering if there's any way to kind of like anticipate demand, or on your side see, oh, our shopper is really interested in secondhand denim. Maybe we should seek out, a great denim brand to work on a take back program with, or how do you think about trends in terms of what people are using ThredUp to buy secondhand?
Yeah, so we have lots of data on how our customers shop secondhand, and we can look at that data by brand. So when customers or when brands and retailers come to us and say, hey, we're thinking about a resale strategy, we can actually say to them, hey, we actually can show you how your product has sold on the ThredUp platform to help them get a perspective of who their resale shopper is for their particular brand. But I think there may be a couple insights that have been consistent about the business over time. One is that people will buy out of season. They will buy out of season product if it's a great deal, because when it's in a resale context, there's only one of those items. So if they see that amazing Canada Goose jacket, they're not going to be like, you know what, it's June, I won't take it at 90% off. I'll wait and take my chances. People snap it up pretty fast. I think that's one thing. I think the second thing we see is that customers like to buy, they sort of do this sort of quality upgrade. So while they may have a current closet of a certain set of brands, they kind of like trade up to a bunch of brands that to them are more aspirational, where the quality is better, where the fit may be better. So there is in the consumer's mind, this kind of calibration for what does my dollar get me in terms of the quality of the materials, the fit, the brand. And ultimately what so many of our customers tell us is when I fell in love with ThredUp was when somebody said to me, I've never seen you wear something like that before. That looks really good on you. Like where did you figure that out? And I think that element of discovery, experimentation, finding a brand or a fit that you might not have bought new because it was kind of expensive or maybe it felt risky. Our customers love, they really embrace that on ThredUp, which makes the shopping experience really fun. And it sort of scratches a different itch.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I know we're fast approaching the end of our time. So to kind of end on a note of looking forward, we've talked a lot about where ThredUp has been, the data you've gleaned from the customers you have, but it seems like given the opportunities for shopping more sustainability, given the opportunities for self-expression and getting to find things that you can't find anywhere else, it seems like the growth roadmap and trajectory for ThredUp is still pretty large and there are a lot of things to explore. So I'd love to hear kind of what you think the next frontiers are in resale, or where has ThredUp or maybe even competitor companies not tapped into quite yet, where you see opportunities for growth?
Look, the market is significant and growing, as I mentioned. And for anyone who's listening, who's never seen ThredUp's annual resale report, I really encourage you to get it. You can go to our website and go into the footer and download our resale report. I think this is our 8th year in a row where we put out lots of public numbers on the growth of the secondhand market and who the secondhand consumer is. But look, I think we're still in the earliest days of capturing that growth. I think we just announced that we are acquiring a business in Europe. So we're expanding geographically. So this is not just a US phenomenon. This is a global phenomenon. And look, I think we're very focused also on the basics at ThredUp, like delivering the right product at the right price, doing it in an expedient and an efficient way, and also just constantly challenging ourselves to be more sustainable, to process more items, to just help our customers remove all the friction from them participating in this in a way where they're really on the positive side of the sustainability ledger, and they can do it without giving anything up. So there's still so much work we have to do, but it's while I've been here, as you said, a long time, it's still the very, very earliest days. We're still beginners at heart, and but it's a super exciting industry to be playing in.
Mm-hmm. And one quick follow-up I have there, so I know that ThredUp is a real expert in curating items for women's fashion. What are the kind of opportunities that you see for categories like men's or children's?
Women, well, we have kids on the site for sure.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Women's and children's, yeah, clothing and accessories. And we often get asked the men's question, but the women's resale market is just huge. And we can pursue and build an amazing business just by staying focused on serving those customers. So that's what we're going to keep doing.
Oh, sounds like someone's dog is excited about that opportunity.
I know, actually, it's been really good. I've gone all day without them barking, but now I think they're like, we've had enough.
It's okay. Yeah, we're used to it.
I will tell you, this was such an incredible conversation. I know we had so many questions come in from the audience, so I will send them to your team. That way they can, answer them, and we could send it to them, because we always love to engage. And Hallie, you were incredible in asking all the right questions, and we're going to continue to follow ThredUp's journey, and we want to also continue to feature all of the wonderful things that I am sure you're going to keep doing. And like I said, resale is really, it's such a huge part of circularity, and that's so important in the industry. So just huge kudos to all that you've accomplished and will continue to accomplish. And thank you both so much for being here. I know it inspired all of our audiences and us as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Bye.
See you, Haley.
So that was amazing. We didn't get to answer your questions just because I know she had a lot of questions that she needed to ask. But we're going to definitely, just so everybody knows, because it's super important for us, for all of you at home, to be getting your questions answered. So with that, we're going to send it to their team after the event. We're saving all of the questions so that they can be answered, and then our team can send those answers to you. And I wanted to let everyone know, so here, we've been going at this since 8 a.m., so 10 hours, and we have 5 hours to go. So I want everybody to get up, to shake it off, and to just stretch and do what you have to do, get the energy up, because this is just the beginning. The next 5 hours are going to bring such insight, such inspiration. And with that, it is happy hour time. So I got myself a glass of wine to continue on to these next 5 hours. And I would love for all of you at home, drinking age, of course, to go and get yourself a drink and let us know in the chat box, what's your drink of preference? How are you going to continue the night on with us till 11:30 p.m.? And yeah, let's all have a drink. Let's all enjoy, because this is about to get even better. And it's already been amazing. So I don't know, how do we top everything we already did? So with that, here, cheers to all of you. And we are going to go to our next conversation with two women that are so inspiring for different reasons. The name of the conversation is Fashion is Delivering the Right Message Through Typography. And we have with us the icon, the idol, Paula Scher, partner at Pentagon, alongside Alexa Carlin, who's a new author of Adaptable and the CEO of Women Empower X. So here we go. Hi, Paula.
Hi.
How are you? Nice to see you.
I'm good.
Good. Hi.
It's raining.
Oh, Well, it's sunny in all of our homes watching all of the wonderful speakers we've had. And now I am so excited. You're such an icon. As you know, we're huge fans. And thank you so much for accepting to inspire globally with us today. And Alexa, so good to see you. I'm really excited. I know between you and Alexa, this conversation is going to be nothing short of amazing. So thank you both so much again for being here. And Alexa, I'll let you take it from here.
Wonderful.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I am so excited to be part of this event, this experience. My name is Alexa Carlin. I am the founder and CEO of Women Empower X and the author of Adaptable. And I am super honored to be able to have this conversation with Paula Scher. So Paula Scher has been referred to many different things, but my favorite has to be the goddess of graphic design. She is one of the most influential designers in the world. And she's been described as the master conjurer of the instantly familiar. Scher straddles the line between pop culture and fine art in her work. Iconic, smart, and accessible, her images have entered into the American vernacular. Scher has been a partner at the Pentagram New York offices since 1991. And I am just so excited to dive into some of her story, her experience. And without further ado, let's welcome Paula.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I'm looking forward to speaking to everybody, and you can ask me whatever you like.
Awesome. Everything's on the table. So we'll get started with my first question for you. When you were just getting started in your career, you landed a dream job at CBS Record Companies designing record labels and combining the illustration with typography. Did you ever imagine at that young start in your career where that job would lead you today? Like, did you ever visualize that you would be the icon in this world that you are today?
I had no idea at all anything like what happened would happen. I didn't even know what a terrific job I had as an art director at CBS Records when I was making record covers. The job came accidentally through a series of experiences. I was working at a publishing company designing the insides of children's books, and my boss was leaving to go to another job, and he was afraid I would be abandoned in my position there. So he called up a friend of his who worked at Columbia Records, and they hired me. And I walked into a situation where first I designed ads, then the ads were noticed, and somebody from Atlantic Records hired me to do covers there. And then a year later, I went back to CBS Records where I designed 150 covers a year. People don't have jobs like that now. I didn't think it was special. I didn't think I was special. I thought I was just somebody going to work and making these things. And I look at it now, I hear a piece of music that I recognize. And, if you go to your iPhone and you call it up, my record emerges. And these are things that were designed in the 70s. So they tell you that the profession really is a business of creating things that are essentially ephemeral, and it's not. They stay forever. It's really rather amazing.
That is so amazing. And to see how it's transformed too, from like a record cover and paper, from even the time you drew it or thought about in your head to now, like in this digital world. It's definitely seeing how it's transformed, yet the feelings that you brought about in your typography, in your art, really has stuck with people. And I kind of want to touch on that. You've won a ton of different awards, and your work is a permanent in some of the top museums, which is amazing. And I would love to know, like, what do you think has been your biggest contributing factor to your success?
It's hard to actually talk about it. I never really thought of myself as somebody who was famous or iconic. I'm very much a worker. and that I make stuff, and I make stuff all day long, and I paint on the weekends, and I create things all the time, and that's the way I spend my life. And that what my working life is and my frustrations in the day have nothing to do with this outer persona that I feel has been invented by others to a degree. Some of it came from just making a lot of things that people saw that are around. And then over a period of time, it becomes cumulative and you're known for it. But graphic designers, by and large, are essentially invisible people, you know, and I think that the fact that I was a woman in the profession and known as a woman in the profession, you know, 20 and 30 years ago, before I even joined Pentagram, is, you know, contributes to that legend. But the success for me as a woman in the industry was based on the fact that I made these tangible things that you could have value judgments about separate from the person. And that I think that, and I even now, as we deal with issues of diversity and fairness, I think that the position of being a designer is an incredibly fair profession. Sooner or later, you have to look at the work, not the person. And the work is the thing that does it.
Yeah. Was there any challenge that you came across in your career where they didn't look at the work first and instead judged you because you were a woman?
Every day.
How did you
it happened every day. You were treated a certain way, but when I was a young woman, I was a real smart ass. I mean, I just would barrel through situations and defend my work. And sometimes I was so absurd with it that they would laugh, and then they would start to look. You know, the most important thing was, don't look at me, look over here. You know, look at this thing we made.
Yeah, let the work speak for itself.
Let the work do it. And that also, I learned how to explain my work to other people so they could understand what I was doing, what I was thinking, why it's right for them, why they should use this. Sometimes they'd argue, sometimes they disagree with me. A lot of times I'd lose, but I was always very persistent about it, because what drives me in the end is making the thing. You know, it's not the other stuff around it. I get very frustrated, and often, like any other designer, with, you know, difficult client relations or feeling that something terrific is not being implemented, or it happens every minute of every day, but there's always the next job. So it doesn't really matter. At a certain point, you just keep barreling through.
How did you find the courage to even use your authentic voice in that field when you were pushed back, when you had to argue or persuade them? How did you always have that courage to speak up? Because as you said, you know, normally graphic design is a behind the scenes job, right? You let the work speaks for itself. And now here you are, and you have to have your own voice to give life to your work.
Well, you always have to explain your work, and you always have to defend your work. I mean, I was never behind the scenes. I was there doing it, but they were, you know, first I would be, you know, I would walk into a room. I'm only 5'2.5", and there'd be all these men, you know, standing around. I'd be this little person, you know, coming into the room, and I'd have to try to get everybody to sit down. So I wouldn't be overshadowed by the situation. When I was a kid, I was a smart ass. I mean, I just sort of said whatever I felt like saying and just assumed no one was going to fire me. No one did.
It seems that it worked for you, right?
Well, you have to realize I was in the music industry in the 70s, and that was a pretty wild place. So that normal behavior didn't really help you at all. So, you know, being a little bit outrageous was sort of okay.
You talk about, you know, this feeling behind different type, and also kind of talking about who you are as an individual, right? You were loud, you had your voice. It was not a normal fit in the box type of journey for you. If you were to give your personal brand type right? A visual part of it, designing a personal brand for yourself. What does that feel like in your explanation of your words of how that describes who you are as a person and how you would relay that into your design?
Big loud type.
Big loud type.
Big loud type. That's what I've done for years.
So
I mean, I modulate it in relationship to projects, but that's very much me. I'm a short person who makes big things.
I like that. What would you say is some of your biggest sources of inspiration?
Well, my husband was very big in my life. He was his name is Seymour Quast. He founded a very famous design firm with Milton Glaser called Pushpin Studios, and I met him with my portfolio when I was in college, and married him twice. And he is what I would call a genuine artist. He's very unconcerned with the commercial viability of anything, and very concerned with making things that inspire him. And he's a lot older than me. He's turned 90 years old. He's still painting. He made 4 children's books this year, did a book on Elvis and a book on sin, and complete with illustration and design and typography. And they're terrific. And, you see somebody doing that out of really purely the love of it. And that's really what matters.
Yeah, definitely. I love that, because that's also what makes you, like you say, create every single day. And that kind of leads to a question I had for later on, but it's perfect segue for this. In the abstract in the Netflix show that you are part of, you mentioned that you need to stay in a state of play in order to create, in order to make. How have you been able to do that in the past year and a half?
It's been really hard. I found COVID really debilitating. I mean, in the end, I'm not dissatisfied with some of the projects I accomplished remotely with my team, but I did not like the process. It did not, and they feel, sort of slick and perfected in a way to me. They miss a little bit of the messiness that I enjoy in my work, that is much more a result of shooting from the hip and doing things on the fly and moving around in space. And, spending a year looking at a box and talking to heads is depressing. And we came back to Pentagram in June. We made a vaccine mandate, and it really makes me much happier.
Yeah, I'm sure that, my book I just published is called Adaptable, and you've had to literally adapt the way that you're working. I mean, if anyone's watched that Netflix show, you see that you say that you're only on email or you're only on your computer for email. The rest is very collaborative, and you're up and you're going. And I'm sure that's definitely taken was hard to adapt to, but through your team, through this past year and a half, everything that you've worked to push through and continue to create, what would you say has been the biggest joy from working with a team and being able to collaborate with diverse people?
Eye contact. Eye contact matters. You can't have eye contact on Zoom. Eye contact is so important for creativity, because you can see if somebody else gets it. You can see how they're really responding to it. You can see if they're lukewarm about it. You can see if they hate it. You can tell everything, and you can't in a virtual world. And in the year, I found I desperately missed New York City, because I was living at our weekend house in Connecticut, and it's a beautiful place, and it's a much more comfortable place than my city apartment. But that part of the messiness of New York is another thing that's very inspiring for me. So everything was very calm, and everything was very neat. And people were all sitting in their little boxes. Some of them had little icons on their screen, a kitty, you would be talking to a kitty. Once I had a conversation with something called Murray's iPhone. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not a way to be doing anything.
Yeah, I could definitely relate to the New York City life. I used to live there, and I have to go back every so often to get that energy and that messiness, as you like to call it. I can relate heavily to that. So we have a number of questions that have come in from the audience. So while we have the time left, I'm going to pivot to those questions. So the first one is, do you have a favorite type of client to work with, or is every challenge one you welcome with open arms?
Well, that's a good question. I've done a lot of work in the area of arts organizations, and my partner Michael Beirut and I can each trace all the projects we have back to our first job. And I would say that coming out of the music industry made me capable of working for youth-oriented businesses initially, and then working for theater organizations and other forms of things, and fashion to a degree for a period of time, and things that tended to be more ultra than conservative, which I enjoyed. But I have to say that I've done very straight and what could be considered boring projects and enjoyed them and found myself making discoveries in them. I mean, there's a recent project that was for a consultancy that we just completed, where it had sort of very, very strict rules and disciplines about it that made the job sort of challenging in a way, but I love the way we resolved it, and that is very satisfying. So problematic jobs are sometimes things that the challenge is really fun.
Yeah, it makes it definitely interesting for sure. That actually kind of segues to another question from the audience that asked, someone asked, have you ever had a client not agree with your end result, and how did you work to either reverse the situation, or was it then a collaboration to find a better solution?
Well, it depends upon what phase of the project you're talking about. There are a lot of projects I've done that just failed. The client hated them and thought what I did was terrible, and there was no way I could persuade them. And that happens all the time. There are projects I worked on where we did something that I think is terrific, and the client used part of it and demanded changes to parts of it, and it's something I would never show or wouldn't promote. Just today, I saw the client had accepted something, and I saw what they did with it, and it's horrible, and I'm going to have to try to persuade them not to do that. So there are things that happen like that. Designers seem to think that everything is perfect, and I don't have the same problems they do. I have all the same problems they do.
I feel like you should teach a masterclass on the art of persuasion when it comes to design, because it seems like that's a big part of what's made you successful, which is very interesting and really intuitive to the person you are and what has helped you become the icon that people refer you to as. And another question, I know we only have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to try to pack in as many questions as possible, but someone asked, any advice to a person who's trying to get into graphic design at the age of 54?
Well, that's interesting. The work is really going to matter. I cannot deny that there is there's a career arc, and 50s are actually the highest point in your career. I've actually done a talk on this, which shows a career staircase. And in your 20s and 30s, in the 20s, you're a peon. In your 30s, you become a pro. In your 40s, you become an aging pro. But in the 50s, you have power because your clients are the same age you are, and they all have power. So it means that you can do a lot of things. But if you're just entering the field in your 50s, you don't have the client base to grow with. So you have to operate like a neophyte. And that's going to be hard unless you're spectacular. But I have to say that I admire it. And I think if somebody really wants to do this thing, they can.
Yeah, definitely. The work speaks for yourself. So just start, right? So I have a question that has to do with something I heard from the Netflix series Abstract. And you mentioned that the way that you work is part strategic and part intuitive. How did you learn to trust your intuition, especially when people would push back on it?
You know, everything goes back to my formative years. There were two things, and this actually goes back to being able to explain things to people. Two things happened to me in my 20s. I was the senior art director of CBS Records, and I made 150 covers a year. And of the 150 covers, I would say 140 were crap and 10 were good. Throw away the crap, hope that it never comes back to haunt you when it does. And the good ones won awards and gave me a reputation. And that the act of doing it and doing it and doing it is very important, because you learn from your mistakes. You don't really learn anything from a mistake, from a success. You learn from something you did wrong, because you got to figure out what not to do. So that already saves you time. And then you can make more work and you can perfect it. That was one thing that was very important, was the volume and the pace. The second thing that I think was really amazing, though I did this as I left CBS Records and began my own business, is I started teaching at the School of Visual Arts, where I taught for 37 years. And that in being a teacher of design, it gives you another angle to look at it. So I would look at a student's work and, first of all, have to figure out from their point of view, not from my point of view and my taste, but how to take what they've done and tell them how they can improve it. So I had to be able to articulate how something could be better. And I had to do it in such a way that they could understand it. And that in doing that, that helped me explain work to a client. Because essentially what you do as a designer is you have to teach your client how to see. And that if you can do that, they will appreciate what you've done. If you can't do that, then they'll never understand what you did.
All right, so it's all about the work. It's all about the creation. You have to speak up and use persuasion and really, fight for what you believe in is the right way to tell a story through the typography, through your work. And, keep on. The more work you do, the more confident you'll be in your intuition. And it's all about eye contact. There's so many good takeaways. Last question, as we're wrapping things up, what are you making next?
I've been painting a Porsche in my basement. During COVID, it was a commission I got, and it's taken me really, it's almost been a year working on this one thing. And I kind of love it. It's really great. I can't wait to show it. But the idea of doing this physical thing for an entire year has been an amazing experience, because it's the opposite of everything you described in a way. I'm alone. It's solo. I don't have to persuade anybody to it. It was a commission, and I'm not doing it quickly. So sometimes having the opposite experience of what you are is an eye opener. One thing I did not mention, which is, I think, another piece of good advice for people who want to be able to explain things to clients: try to have a good sense of humor about it.
Good sense of humor.
Very important.
Well, I can't wait to see what you've been working on this past year. Thank you so much, Paula. This has been so amazing. I appreciate the work that you do. Appreciate your sharing your advice and insight and story. And I'm looking forward to continuing to follow your work.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Really a lot of fun.
I wanted to just jump in here because this conversation was so incredible. Alexa, I knew that you'd be nothing short of amazing and asking the right questions, but Paula, your energy is contagious. And I think it goes beyond, obviously, your incredible talent to do everything that you do, but just the person that you are, the whole package. I mean, to me, after listening to you today, I already was inspired by you. Now I'm just in awe. And I have to say, our creative director has been blowing up my phone with questions for you, because he is you're his number one idol in the world. And he created all the branding for Fashion Innovation, and he just is so inspired by you. But again, I thank you so much for having been so humble to accept this invitation. I know that you not only inspired us at home, Fashion Innovation team, but also the world that is watching. We have people all over the globe. And so just a huge thank you. Like really, this was amazing. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all. It was lovely. Bye.
Have a great day. Bye. So that was really incredible. And when someone comes in from a really humble place and a really like just real place of who they are, you feel that. You feel that and you want to be a part of their journey. You want to literally like follow them and listen to everything they have to say and, you know, be like a forever fan because they make you feel. So, you know, listen, talk, watch, our new brand is exactly that, is the human senses, and feeling is one of the biggest senses, especially when it comes to fashion, to design, to the arts. You really have to feel. So with that, we are going to go to a really exciting conversation that we've been looking forward to. The title is Fashion is Influencing Your Way Towards Entrepreneurship, just like she just influenced us in that conversation. And we have Camila Coutinho, who's the communicator, founder, and CEO of Garotas Estúpidas and GE Beauty, alongside Alexandra Finkel, Director of Talent Acquisition and Inclusion at Bustle Digital Group. So here we go.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing great.
Good. Camila, your screen is like tilted to the side. There we go.
Oh, good. So I was told to put it on horizontal, but okay.
No, this is
It is
perfect.
good?
Perfect.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to quickly, Alex, I know you really well. Camila, so nice to meet you. I'm Jordana, the co-founder of Fashion Innovation, and we're just thrilled for this conversation. I just have to quickly say that you inspire us so much with not only the work that you do and how much you empower women and others, but also just with your heart and how much you give. So I know this conversation is going to be amazing. And I mean, you have an amazing woman who's going to be moderating this conversation. So I'll let you guys get to it and I'll be back at the end. Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And congratulations, Jordana.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to this evening's session. I'd like to thank all of you for being here. And also, I want to do a big welcome to our guest, the very amazing and inspiring Camila Coutinho.
Thank you so much for having me.
So a little bit about Camila. So Camila created her blog, Garotas Estúpidas, 14 years ago and has since gone on to become one of Brazil's biggest influencers. Recently, she launched her own line of beauty products, GE Beauty, named after her blog, which is a customizable and vegan hair care line. Over the last 5 years, Camila was named one of 30 most influential Brazilian women under 30 by Forbes, one of the 500 most influential people in the fashion world by Business of Fashion, and last year, one of the most powerful women in Brazil by Forbes. So Camila, thank you so much for being here again. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I love the introduction. Oh my God, I'm not going to sleep today. Thank you, Alex.
I am so excited to talk to you about your journey from starting a blog to launching your own company.
Yes, that's what we're going to be speaking about today. There's a lot of things to talk about.
So first I want to rewind just a little bit and go back in time. Can you tell me about why you started your blog all those years ago?
Well, going back 15 years, I was just a fashion student that loved to read international celebrity blogs like Egotastic, Paris Hilton. I'm sure you've heard about those blogs back 15 years ago. And I love to read about celebrities. So I decided to create my own blog so I could talk about celebrities with my friends. But then I discovered that I really loved to communicate way more than to create clothes. So I started to dedicating more time to the blog. And then one day I woke up and it was already like bigger than my real job. And then I was very passionate about it. So I decided to quit my job and be only on the blog and make it to a business. So I started to making money we did with ads and not even posts, branded content, only ads. And then my journey started because from 15 days ago, the market changed completely. And I was in the middle of this, because when I started, my blog was my vehicle. I started talking about celebrities, but then quickly evolved into fashion and lifestyle and what I thought about the world. Like, and then the blogger itself became something bigger than the vehicle, the press. I don't know how I can say. Am I being clear with this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And then I saw that I had two products. I had myself as a person, almost like not a celebrity yet, but the blogger was starting to be seen in a different way. I started to realize when I went to the shows, people were paying attention in what I was wearing, not only in what I was posting. So that's when I decided to separate into two products: Garotas Estúpidas, the website, and Camila Coutinho, the person. And it was very good, editorially speaking and commercially speaking too. And then last year, I decided, I completed 1 year J Beauty now in September. I decided to launch my own beauty brand. J Beauty is let me show a few of the products. It's a haircare brand that's completely customizable. So we have 7 products that can be combined with each other, and they have amazing results in all kinds of hair. So that's a little bit of my journey, and it's been quite a roller coaster in this 15 years, but I love it.
One thing that is so interesting to me is that you thought early on, it seems like, about monetization, like how you could make money from the blog. Mm-hmm. What was that process like, as far as ads and also, I think probably you got to a place where you were also thinking about, like, what does it mean to be like an influencer? How can you make money that way?
For me, it was very natural, because when I started, I never thought I would be in the place that I am right now, because it was just for fun. But then, like 1 year and a half, I started to realize that I had a lot of people reading what I was writing, and then that could be actually a business. So I remember one day I posted about a website that sold sunglasses, and they got so much traffic that they reached me and they asked me, "Who is this girl from Brazil?" It was an American website. "Who is this girl? We wanna do ads with you. We wanna do like branded content, whatever." Back in that time, there wasn't even this name. "We wanna be on your website. We don't know how, but if you can make it work, we'll be happy." And then I got my first advertiser. And then I went to, when I started to realize I could make money, I went to a friend of mine had a publicity agency. So I sit with him, I was like, okay, I have this. I have 5,000 people coming to read me every day. It was a big number back 15 years ago. So how can I sell this? And then he started telling me about possibilities like banner, like traditional media. So that's how I started. And then, but the day I decided and I realized that I had a business in my hands, then I started to looking at with responsibility and knowing that it was a business and making a plan. So I kept like, I always pay attention until today in the different products that I can have, like, okay, now we're going to have a newsletter. Now I'm going to be like doing talks. Now we're going to sign products. Now we can like, my mind is always thinking about different products that we can add to the menu that we have.
Yeah.
On Garotas Estúpidas or with me. So I think it's always evolving, because many of the formats that I did 15 years ago, they don't exist anymore. So you got to keep like moving,
Yeah. And you have to keep evolving with what the internet marketplace looks like. Exactly. One thing that is really interesting is you started with a blog, and we know now that blogs are definitely, websites are read, but nowadays, where are people? They are on social media. So what was that kind of change going from, all of your time spent on your blog to now integrating social media platforms into that?
I'm very happy that when I started, there wasn't Instagram, because I have the perspective to see what is the world without social media. And I can like see what is going to be, not see, because if I knew, I would be like a billionaire, trillionaire, but I have like a hint, you know, because I was there before, so I can think in long term better, I think, than the bloggers that were born inside Instagram. So when I started, I think what made me click about this was when I went to Paris Fashion Week for a Dior show. I think it was my first Paris Fashion Week. I have been to New York Fashion Week, São Paulo Fashion Week, and I always wore jeans and sneakers, and I didn't care what I was wearing because no one would look at me. I was just like writing, you know, doing my thing. And then at that show, I realized that people were paying attention in what I was wearing. So next season, I was like, okay, I have to like have a makeup artist. I have to maybe hire a stylist to help me, like to do the outfit. So I started to looking at myself as a new product inside Garotas Estúpidas. So that's when I realized I had to like do my personal branding also besides the website.
It's so interesting how there was like a shift in that you realized that you became a product, and how could you sort of monetize that and then grow that? So interesting. And so, you know, you mentioned J Beauty. How was that born? I would love to hear the story of, you know, after 15 years of influencing, working with other brands, that you wanted to create your own.
Yes, that's a funny story, because when people ask me, they think, oh, was it a dream for you, like to have your own brand? I was like, no, guys, I never dreamed about it. I was very happy, like signing my products, you know, for brands that were known already, and getting paid by signing, by co-creating, and by selling. But then a person copied my brand, Garota Estúpida, and made a hair care line, and it was like huge when I discovered. Yeah, so I got my lawyers, we like quickly took out of market, but then it gave me another click that maybe it will be time for me to like do other things and to have my own business besides the blog and besides myself. In the end, it's all connected in terms of concept and branding. We all like, we are three different brands that think the same about beauty, about consuming and stuff. And they all complement each other. Like I send people to J Beauty puts me in a different place. So it's all like, I don't know the word in English, but it's all together. It's all connected. So I decided that I would do my own brand, but it was like a hard job because I didn't know about the market. I know about the beauty market, I think as much as you do as a consumer. So I started to like discover the other side. And at the same time, I wanted to do something different and something like to keep up with my two brands that were doing very well. I couldn't do anything less than that. So I decided to do research for 2 years because I really wanted to like bring something different to the hair care market. And we came to this line where we have 7 products that can be combined to each other. As I showed you, I have only like 3 here because I cannot hold all of them. But we have the shampoo, the mascara, and the leave-in. And we also have the boosters, which is a new category in the beauty market that you can customize and then get different results for different types of hair. And we really think that this empowers the women because it takes you to discover what is your hair for real and what your hair needs in that moment. And we don't want to show the person like you have to be like this person or you have to have this hair. We don't want to point problems in the person for her to buy a product to solve it. We want to go the other way, and we want to enhance the real beauty in our consumers. We don't want to be a problem. We just want to be there in a nice moment that the women can connect with her. Not only women, but everyone that has hair in the head can wear J Beauty.
I love that. And one thing that I find so interesting is that idea of boosters and that kind of customizable aspect, because that is not that common. I think that's probably something that's brand new in the market right now. And why did you kind of choose to go that direction versus just a regular line of products?
First of all, because it was a big trend. And second of all, because it matched a lot the concept of the brand of enhance the natural and real beauty. We base our concept of beauty into individuality. I think it's very powerful when you own your own concept of beauty and don't leave it to other person to define what's beautiful in you. So I think it was a perfect match because the person can like create her own ritual and give her hair what it wants in that moment. So I think it was a perfect match because there's a few brands that do customization already, but they deliver you the product ready to go. So they do the customization back in the factory and then you get the product ready to use. And our idea is that you do this on the shower, which is the only moment where you're completely still disconnected. So we invite the consumer to like do its own ritual during bed.
I think that really brings up one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, which is that there are two things that are really driving a lot of the beauty industry today, which is inclusivity and sustainability.
Yes.
And, when you start with inclusivity, how has that played a part in who you are and your work and Jeb Beauty as well?
This is something like very, I would not say important, but essential for me. That's one of the reasons that I'm not in the campaign, because I didn't want to resume Jeb Beauty to my face, to my type of hair, which I know is like, I don't know how can I say this in English, but it's a usual pattern that you see in magazines. So I wanted to show like most, to be more inclusive as possible. So I'm not in the campaign. That's why. And I think in a country where diversity is such a reality, we have a diverse country. We have different types of hair, different colors of skin. We have beautiful diversity. And to think that a few years ago in this country, there weren't products for the women with Black women to use. That's like crazy thing that people didn't see themselves in the TV or in the magazines. They only thought the straight hair was the most beautiful hair and the only hair possible. So to see that women are now discovering natural texture and how powerful their hairs are, it's amazing. And it was only possible because of diversity and because of internet. They shown different faces, different people, like pure diversity. So I think that's one of the coolest things about being a beauty influencer and about internet. Biggest things that internet brought to this market was to show diversity of beauty and then opening the gate for the brands to like realize that they had to produce products for those people to use, So I think that's the coolest thing, to bring something new to the market. And I feel that consumer, all the concepts that we have in our head are built through consuming. So the brand, I have 34 years. For the past 34 years, I've been learning that this is beautiful, this is not. And now it's a mission for the brands to like undo this and bring new concepts for not only women, but for people.
Yeah, it always blows my mind to think about that the market for, really those natural hair products, for example, has existed for so long, but it was only in the past few years that brands wanted to target it. And it was such a loss of business for them for so long, and only now are they sort of cashing in on it. But it is very interesting to remark. And when we think about, when you started your blog 15 years ago, that wasn't part of the conversation. And it was such a loss of money, which, obviously brands care about.
Yeah. If market talks money, then see through that perspective. but we are very happy not only to like have a brand that obviously has to sell, but to also bring together our contribution to the beauty market. That's the main thing.
Awesome. And we have a question from the audience. So they would love to know ways that you give back. Now you have some, you work on some incredible projects and would love to hear more about how do you help those who are less fortunate?
We recently launched our own social project. We don't have any brands like in this project. Is a project that was born inside Garotas Estúpidas, which is called GE. I'm going to say it in Portuguese and then I'll translate to you. GE, Formando Líderes. Raising leaders, forming leaders, But the project is about empowering 35 women in Rio de Janeiro. Is the first city that we are doing, but the idea is to tour around Brazil. And we are giving these 35 women that were selected, and their projects were selected, mentoring classes during 3 months. And some of them are remote, some of them are in person. We're seeing what is possible right now here in Brazil, but we are basically mentoring these 35 women for 3 months, so they can scale up their business. So this is our first project, but we want to make social and giving back an agenda for all 3 brands. So we hope this grows. Next time we talk next year here in Fashion Innovation.
Yeah, I'm excited to kind of hear how that goes. We have another question from the audience quickly before we are wrapping up, but it's a little bit about the influencer marketing market and where is it headed? How do you see it playing a role in the future, and how can brands, learn to work with influencers?
Well, this is a subject for a whole talk because there's a lot of things to say about this. But if I can resume that in a few minutes, the last minutes that we have, influencers are in the center of everything right now in the digital environment of consuming. We saw during the pandemic, this 1.5 year super fast evolution in education. In Brazil, especially because in US, you were more used to QR coding and buying online and stuff, but here there was a lot to work still. So we saw this super fast innovation and evolution. In the center of everything, there is the influencer. The influencer talks to a specific niche of people. They create content, and nowadays publicity equals content. There's no difference. So to talk with your consumer, you have to produce content that's interesting for him. So we are in the middle. We produce content. We talk with specific people. We bring credibility to the brand. So I think we are in the center. So I think brands, you have to have a budget for influencer marketing and let them create. Okay, I know we are about to end. Let them create and be together with them, co-create, and it's going to be a success.
Yeah, I love kind of ending on that where, we are now looking at it as influencers as, a publication. We need this idea of collaboration is huge. And I don't think we should discount this term influencer, just because of any sort of preconceived notion. So I want to thank you so much, Camila, for joining me on this conversation. And, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I want to just say quickly, it was so amazing. And as much as I thought I knew about you already, I just learned more, and what makes you such an incredible human being. Honestly, anybody that takes what they have and what they've built and use it for the good towards people, towards influencing for the better, which you do all of that. Just a huge congratulations. And I also have to say, I love your project that you're doing with, getting these women education. I don't know if maybe they told you backstage, but we just did a campaign with the Jacarezinho Favelas for our campaign. So all the models, the talent, and there's so much beauty, right? And so when you can help and bring them globally, especially with the work that you do, just amazing. So thank you so much. And I'd love to continue to just let our community know, let everyone around the world know of your work. So let's keep in touch. And Alex, you're always amazing in getting these conversations going. So thank you both very much. And I'm really excited for the next time that we all talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. See you. Thank you.
Bye. So that was amazing. And that shows you that people in Brazil are really out to help. They're really out to inspire. Before we go to this next conversation, which is going to take a little bit of a different turn, but an exciting turn, a good turn. All of the conversations are good. I just wanted to say, looking at someone who's an influencer and has built such a huge following and a huge community, and her taking that and being able to use it now to help others and to create things that are really going to inspire, that's inspiring to us at Fashion Innovation. And that's actually, just one more time, I did just publish a book using influencers to amplify the voice of the homeless. And I think that when we use influencers, or when they use their platform for the good, greatness comes out of it. And I wanted to show you before we move on, I'm actually wearing a shirt. I have to keep standing up. This is actually a shirt in collaboration with Emily Burnett and her team and the Fashion for Development team. And it's all about Code Red and just how much time do we have and how do we have to act when it comes to a better world through fashion. It's an incredible collaboration. Check out our blog post. You're going to read more about it, look into the website, but incredible project. And here we're all about supporting these initiatives. So the next conversation that we have is fashion is entrepreneurship, no matter the age. And we have Paul Tasner, so inspiring, who's the co-founder and the COO at Pulpworks, alongside Carrie Hannon, who's also very inspiring. She's a best-selling author and she's a contributor to the New York Times. So here we go.
Hi, Jordana.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. So good to have you and see you again. And hi, Carrie. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Great to see you here.
You too. Thank you both so much for being here. I just wanted to quickly say a thank you before I let you take this conversation over. I know that both of you are so inspiring. This conversation is going to be extremely inspiring globally to our audience and to us at Fashion Ovation. So just a huge thank you for being a part of this platform. And without further ado, Carrie, I'll let you take it from here. Thank you both.
Great. Well, hello, everyone. It is great to be here. I am Carrie Hannon. I'm an expert in entrepreneurship and the author of a book called Never Too Old to Get Rich, The Entrepreneur's Guide to Starting a Business at Midlife. And I'm here with Paul Tasner, who is profiled in my book, and it was an amazing example of someone who has started a business at midlife. And Paul is the CEO and founder of Pulpworks, based in San Francisco, California. And Paul, it is so great to see you. Hi.
Thank you. Hi, Carrie. I can't believe you talked about me being at midlife. That is the greatest compliment I've gotten.
Well, there you go. You are to me. Now, tell us, why did you start a business after a 40+ year career? I mean, what inspired you? This is the time where most people are, settling back in their armchairs. What is it that spurred you to really move forward with your own business, your own idea?
Well, there's a number of factors, really. I think there are for anyone who's starting a business at any age, but particularly at my age. Well, first of all, I was fired for the first time in my life at the age of 64. And I did need to work, or rather, I should say, I did need to generate revenue. And I think I was finished working for other people. I spent my entire career working for others, whether it was a big corporation or a small startup. I always found myself working for someone else. And it was always a kind of a slow burning passion to create my own business, but I never quite had I never had the courage before, really. I always found the convenient excuse, mortgage, raising kids, you name it, but they were all convenient excuses. I was just afraid to do it. And I think some of that fear dropped away. I was determined to do it now, and I realized I didn't really have a lot of options. I didn't feel like I was a very hireable person at the age of 64. And so I just took a deep breath and decided I was going to focus on starting my own business. I didn't know exactly what it would be, but I knew it would be related to what I've been doing all my life, which is manufacturing and engineering related to packaging for consumer products.
So you got to tell the audience what really inspired the idea.
Well,
I'm thinking scissors.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's one of those funny anecdotes. My wife came home from shopping and showed me a pair of, I've always been really opposed to in recent years, I shouldn't say always, plastic packaging has just really been a real passion of mine, getting out of plastic packaging, I should say. My wife brought home these, I guess you'd have to call them shears, heavy duty shears. And on the packet, and they were packed in plastic, of course. And on the package, it said, for use in opening hard to open plastic packaging. And it was packaged in plastic itself. I mean, I thought that they were either the dumbest marketing team on earth or that they had an amazing sense of irony. I think it was the former, because I actually called them up and I said, did you realize what you did? And I wasn't received very well. But yeah, I think that was a contributing factor to
got you thinking. Well, tell it quickly. Tell us what you do. Sustainable packaging. So just the audience knows quickly what Pulpworks does, and then sure. I want to talk to you a little bit about what role. We mentioned your age up front. What ageism? What roadblocks that might have caused for you?
Absolutely. The company is called Pulpworks, and we design and manufacture sustainable packaging. And by sustainable, which is kind of a vague term these days, we mean compostable or biodegradable, recyclable packaging. And we use waste. We use paper waste and agricultural waste, and we mold those, we turn it into a pulp, and we mold those into packages. I guess the world's greatest example, not that we're engaged in it, but the egg carton is the world's greatest example of the type of packaging that we create. Mm-hmm. It's called molded fiber or molded pulp packaging.
So when you were getting started, and maybe still today, what roadblocks did your age create for you?
It's a great question, and the roadblocks presented by my age were when I was trying to raise money. We hadn't quite figured out our business plan, but we felt like we wanted to build a manufacturing facility here in Northern California, and to do that, of course, required raising money. And it was then that my age really became a factor, as well as other factors. I have to be fair. I was a first-time entrepreneur. I didn't have a track record. Yeah. But I did have 40 years of experience in my chosen field, so they can't be discounted. But age was a real factor. I had some potential investors were crass enough to tell me that they would never invest in an old person like me.
Lovely.
I mean, those were not typical examples, but they were not they were not exceptions either.
So tell me just briefly, Paul, like when you paired up, you did a senior-junior partnership, I like to call it. And did that help in raising money for you?
No, not at all. Okay. No, actually, no. My partner was certainly my junior. I mean, an earlier generation even, but she had no entrepreneurial experience either. Okay. She had more of an arts background and design background. No, it was. I think it was the proverbial blessing in disguise. We picked a whole different approach to it and decided to partner with other companies that were in the manufacturing business already. And I knew of quite a few from my earlier life. And we made partnership agreements with 6 different companies around the world, and they became our manufacturing arm. And there are pros and cons to doing something like that. I mean, some of the obvious cons are that you give up some margin because of the additional layer, but the pros far outweighed it. I mean, I think I would have been a nervous wreck with my own manufacturing facility to look after. I think I would have ended up sleeping in the plant probably.
No, your wife wouldn't have liked that much. I don't think the family. So tell me, so age was a challenge. What were some of the other challenges that that may have come up early on, and then share with us some of the great rewards of being an entrepreneur at this stage of life.
Well, I should finish the thought about age, because I think it's an important one. Age was a challenge trying to raise money.
Yeah.
But once we had decided on a different route where we utilized these partnerships that we created, age was never, ever again an issue. It was never raised. It was never referred to. And by that, I mean my suppliers, the partners that we have, and there are 6 of them around the world. I'd be surprised if any of them knew my age or even cared what my age was.
I love that.
They really don't. They just want to be paid on time. They want to have a good relationship with good communications and trust. And if all of that is attended to, they couldn't be more pleased. And they've told me so. And the same is true of my customers. I have yet, we've had dozens and dozens of customers, many large corporate customers from around the world. And we've spoken to countless other potential customers over the years, probably as many as 500 different companies. No one has ever asked me my age, ever. It's just not important. They want to know if they can get their goods on time, if we can meet their price, is the quality what we agreed to. Age just never came up again. It was only when I was trying to put my hand in their pocket. That's when age was a big issue.
Yeah, too risky.
So that's a good segue to advice for a budding senior entrepreneur. I would say, and I know this might sound like a bit of a damper, but I would say, don't try, based on my experience, of course, don't try to raise money. Figure out what you can do as an entrepreneur without trying to raise that kind of money. By that, I mean, by going to strangers who don't know what you can do and don't know your history, and they don't have years of trust with you. I mean, if you have more personal sources for your money, family, friends, etc., of course. I mean, if you feel comfortable tapping into those. But as far as just purely raising money out in the public from angel investors, etc., I would say don't even go down that road. You're just going to bump into a big, ugly, ageist wall.
Paul, I think one thing that really helped you as well in starting your business and a key to your success is that you truly knew your industry. You started a business in an industry that you knew, and you had a network there as well. But you were able to take your idea and you were confident in that knowledge of your industry. And so you didn't jump to a completely new field. You're like, I got this. I know this. That's what I have in my wheelhouse.
You're absolutely right, Carrie. I just didn't have years to learn a new trade, guitar making or, building weather balloons. I didn't have it. I wanted to feel like I knew what I was talking about. I knew my business. And so, falling back on my comfortable industry experience was just an absolute, it was mandatory, really. And I'm glad I did. I mean, it's paid off in many, many ways. And, I've talked to other people about this. If you're in a job and you're incredibly unhappy for many reasons, some of which you really haven't identified accurately even, but when you begin to associate what you do with that unhappiness, I mean, that may be the case. You might be better off looking for something else to do. But in many cases, it's not what you do. It's all those other surrounding factors in your environment, your colleagues, your boss, your commute, the humdrum nature of your job. I've heard people tell me that, they've been accountants all their life. And if they had to spend another day in the accounting department at ABC company, they thought they'd die. They started their own business. What do you think they did? They went into the accounting business.
Yeah.
And they love it.
But they're the boss now.
Because they're the boss. They love it. They can grow the business.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
They can grow the business and, show their clients how much they know. And it just feels great.
A sense of autonomy. What other advice? So you've given some really good advice about, startup capital and
Yeah.
some good, any other sort of tidbits that really would resonate for, it doesn't have to be a midlife entrepreneur. It could be any entrepreneur that
True.
you've learned from your experience.
Well, nothing surprising here, but I mean, it really should be comfortable giving up most of your days and weekends. Certainly when you're starting, it's gonna take up most of your waking hours. If you're determined to put everything you have into this and grow your business, it is a real commitment. That's not the case for me anymore, but I'm 10 years into it now.
Yep. Well, what do you love most about being an entrepreneur? I mean, what is it that gets you up every morning?
What do I love most? I mean, I as you said, I love the autonomy. I love how I've been able to blend it into my personal life, where the boundaries between my personal and professional life are pretty blurry now. I'm talking to you, although I have the fake Golden Gate Bridge in my background. I'm talking to you from a home office at my home. So I'm able to get involved in matters with my wife during the day or whenever. It's incredibly flexible at this point in the evolution of the business, and that's a wonderful thing.
Did you ever second guess yourself? I mean, did you ever say, "Oh my goodness, why did I do this?" Or sort of have any doubts along the way?
Well, there have been times along the way when things have slowed down. And I'm certainly not, I don't have a huge business, and yes, of course I'm in it to make money. There's no question about that.
Sure.
But I mean, my goal isn't to triple my business in 5 years and sell out to somebody else. It's my goal is to be happy. To be honest with you, I've had down moments when the business seemed to be really just very sluggish, and I wondered if it would ever pick up again, but it always seems to pick up. And I think
really preparing for setbacks. I mean, everything is not going to be flying high all the time.
No, and I think I'm really fortunate in working in an industry, and I don't mean packaging, I mean sustainability. Sustainability is only going to keep growing and growing and growing.
It's a great field. Yep.
So, yeah.
Is there, Paul? I mean, I mentioned briefly the senior-junior partnership. In terms of of partnering up with somebody who's, a decade or two younger, perhaps, is that a good formula that you recommend for entrepreneurs these days? If you're, at your stage of life when you started, is there a good synergy there that really helps build? You bring the two talents together.
There's a wonderful synergy, but I would say the same thing that I said about my suppliers and my customers could care less what my age is. I think that all kind of goes away with a partner. I mean, with an intergenerational partnership, it's never really an issue.
But she might bring skills that you didn't have, whereas you have the deep industry knowledge network, but she had some tech skills, or I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there, perhaps.
No, it's true. I think we kind of, I'm glad you bring it up. I at this point, I almost take that for granted. That,
yeah.
That she can do things that I can't do, and many of them she can do simply because she's been doing them longer than me. In terms of if it's a tech skill or something of that nature. My customers, my suppliers, the people that support us, on a part-time or temporary basis, as our work requires it. They're of all ages, really. I've no one my age, quite frankly. I mean, everybody is younger, and some are much younger.
No, do you want to share your age? I don't think we've even said your age.
I'm 76.
Okay, all right, yeah, fair enough. But you also are able to run a business, I think I'm correct, without bricks and mortar. I mean, you can have this is kind of a virtual business in a way, right?
Kind of, it very much is. Yeah.
So that's awesome. I mean, think of the cost savings you have, you can be so nimble.
that's why I said when we couldn't gather the funding to build our own facility, I thought it was a blessing in disguise. It is. I mean, my wife and I are talking about moving now, and I could be anywhere really.
Yeah.
Especially during COVID. I mean, gone are the days when we would go visit customers and sit around the table and talk about things. We just do it. We do it via Zoom now, and
Yep.
frankly, I think that's going to remain after COVID.
Yeah,
Hopefully
I
there is-
think the genie's
hopefully
out of
there
the
is.
bottle. People know how to work remotely now, and
Exactly.
your suppliers and so forth. And I just think it's an exciting time to be an entrepreneur because, and Paul, we mentioned this in other conversations perhaps we've had, but continuing to work past what was once a traditional retirement age, but in your own business is not only good financially, it's good, physically, mentally, all these other good things.
Absolutely. It's phenomenal mentally. And I've been told as much by folks who do research for a life insurance company in Europe that the kind of work that I'm doing, starting a business and trying to grow it and being involved in that way is absolutely the healthiest thing you can do at my age. It is just phenomenal for your mental health. And I do feel mentally very healthy. I have to say I don't know if it's unfortunate or whatever, but I'm finding that I feel that I have less and less in common with my retired friends. The one I can't relate to someone who's playing golf 3 times a week now.
Yeah.
And I know they're very excited about it because they're passionate about golf, but I can't relate to that at all. And it's getting harder and harder to find common ground, to maintain a friendship. So most of my friendships, so to speak, now are with younger generation folks.
I love that. And Paul, we just have a minute left. Any parting words that you want to leave with our audience about midlife or entrepreneurship in general and what it means?
Give it a lot of thought. I mean, give the idea a lot of thought. I mean, really live with it, sleep on it, but hopefully do it. I mean, entrepreneurship is just phenomenal, and it's going to drive jobs and everything that an economy needs. It will come from entrepreneurs. So I couldn't be more excited about it for myself and for everyone else.
Well, Paul, thank you so much. I hope all the audience enjoyed your insights because I certainly am inspired myself to what you've had to say about entrepreneurship and just your business in general is just, it's a feel-good business in my opinion.
Thank you, Carrie. Thanks very much.
I just wanted to thank you both. This was such an incredible conversation. And I remember our first conversation that we had, Paul, and then going and listening to your TED Talk and then just doing all of this research. And I was just blown away. And it really goes to show you entrepreneurship doesn't matter the age. It's a journey that you decide to go on and you just want to make a difference. And I love that about your business because you're really doing it for the right reasons. And Carrie, the same with you, with your book and just like all of the wonderful work that you do and put out into the world. Just really inspiring. I absolutely loved it. And I just had one question, Paul. Are you wearing the Amazonia shirt?
I am, yes.
So thank you so much for Yay. So yeah, actually most of our team is from Brazil. And so right now the Amazons, the rainforest, they need all of our help. Like the whole world has to get together behind us because there's a lot of unfortunate things happening right now. And I mean, the human being needs the rainforest, right?
Yes.
So thank you for the support. And thank you both again. This was amazing. Really, really thank you.
Thank
you so
Thank
much.
you so much. George, I'm still a little embarrassed about the first conversation we had, and that I just really misread it, and I hope you've forgiven me for my.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding? And honestly, I understand. I think a lot of people come with hidden agendas, but what I can tell you honestly from our hearts, Fashion Ovation, we're all about people. Like we really want to make a difference. We want to democratize. We want people to be able to come and learn and be inspired and bring the world together. Because honestly, if COVID has taught us anything, is that we need each other and collaboration is key. So Not at all. Like we're huge. I'm such a fan. So not at all.
Thank you. You're very
Thank you
kind.
both so much. Have a
Thank you.
beautiful day.
Bye. Take care.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you. So that was amazing. And what he was referencing to with the apology to me, which was not at all necessary. When we first spoke, he had asked me, like, what's this about? Like, what is it that you guys want from me? And I think it didn't come from a bad place at all. But like what I said, a lot of people do have hidden agendas. But at Fashion Ovation, we honestly do not at all. For us, it's really all about the people. And I know it's the same for Paul, and it's the same for Carrie, and it's the same for all the speakers that we bring on our platform. They're all people that we admire so much because we know that every little bit of inspiration that we can pour into people around the world with these worldwide talks, that we have been going now almost for 12 hours and we still have a few to go. We really do it because we're passionate about making the world a better place, bringing people to people. It's from everybody to everybody. And like we say always, no matter the technology we're speaking of, the innovation, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it all boils down to the person, to the human being, to the soul, to that just that energy that floats around, that that if we all put these good energies and these good feels, anyway, I'm getting really like holistic in all of you right now, but it is all about the people. So without further ado, we are going to go to another conversation, kind of switch gears a little bit, and speak about something that is really important, because with as much as we talk about education and educating people, and education being a really important role and an important part in moving forward with sustainability and having people understand what that is and what it does for the industry. A lot of times I feel like we don't really learn the right things when it comes to coming into the fashion industry in school. There are some things sometimes that I feel like industry professionals can maybe bring to the classroom. And that's something that, we collaborate with a lot of colleges, and we're seeing that shift and speakers coming in and being able to bring all of that expertise. But with that, we have Fashion is Not What You Think, Myths and Realities. And in this conversation, we have Keith Lissner, who's the EVP of Design at Vera Wang, alongside Rochelle Huska, who's the CEO and founder of Lingua Franca. So without further ado, enjoy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rochelle Huska McPherson, and I'm the founder and CEO of Lingua Franca. We have been around for a little over 5 years. And I'm so excited today to introduce my dear old friend who I haven't seen for a long time, Keith Lissner. Now he is the current Executive Vice President of Design for Vera Wang. In his position, he oversees all apparel, including ready-to-wear, celebrity made-to-order, bridal, Simply Vera Wang at Kohl's, Vera Wang Bridal at Pronovia's, and more. Prior to this role, as I mentioned, he had his own line. He was educated in fashion design at the London College of Fashion in England. He's also worked as a designer for Ralph Lauren and Perry Ellis. I don't know how many more things you could add to that list, but in short, Keith is not only incredibly talented, but a very special person. So welcome, Keith.
Love you. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Yeah, so you basically covered it.
Did I get everything? I was reading from the bio.
You really did. You got it all, but that's amazing. Yeah, not a whole lot to add to that. It's been a long career for me. And yes, I remember way back when we first met, it was magic. You were an amazing human being. You had so much energy, so much passion, so much life. I mean, and you were saying I was nice. I mean, you were literally like a ray of sunshine in a world full of people that were not so sunny. So it was incredible for me as well. Our relationship was always very genuine, and I was always moved, and seeing you in my clothes was always like the best part of my day whenever I would see you wearing my things.
So I wanted to talk to you about kind of what you're seeing happen from students of fashion that want to start a line right now. What are the barriers to entry? How are they different than when you got your start? And how does that fit into trying to create things that are sustainable in the world?
You know, it's very different right now from when I started. You know, when I started, when I graduated college, it was literally over 20 years ago now, which is horrifying to say, but it's the truth. You know, the marketplace wasn't so crowded. There just wasn't so much stuff. There weren't so many brands. There were a lot, don't get me wrong, but the entry was much more, I would think the entry was much more challenging at that time because there was no social media. There was no way of getting your message out to the world other than through the gatekeepers of fashion.
Right.
You know, so you really had to be very well connected in order to get your message out to the world. You had to try to get it into magazines, try to get it on the right people, the right celebrities. My boss actually now was always very incredible at that. That was her strength, was really having the connection to the celebrities, having the celebrities want to wear her clothing and feel so special in it, which is how that all got started for her. She was really very much known for dressing Sharon Stone and other red carpet celebrities that launched her brand. But today, now, because of social media, because of the access that we have to literally everyone, should they choose to tune in, you can get your message out to the world. So it's a very exciting time, I think. It's a little on the scary side, but it is a very exciting time to be a new designer, because you could literally create whatever you want, put it out to the world, and have potentially anyone see it. The only difference now is that also, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because you're putting out that, you know, maybe you can put that message out to the world, but are you ready to put that message out to the world? Is it refined enough? Is it what you really want it to be? Is it, or is it too soon? You know, and that kind of, and that I think would be something someone would want to be a little more cautious of, just to be aware that, you know, you do have that access. So are you truly ready? Do you really want to put it out right now? Do you need to put it out right now?
I'm curious what you would advise somebody that's in school right now, like how to even get this initial mouthpiece, because I think that's what I would want to know. If I was a student that really wanted to do my own line, would you advise them first going to work for someone and learning all about the business before they jump into it? Or would you say, you know, try to just jump into it? What would you advise them?
Well, you know, my advice on that was always very kind of formulaic, but now, because we decided to have this conversation, and because of the fact that it is taking place when it is taking place in this time, my thinking has changed, because I've been analyzing it because of the social media aspect of it. So here's my normal kind of stock response, which is go work for somebody else. It's always that. It's always the, like, you know, don't
learn more.
Learn on someone else's dime, really, is basically what it boils down to.
I love
you know,
that.
I mean, be a great employee, make a good name for yourself, work hard. I'm not suggesting that you like coast on someone else's dime, but do that, to have that, because, you know, I can speak to it. I had my own brand. It was, and you can speak to this now as well, it is an extremely expensive venture. It is not a cheap thing to do, especially if you're someone who's just coming out of school. I mean, some people are fortunate, they've got limitless finances, but most people are not set up for that. And that is essentially what being in fashion is. It's spending money. Being a designer, having your own brand is literally just spending, 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 spending. And the first time that you might even see a little bit of that money come back is almost a year after you've spent all that money to create the clothes, produce the clothes, show the clothes, whatever it is that you're going to do. So I always say, learn at someone else's company, work for them, see what they do. It's not just because it's expensive, but it's also because there's a lot to this business. It's very faceted, as you are learning now.
Yes.
What appears to be flawlessly learning it, by the way. But you know, right? It is a lifelong lesson. Fashion. The journey is can be never ending. The education. I'm still to this day receiving an education. Every day I learn something new. At least I always try to learn something new. And I'm 20 years into this industry. So I suggest go work for somebody else, work for them for about 5 years, work in the industry for at least 5 to 10 years before you decide to start your own brand. That's what I would say. And then also, I think during that time, you'll probably discover, do you really want to start your own brand? Is that really what you thought it was going to be? I did that. I worked for other people for a while, and then I started my own brand. And even after all that time working, I still didn't know what I was really getting into. Actually, believe it or not, I closed my business down probably about somewhere between 12 and 15 years ago. I don't really recall. And I personally just finished paying off the debt of that company last year.
Wow.
Last year.
Wow.
So, had someone told me then, oh, by the way, your business is going to be long gone, but you're still going to be stuck with the debt of this business, I might have rethought what I was doing. I'm glad I did what I did, of course, because it was also part of my education. It got me where I got. I've been with Vera now for 10 years. It's been an amazing journey of my career, but I definitely suggest starting on someone else's at someone else's company.
I think I know social media. I think I know Instagram. I think that's how I grew up, but I don't know anything about TikTok or any of these other platforms.
Right.
And they are actually driving sales more than even Meryl Streep on Ellen.
Yeah.
And so I want to know how, like, you at Vera kind of deal with this new culture, because it's fascinating.
Well, I do have a slightly different philosophy on it, to be honest with you. But before we get to that, I just want to go backwards a little bit to just back to the students for 1 second, because what I wanted to also say is that what you did, having one product that you were focused on, is generally not what someone would go to school for fashion for. So for anybody who might be listening to this, they're like, well, because this is really, this is the reason why people go, they want to create that big fancy fashion collection. They want to create like all the pieces, most people don't have, yours came from something very specific.